Einen wunderschönen guten Morgen alle zusammen.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Well, you're all awake. Day 3. You've made it. The big finale of Republica. You're here. And we've had 2 very inspiring days. And now we've got lots and lots that we've prepared for you today. Yeah, we've prepared lots of events for you. You're wearing a different nail polish today. Yeah, but don't gatekeep it. Where's it from? I don't know the name of the brand. I'm going to show you later. All right. So you're going to have a great day with Anna. I'm going to be back later on. And of course, practice your singing voices because there will be a song later on. Enjoy. Anna, the stage is yours. Yeah, my voice is gone, but I'm wearing my contacts, so that's something, right? We're going to start with Özden Terli and his session Tomorrow Comes Today. He's been awarded multiple times for his journalistic work, and he wants to talk about the dichotomy, the problem of saving the climate, saving the world, but he's saying, no, it's about us, it's about humanity. So I'm very pleased that he's here. Please give him a warm welcome. Özden Terli. Hello, welcome everyone. It's great to have so many people here. I see a lot of colleagues in the audience. Yesterday, we did a trial run of this whole talk in a beer garden outside, and colleagues asked me repeatedly what I was going to talk about. And it was this back and forth between being so joyful and being so down. And so we've talked about lots and lots of different things. We've talked about German food, but yeah, as a disclaimer, it's not going to be an easy topic, right? It's going to be heartbreaking. And we're always confronted with how do we convey these topics properly? And me, as a meteorologist, I can only talk about the facts, right? I can only show what we see in our data, and that's my job. But within this field, the weather, the climate, the role that the climate plays is increasing, but really it's inseparable from the other. They're interlinked, right? We don't talk about any form of statistics. Of course, we have data, we have statistics, we have a reference point that we compare to the present. So how much warmer is it today in comparison to 1961 to 1990? For example, on the April 6th, we've had 30 degrees Celsius in Germany, and that's the first. That never happened before in Germany. And you can only know that if you know the statistics. But by now, we live in a reality that's different from our reality 40 years ago. Our atmosphere is different than 40 years ago, and we have to convey and display that new reality in the weather reports as well. And so I want to give you some facts, but I don't want to leave you frustrated at the end of the talk. So maybe we'll have some humor in the middle of it, but first of all, there's going to be some cold, hard facts. And really just soak them in, and then afterwards, you can think about how do you want to deal with that. And I think it's very important that you don't consume these facts as an individual on your own, in your flat, in your apartment. You have to look for people that you can talk to, and you have to communicate with other people. And I think that's my approach to, handle all of these facts. And that's not easy, right? Especially when there's other people who are like, those facts and figures are all wrong. You're not a scientist, you're an activist. And I've brought something by Isabel Schneider, which is 6 minutes long, and I'm going to show that to you later on, how it feels to have to convey all of these facts and how strange this is, this place that we're in right now. Because meteorologists, climate scientists, since the 90s, we've known that. This isn't something that's new. All of this misinformation, that the claims that there's just... some people try to push this agenda of misinformation because of personal interests or various motivations. I really don't know why people would, be science deniers. And I want to talk about that as well. Yeah, so I'm going to have a sip in a moment, and maybe we can start with the first picture. Yeah, that's not the way I expected it to look, which usually happens, right? All right. There's always something. All right, so what do we see here? When I showed this picture at a different presentation, they were like, is that an error in the image back there? It's like mostly black, right? But in the middle of it, there's something blue. And when I first saw this picture, it was totally overwhelming for me because this, pixel error in the middle, that's Earth. And when do we see it from at such a long distance? This is from the Artemis mission from NASA, where they sent a spacecraft to the moon and took this picture looking back. And so this little blue marble is where we live. It's like traveling through time and space. And when you really conceptualize the fact that we're living there and, like speeding through space, right? It's just eerie, right? It's such a strange feeling because I don't even want to think about what, might be in our way. And of course, there isn't anything in our way there, but it's so fascinating to think about this. And so all of our assumptions day to day is so far removed from the reality that we're living on this planet and the distance between us and nature. So, for example, if you think about maybe, outside the sun is shining, the sky is blue, and you look up and you feel like it's just, there's no end to it, right? It's just such a giant open space. And then, and us, we're so small down here on Earth. And so I've learned that, here at Republica, there's lots and lots of questions and answers back and forth. So one question, did you travel 12 kilometers today? Please raise your hands, no matter what mode of transportation. 12 kilometers. Yeah, some people probably just toppled out of their hotel and had a short way here. Yeah, so 12 kilometers, horizontally speaking, that's nothing, right? You get in your car, travel for 12 kilometers, you're there shortly after. But 12 kilometers vertically, that gets us to the troposphere, and that's way harder to do. And so for me as a scientific, as a meteorologist with an academic background, with a diploma, that's different from someone who just, viewed 3 videos on YouTube and then afterwards feels like, oh, they're smarter than all of physics and climate science. So yesterday I met Harald Lesch, a famous German scientist, and I feel like, you have to talk about that. That's just the way it is. That's why I'm up on stage here. I'm trying to convey information. I'm trying to explain something to you. And I think that belongs together because people That's a lot of criticism that you get, that you talk too much about climate and push it to the foreground. But really, it's the major topic of our times, because what happens on that picture on the planet Earth, that's something we're responsible for. And so within these 12 kilometers, that's where the weather happens. And so, yeah, I'm going to continue. Something you have to understand, global warming. I'm not going to talk about climate change because, that's cute, right? It's like, oh, somewhere on the playground, something happened and now you have to go fetch your kid. And that's way too weak of a term for the phenomenon we're describing. And so global warming is happening because of a mechanism I'm going to explain to you now. And a lot of people who deny science, they say, oh, that's just because of the sun. Yes, thank you. I know very much that, the rays from the sun bring warmth to the earth. But yeah, and so of course it plays a role, right? Without the sun, the planet Earth wouldn't be the way it was. It wouldn't be blue, probably. But the rays from the sun passes through all of these levels of air, through the troposphere, and then it reaches the ground, and it's shortwave rays, right? Shortwave radiation. And it hits the ground and warms it, makes it warmer. And the ground becomes warmer. And then afterwards, the radiation isn't shortwaved anymore, it's long-waved. And yeah, so the radiation changes. This radiation of warmth. And we can feel that when, for example, we're sitting on a warm stone that's been warmed by the sun, and then we can immediately feel that physically. But you don't necessarily have to feel it, but it happens, it goes back up. And so what happens now? We have, for example, carbon dioxide at some point in the atmosphere, and there's also people saying that hydrogen steam would be more responsible, which of course it isn't. But yeah, so shortwave hits the ground, long wave radiation emitted from the ground wants to leave the planet, but is hindered, is blocked by all of those greenhouse gases. And thusly, the warmth stays within the system. And that's normal. And it's great that, that effect happens that way. Otherwise, it would be way too cold and we wouldn't be here. So just look at the moon. There's no climate gases on the moon, no greenhouse gases. And so where the rays of the sun hit, it's way too hot, and where it doesn't shine, it's way too cold. And so there's no buffer, right? Just like our atmosphere.
Now, this situation is something that we've known for a long time. To ignore or deny the effect of greenhouse gases is senseless. We have known this since our school days for centuries. And it's totally stupid to actually have to work it out and outline it in this way, because as a meteorologist, this is completely natural to me. I work with these effects all day. But now comes the transfer of that knowledge. If this layer of greenhouse gases is warmed because it is reached by the radiation from the sun, what happens? Well, it makes this layer of greenhouse gases more dense. And if that happens, the Earth heats up. This is what we do. If there was a marketing concept for this, if we were to write it down, and I said, okay, I have an idea, I'm going to dig up something from the ground that the Earth has separated millions of years ago. These are substances that have been separated out and buried underground and physically separated. And what do? We get the stuff out of the ground and burn it and add CO2, carbon dioxide, to the atmosphere that has no role in it, that has no place in it, hasn't been there for millions of years. So this concept of running combustion engines with this or heating apartments with it is completely absurd. And by saying that, I acknowledge that many of our cultural achievements are because of the fact that we've had cheap energy. Our achievements can be traced to burning these fossil fuels. That is linked to all our cultural efforts, achievements in the last 200 years. I'm not going to deny that, but there's something that we have not done. And we've missed the moment where we should have stopped when we understood that this was not a good thing to do. This is not a leftist green kind of narrative. It's physics. We've known this since 1824. Hang on, isn't this 2024? That's 200 years. Joseph Fourier, 200 years ago, a world-famous mathematician. Anyone who has something to do with mathematics or natural sciences made the first deliberations on this. He wrote a very short, strange piece. It takes a lot to understand what he wrote at that time, the things, the calculations he made, derivations that he made. So, in 1824, a time that is quite removed from today's political and social reality. Now, if I say that climate science and the findings it has made is pushed towards a certain political corner, that is highly problematic because everyone depends on that. And physics, and that is the key sentence that I've repeated over and over again, physics applies to us all. No one can escape it. And Harald Lesch, to incompletely quote him, says, Physik also applies if you've chosen not to learn it in school. And that is true. Even if you're not interested, you are affected. There are various reasons for choosing your subjects in school, of course. But even if you're not interested, the laws of physics are valid. That's actually just the introduction. So now let's see how thick this atmosphere actually is. And for that, I have a different image, again from NASA. And that is this one. Which personally I think is a fantastic image because you see various features. You see how incredibly thin the atmosphere is, but what you actually only see when you look here, I don't know if you can actually see it, this is actually a cloud that reaches up to the troposphere, the upper layers, such as thunderclouds do. These thunderclouds go higher and higher up, and then they are kind of stopped at the beginnings of the troposphere. So steam, water vapor, doesn't normally reach those upper layers, and you can see that the cloud is kind of cut off. So how thin the atmosphere is made quite clear in this image, I think. And there are various features that you can see, various layers. You can see the sun being reflected on the layers of cloud. You actually see that it's an incredibly thin layer, and we are polluting this thin layer with our carbon dioxide and increasingly with methane. So we are actually responsible for this. We cannot say Earth is huge and we cannot influence it. That is a stupid thing to say because we've changed the surface of the Earth fundamentally already. So the way we live, the way we do business has changed the Earth massively, at least the surface. We use minerals, We build things, we use anything that the Earth supplies us with, and everything we use is the foundation of our existence. This is the Earth that we exist on, and it's all threatened. There's another image that is even more instructive or beautiful, I think, and that is this one. Again, very beautiful, because you see from the side how thin the atmosphere is. You have the sun against you, you can see the space, and what you actually see, it's incredible. That's everything we have, everything that we have to exist on. I'm so fascinated by this, aren't you?
So, das Bild kennt.
Now, this is an image that many of you may probably know. If you show this, Stefan Rahmsdorf made it a professor, one of the most eminent climate scientists in Germany of our time. He's often attacked massively by climate deniers. If you show an image like this on TV, you have a storm against you by climate deniers who think up all kinds of ways of attacking this image. It's this so-called hockey stick curve by Michael Mann, who has had a lot of stress because of this too from science deniers. But sadly, this graph shows us the truth. It has been proven to be true by various studies. And what do we actually see? On the horizontal axis, you see time. 0 is the turn of the era, the Christian era. And in this area here, in this region here, what you see is the Holocene. And this Holocene is what we can thank for the ability to settle down. You may have learned this in school. The climate has stabilized in this period. It wasn't as volatile as it used to be. What you see earlier on is the Ice Age. And the change from the Ice Age to the Holocene, this rise in temperature, that was about as much as we may be facing if we continue emitting the way we do. It's exactly the same temperature change, but in an amazingly short amount of time. And that is the point. What is global warming? What is the climate crisis? The problem is that it is too fast. No one can adapt, neither plants nor animals, not even the sea level, because it has this inertia, it rises slowly. This happens in a long time, over a long time, hundreds or maybe 1,000 years into the future, until the sea level will have reached the level that we probably have, that we have forecast, for example, with a 1.2 degree temperature rise. But let's look at it more closely. We have reached a point of 1.2 degrees, and at those 1.2 degrees, we have all the events that we've seen outside: extreme weather, massive melting of glaciers, be it in the mountains on Greenland, in West Antarctica, which, by the way, West Antarctica is a certain tipping point that cannot be stopped. If this ice melts, this ice is in the water, and the water that has slightly been heated already, it keeps on nibbling on those masses of ice, and it's melting the ice sheet on West Antarctica from below. So you don't have to imagine it 30 degrees warmer or something. It's just a little bit warmer, and that is just enough to melt these sheets of ice. And that is a problem, because if West Antarctica, the ice sheet on West Antarctica should collapse, that will cause the sea levels to rise much more. And this, through sea streams, is connected to Greenland. So the melting of ice in these two very far areas is connected. And that will make the effect so much stronger, and that is a real threat. So this is what happens with 1.2 degrees. I don't know if any one of you can imagine what it means to reach 1.5 degrees, which we have actually surpassed last year for a short time. You have to understand, this is no long-term development. We actually don't know what is happening. The temperature is going to go down slightly, probably over time again. We will see next year or the year after.
Bis die 1,5 Grad Marke endgültig überschritten ist.
Now, once we finally surpass the 1.5 degrees, which we were planning to not do until the end of the century, we're going to limit the rise to that. We may see this happening by 2030 or in the 2030s now. The final surpassing of the 1.5 degree mark. And you might then wonder, why did the Paris conference actually agree on this limit if we cannot actually stick to it? That is a question you could ask. Or why didn't we do anything possible to stick to remain in these 1.5 degree limits? So the question now could be, do we give up? Okay, we've surpassed this. No, the way you could see it is this. If we cannot keep to the 1.5 degree mark, we could still do everything as if we had kept to that mark. And then at least we could prevent things from going any worse, but we don't see this kind of action. And this is why I like to show this image. You can be as complex as you can about it, but this is where we could end up, and we are on course for 3 degrees now. If the states of the world actually implement what they
Also 3 Grad, keine Ahnung, was das bedeutet.
pretend to do. No one knows what that means, though, arriving at 3 degrees. What the weather will then look like. As a meteorologist, I'm interested in the way the weather would then look like. I do not have the fantasy, I have to say. And I will show you some examples. I only have half an hour left. I have to hurry a bit.
Yeah.
Das hier finde ich sehr spannend.
So this is very interesting. I'm going to show you.
Das sind Klimadaten, die von Musikern
This is climate data interpreted by musicians. So how do you have to imagine that? You hear a bass note, a reference point, and then a string instrument will be like cling, 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 cling. And those are the average data points. And this is from late 2016, so we're missing the last 8 years, but you can imagine it to sound the same.
muss sagen, ich kriege da eine Gänsehaut.
Whoa, it really gives me chills.
Man kann natürlich auch darüber nachdenken. Also ich finde das echt heftig.
Yeah, so this is really heavy stuff. So when you think about how do you present, data to the public, I think that's a really good example because, the sound, it's an alarm sound, right? And it's not alarmistic. So you can hear the sound, the notes rising, right? And then it's just like bursting through the ceiling. And yeah, it's really well made. So for quite some time, we've known what's going on. And the connections, as scientists, we can explain it going back for a few hundreds of years. Physics, that applies to us all. And you see the German news broadcast, Tagesschau, and the older people in the audience might recognize this is an old version of the show. But the images you're going to see, they're basically the same as today. So, planes taking off, cars burning fuel. So usually, you can ask, do you want to guess which year that is? And I'm going to tell you straight away, it's 1979. I don't know. Please raise your hand if you've been alive in 1979. I was 8 years old back then. So as a child, the adults back then could have reacted, could have done something about this from my point of view. So, what might kids today feel like? So we're going to take a look. What the long-term development will be on the weather and how the climate of the world will be in the future. There's a conference in Genoa dealing with that. Not just the weather, but the whole climate seems out of bounds. This is the topic of 100 meteorologists that gathered in Genoa for the first climate conference. 200 forestry and agriculture experts listened to them interestedly. Measurements in the Atlantic shown that the carbon dioxide levels in the Earth's atmosphere continue to grow. And this growth is the result of all of the oil that's being burned by human emissions. And as well, we've seen that plants are going back. For example, all the forestry happening in Brazil might influence all of the Earth's climate. And the rising levels of carbon dioxide lead to side effects which we do not want to have. Professor Flohn from Bonn held a talk. If the Arctic ice would be to vanish completely, we would have the sea level shift 500 to 800 kilometers south, and our climate would change. And so southern middle Europe, there would be so many changes, and the water supply and our agriculture and crops, what would happen to them, we can't tell at all. Yeah, so that was 1979. And now my computer's doing something it shouldn't be doing.
It's a Mac.
Yeah, sorry, it's not reacting, not responding anymore.
Das ist natürlich Worst-Case-Szenario, wenn der Rechner nicht mehr das macht, was er tun soll.
Yeah, please give me a minute. All right, let's continue. So for quite some time, we've known about these developments, and the images we've just seen, are the same that we see in the present today, and what is happening in the present today. the climate regions are changing. Areas with a milder climate are becoming hotter. And last year we've had the situation that was extraordinary when in Germany we've had this high pressure area, and of course, and on the side of this high pressure area there was a low pressure area in the Mediterranean area in front of Greece. And that's something us as meteorologists reached the limits of what we're, able to predict, these extreme weather scenarios. Is it even possible? What our, statistical models tell us will happen? And it predicted a rainfall of 700 to 1,000 liters per day within 3 days. And that's the amount that it usually rains within a year in a German city. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to restart my computer so that we can continue. Apparently, my computer also couldn't handle the hard truths that Professor Flohn was telling us about. All right, it's booting. So we were sitting in front of our computers and looked at the models. And it wasn't only like one model for one point in time. Instead, we looked at various models for some hours, like every 3 to 6 hours, the models, keep being remodeled. And so we get new results each time. And so we looked at all of these models that were being produced by our computers, and we really couldn't grasp the amount of rain that was predicted. All right, now I have to log in.
So.
All right.
Diese Modell wirklich extrem.
Yeah, so the progression that the models showed were so extreme. And how, can it be more than 1,000 liters? That's like tropical. That's not possible in the Mediterranean. That's just something you know as a meteorologist, right? And so this was a really interesting discussion, which we didn't have before. And then the rainfall actually happened, and the amounts that were predicted actually happened in reality and led to massive flooding in Greece. And, there were in agriculture areas, on streets, there were these lakes suddenly. And it was measured up to 750 liters. And then, electricity broke down, internet broke down, and then the measurement stations weren't able to produce any more data due to the flooding. And so it stopped at 750 liters. So per square meter. And so it's really masses of water. And not just in the Mediterranean, and it's not just about the change in temperature, but also the surface area of the ocean. It becomes much, much warmer, and that creates a lot of vapor and a lot of humidity. And then once a low pressure area comes in, it just soaks it up. And so when water vaporizes, the warm air can, take in all of this humidity. And then you don't see anything maybe. Maybe it'll be a bit humid in the air, but you don't see it, this development. But what happens if the air is forced to rise? And of course, that's, a typical meteorologist speaking. What happens when something lifts up the air? Then there's a certain level of condensation. And now the humidity steps into action. And so the humidity captured in the air, we call it latent warmth. It's a form of energy that only takes action when there's condensation. So it's from gas to liquid, if you remember your physics and chemistry lessons from school. and that releases warmth. And then the cloud uses this warmth to keep growing. And that's a normal development, a regular phenomenon. And it happens all over the world. But now, the transfer to this case last year, what happens when there's more humidity, more warmth? So those are the preconditions that I realized months before that, the first time a low-pressure area will come into such a situation, it will be catastrophic. And that's just what happened there in Greece. It turned around. Yeah. So it's not just my computer that's having problems this morning. Yeah, I'm gonna check. Yeah.
Jedenfalls, ist auch gut zwischendurch mal zu lachen, auch wenn das Thema so
Yeah, it's good to have a laugh in between, even though the topic is so serious.
Dieses Tief hat einfach
So this low pressure area used this energy, this humidity, and there were thunderstorms being created by the low pressure area. And then near to the mountains, all of the water came down. And that's the problem with thunderstorms near a mountain range. It's just the same as with the catastrophe in the Ahr region in Germany, where there also was flooding. And you never notice like these small streams, these very small rivers. But then at some point, you're so surprised when that suddenly becomes a giant streaming river. And so, yeah, and then there were these discussions, do you rebuild cities and villages in certain areas that were flooded? Should you? Are we able to? Do we need to adapt to the climate? And so, yeah, that wasn't the end of it. The low pressure area just didn't disappear. It kept growing. It kept increasing in strength. It traveled across the Mediterranean Sea and hit Libya. And in Libya, it was a real catastrophe. They have a bad infrastructure. Dams were breaking, and it was just so much water that, it crashed their infrastructure. And at least 5,000 people died in Libya due to the flooding. Cars being washed out to sea, and just horrific images. And so I often use the term climate catastrophe. And of course, that's already a reality for some people. Of course, we here in Germany can say, oh, it's not that bad, right? And that's really egotistical of us. Because, yes, it is that catastrophic. It's not just locally. It's the whole system, the whole planet is shifting and changing. And the preconditions for our life flourishing on this planet, is breaking apart. So my laptop is back, yay. And now I'm going to talk about the amounts of carbon dioxide. Yeah, maybe we can switch again. I think it's working.
dachte ich.
Well, I thought it was back. Here we are. Okay. Thank you for the applause. Are you applauding the technology or me? Oh, well, how stupid. Anyway, so what we see is the concentration of carbon dioxide. You can get this from the internet, so I'm not going to get into much detail. You don't have to click into a presentation. It's on the website. But you can't see that much. But what you see is a certain 426 ppm parts per million. And how long has it been since we've reached those kinds of levels? Let's see.
Ja, würde ich gerne machen.
Well, I would love to, but well, since we've rebooted the computer, just to explain, there's something still missing, but I'll keep on talking anyway.
Also die größte
Well, the biggest challenge is actually to cope with technology, right? So the carbon dioxide concentrations is rising, and it keeps rising faster and faster. The rise is accelerating, and that, as we've seen, is a huge problem because things get warmer and warmer. And I'm now going to try to load this. Yes, it's worked. What you see is the last 6 months here, and you don't really see a trend here. You see a rise, but that is actually connected to the seasons that changed the strategy throughout the year. When plants start to draw carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere because they are in bloom and plants are growing. On the northern hemisphere, this is the northern spring. Then carbon dioxide is being extracted, and later on, you see, well, what we see is a wave kind of line. And I'll show you this. This is the course throughout 1 year. You can see that wave now. You can see the low and the high points. And now we see 2 years, and you see that in the beginning, that the value is actually lower than it is at the end. And now the full record. Since the beginning of the recordings until the present, we see a rise of CO2 concentrations. Of course, then what could this be down to? Well, if we keep burning coal, oil, and gas, it's very clear. What we also see here, what we see now looking back the next 2,000 years,
Die letzten 2000 Jahre.
so that was the last 200, now it's the last 2,000. And what you see now
Sieht einem eigentlich die Schuhe.
is actually completely catastrophic. So up to 10,000 years back, actually, let's go back a bit further, still 800,000 years. And here you see the various ice ages and so on. And until 800,000 years back, the modern human being, Homo sapiens, if he is sapiens, goes back around this amount of time. And this is us at the end, clearly. This value of carbon dioxide concentrations hasn't existed for all this time, 800,000 years. Now, there's a current research project in Antarctica where they are drilling ice cores and extracting them, and they see the concentrations in the ice, and that's what they analyze. And with that, you can see how things are changing. This project is going back 1.5 million years, and it's important to say that we know how things were actually. Climate science is actually complete in a sense. We have all the instruments for action too. But I did also want to show you some examples, which means that I will really have to see how to proceed.
Das kann man theoretisch jetzt wegschließen.
In theory, we could now close this, and I'll show you.
Tatsächlich sind es jetzt nur noch 12 Minuten. Ich muss
It's actually just 12 minutes left. I'll have to hurry a little. And I'm slightly afraid of just starting this video now.
Also, ja.
Right.
Also eine Sache mit der latenten.
So the one thing about latent heat is something that I want to explain. This.
Okay.
Here we go. We have lost the sound too. Oh. Oh dear, how terrible.
Das ist ja eigentlich der Worst Case, ne?
Well, that's actually the worst case, isn't it? The computer just stops working during the talk. What worse things could happen? So currently, the average is 21-something degrees.
Extremwetter auch bei uns sein.
So extreme weathers might reach us too. The air takes up this moisture, and warm air can store more moisture. If this rises, it reaches a height where the moisture condenses into droplets. A cumulus cloud forms that continues developing, and while during the condensation the stored heat is set free and the cloud keeps growing into a massive thundercloud, a cumulonimbus. the more condensation, the more heat is released within the cloud, and that leads to a thunderstorm. Yes, and that is an example of the way we work at the broadcaster where I work, ZDF, the German public broadcaster. We explain certain connections, and that is our job as meteorologists to depict reality. And I see that we have about 10 minutes left, and I promised that I would stop with something that is nice, where we can have a laugh. But I promised I was going to give you the downer beforehand. We, as scientists, meteorologists, talking about these things, we know that we are being attacked a lot, and I was asked to talk about this too, and I'm happy to do that. I'm not just doing that for us, but mostly for those that will come after us. Because we've seen at a meeting of meteorologists, those that are in the limelight and that put the weather and the climate together, these are people that are reaching the age of 60 now. So it's easy to see when they will not be in those jobs anymore. But we need more people to come. We need students of meteorology that study these things. We need people that explain this in public, in the media, everywhere. We need meteorologists that deal with both these issues. For one thing, the scientific side, communicating this, global warming and the connections to the weather, but also the social implications, so that we can all see the bigger picture. And I found it important to talk about this because one colleague said, well, these few climate deniers, they are loud and they cause a lot of stress, but it's not so many, right? Now, if that were not actually effective, the way they talk, then we would respond in a very different way as a society, wouldn't we? And I have to briefly explain. This is Ingolf Bauer, who presents a program on the broadcaster Dreisat called Nano, 3Sat. And this piece he was asked to do for the North German broadcaster NDR. And they talked to me. Isabel Schneider talked to me, and she had a piece about Carsten Schwanke and myself to keep this communication going. But we are not the only ones. I don't intend to put myself into the center so much, but it's about people being chosen that work with public broadcasters as representatives of the whole thing. So let's just watch this. Those that don't want to hear anything about the reality of the climate and like to just cause hatred and polemics, they are becoming more radical, and the pseudo-arguments of the climate deniers are being held up. The more this happens, the stronger they defame individuals, those that carry this message. Two weather presenters tell a tale. My name is Özden Terli. I work at ZDF. I present the weather, and I am a scientifically educated meteorologist. Well, I would call myself a TV meteorologist and a science journalist. Let's now look at the amounts of rain that have come down in the last three days. Some of us have actually seen more than 400 liters. Climate change is not a local phenomenon, it is global. The issue of the climate is not just important to me, but to all of us. It is not my personal issue to talk about these things. I am actually compelled to talk about this as a meteorologist. Of course, the climate and the weather are two different things, but the system of the climate that is changing has an effect on the weather, and that changes the way the weather systems work. And that connection is very important to explain. This is not a natural phenomenon. It is caused by us humans because of the way that we live on the planet, make business on it, and change it. And what's also dangerous to diversity is the heating, the warming, that has now reached a value of around 1.2 degrees. If we did not have any carbon emissions from humanity, then the temperature on the whole of Earth would have kept to this kind of range. Last July was the warmest year since the beginning of recordings. What we see as extreme today, in about 10 years, will be the norm. There's a strong front of people that loudly fight against this, call it all a lie, and then I am called to say, no, it is true. We can see it in the measurements, and these measurements are correct. The comments, the attacks, I think, has changed in the last few years. While a few years ago it was only meteorological, climatological facts, the debate has shifted onto personal attacks. Schwanke. We were able to believe in him in the past, and I used to like him, but now he's part of these politically motivated figureheads. It starts with harmless, I don't believe you, or you will see what will come of this, threats, basically. But there are racist, offensive remarks, too. No matter how the weather is, it has to be put into this climate ideology. Is Schwanke being paid by the government? In which party is Schwanke active? All these people that work in the state media are left-green activists. I don't know what to say. I don't know where I was turned. This kind of guy calls himself a meteorologist. He is a system blabber, nothing else. I used to think that you're intelligent and you know what you say. I'm not going to read this. It is really below the belt. Another rented mouth that you don't have to listen to. Delete meteorologist and add ideologist. It doesn't need to be commented. The public broadcasters are going to continue until the mob will chase you out of the country. Now, that, I think, is a new level. The mob is supposed to chase us out of the country. Well, you try to report, they try to suppress reporting by discrediting those that do the reporting permanently. Yes, it does use strength and energy, and there are days that are really get down. And it has come to the fact that I've blocked comments by now. Climate protection, even in conservative circles, is now being depicted as something leftist, greenist, and that is a huge problem that this label has been put on that, because then I lose an important part of the conservative society if they say, I'm just not going to deal with these leftist, greenist things. I don't like that bad conscience that people are giving us all the time. At the end, we decide what we want to do, and not a few leftist, greenist functionaries. We can only bring our country forward with concrete suggestions, not with the climate blah blah. Every one of us takes the climate protection issue very seriously, but we're not doing it in such an alarmist way as the government. And the environment is not going to be breaking down tomorrow. That is our thinking. I once tweeted physics is leftist as a provocation because, of course, physics is not that. There are days where I feel that I'm part of a fight, I have to say. We're not moving forward if we keep these fronts, if these fronts keep deepening. And I don't want to be part of this, actually. Sometimes it is a struggle, sure. It's this permanent positioning and trying to hold against it. And of course, it makes no sense, this kind of fight. The climate crisis, global warming cannot be denied. This is a fight that the other side cannot win because physics is physics. And I believe that scientists, meteorologists, journalists should actually fight back against this and shouldn't tolerate everything. We have to defend ourselves if facts are not taken seriously anymore and boiled down, then we have a huge problem in society that goes far beyond the issue of science denial. Yes, and that is something that we at NANO stand for, of course. I believe what Ingolf Bauer says at the end. They are standing for that at NANO. Of course, it's a science program. But that's not the way I want to end. And I did promise that we would have a real laugh about science deniers. Let me see where this video has gone. Oh, hang on. Oh, God.
So, ich suche das jetzt.
I'm going to search it. I don't care at all. Let's have that video.
Ted Chiang. Nein. Da ist er.
Here it is. Okay, so I believe that I have to come to the end. I'm here already, but I'll just keep standing here for a while. Thank you. Okay, we've seen two videos at the end. The one shows you the problem, shows what problems we have, and the other just to give you a laugh about it. But the problem is, it is just too hardcore, and we have to deal with it more so that we can actually reach solutions, and so that we are not just frustrated completely. But this is only possible if we deal with it. If we ignore it, the problem will only get bigger. Thank you for your attention. A huge applause. Thank you, Özden Terli. We'll have a short break, and at 11:15 we will continue with Dr. Natascha Kerle. Please come back on time. It will be great. Thank you.
So, ich hatte schon mehrmals im Leben das Vergnügen und die Ehre, unsere nächste Speaker.
So now I have the honor and the pleasure to announce our next guest, and I'd call it the Natasha Kelly effect, because every time I come out more knowledgeable. She's an author who focuses on German Black history, feminism, and Afrofuturism. She has taught at different universities, German and abroad, and her book, Black White Germany, has just been published. And she will be talking about the intersections of Black history, technology, and futurism. Welcome. Welcome to the future. I'm the I'm the representation of my forefathers and my ancestors who did not have the opportunity to go to school, to study, and who would have never had the opportunity to work at a German university. I'm their vision and I'm their future. But I'm not alone. Berlin in the year 2123. Over her board computer interface, the young student Juliane gets to know that she won a travel to Saturn. Saturn isn't just the center of the galaxy, but also the birthplace of her idol Sun Ra. After some hesitation, she enters the quantum cruiser and hits up. Suddenly, she's ripped out of the fascination. There's a system crash. The vehicle is out of control. Juliana hits her head and blacks out. When she comes to, she's in rural Germany of the 18th century. People seem to know her already. There must be some confusion, she thinks. Or is there something that connects Juliana's present to her past? Juliana is the title of an Afrofuturistic short story that I published in 2024 as part of an anthology by David Mayonga on Amazon Prime. It plays in a futuristic world where the plane-computer interface and space travel have become normalcy. We have free trade zones, and robots and AI have taken over the market. Sun Ra, as the idol of the student, is a direct reference to Afrofuturism. His messages strongly influenced the first wave of the movement. The story takes an unexpected turn when the protagonist wakes up in rural Germany of the 18th century. Back then, the technical progress made it possible to explore the world, to conquer it, and to colonialize it. This was justified through racism. And what is even worse, technology and the digital, since then, have been part of Black people's life. There's no add-on, there's no computer. We were measured, we were biologized, we were parted into races, all through technology. To find out how Juliana experiences the 18th century. Whether she makes her way back, you will have to read the story. So much for that. This story is designed to provoke thought and to remember Juliana, who is a real woman who lived, loved, and suffered under the conditions of this 18th century. Apropos time travel, Afrofuturism connects the past, present, and future. Time is not linear. The future may be in the past in the form of visions that we dreamed, that we imagined, mostly in the form of freedom, being free, being human. Future, as you know it, can be ahead of us, and so on. Time in an Afrocentric context is circular. It can't be interpreted linearly. Everything is connected in the sense of the Sankofa philosophy. The artist, poet, dramaturg, and editor Philipp Cabo Köpsel shows this in exemplary fashion in his work that is about the colonial era of Germany. And he works with futuristic, proactive visions of the African future. The Transconti, the image that can be attributed to Afrofuturism, he works with the experiences of African people shaped by colonialism and exchange. He also refers to the schisms between continents and cultures. Through an Afrofuturistic lens, his work, Afropean Contemporary, is a visionary and transformative tale of Afro-European identity and experience. On the cover of the anthologies that unifies a lot of voices of the African diaspora, he makes a connection to Ilombe Ya Cameroon, a bilingual magazine that from the colonial time. This historical magazine is a source of inspiration for his artistic work on his Afro-German identity. He refers to continuity and the cultural heritage of the African diaspora in Germany, and he underlines the meaning of remembrance on reflection and empowerment. Black German history. Just one question. How many people do you know who are in these pictures? Could you say their names?
Lauter?
Say it louder. Very good.
Ja.
Yes.
Roberto Blanco?
Roberto Blanco, yes, we all know him.
Ein paar der historischen Figuren vielleicht?
Maybe some of the historical figures?
Schwarze deutsche Geschichte.
Black German history goes far beyond than what many of us think. It can't even be dated precisely because research just doesn't go as far back. How many people you recognize or do not indicator of how much information got lost
Oder eben
about Black history. After Germany lost the First World War, Germany had a collective colonial amnesia. From elementary school to secondary school to university, Black history is being disregarded. The images we know from Black history in the media are stereotypical depictions from a colonialized imagination. There were individuals and organizations in the colonial time that fought for representation, such as the African Help Association that was founded in Hamburg in 1889. It was the first German association for Black representation. It was supposed to, quote, take away the feeling of isolation from the German African Americans. It's something that many people still fight for today. But what it also shows that back then, people already had visions of the future. They fought for something, to have a future in Germany, something that takes us to Afrofuturism now. The term was coined in the 1990s, even though it has a long history within the Black community. Enslaved people dreamed, as I said in the beginning, dreamed of freedom, dreamed of being able to learn to read and write. Those are the first Afrofuturistic visions, even though the term didn't exist at the time. The Black U.S. American journalist W.E.D. Boyce, founder of Black Studies and the NAACP, lived in Berlin for a while, did his anti-racist foundation research in Berlin during German colonialism. He is one of the pioneers of Afrofuturism. Few German people know him. He is seldomly read in a sociological context. He was a pupil of Max Weber. You all know Max Weber, or do you? Yeah, there's some people nodding, some people are a bit hesitant. Dubois, you should read on this guy. I think that his teachings are very useful to us. He is one of the first anti-racist researchers of the USA. In his short story, The Comet, I did a symposium about it at the Hau Theater in Berlin. There, he already uses images of Afrofuturism on the question of to question the future of Black people. Short version of the story: a comet destroys New York. The only survivor is a Black man. He goes out to search for other survivors and finds a white woman. It's the year 1920. Segregation is in the USA. The white woman does not want anything to do with him, but she soon realizes that she needs company and can't survive on her own. They continue to go together, and they meet her father in the midst of a racist mob. The mob survived as well. The mob wants to lynch Jim, the Black man. She intervenes. He is spared. But behind the mob, his wife emerges with a dead Black child in her arms. This is where the story ends. And as a short story, it leaves a lot of room for speculation. That's also a typical motive of Afrofuturism. The story was written in 1920 in the midst of the last pandemic, when it was just ending. We know what it feels like. We all lived through it. people sat at home, didn't have the technological possibilities that we have today. In the summer of the following year, the so-called Red Summer followed. A summer full of murder, lynch murder, attacks, 38 people dead, 500 severely injured, more than 1,000 black families homeless. That is the vision, the future that Du Bois reflects in his story. During that time, Germany also underwent a period of political and social change. The First World War was over. Food was scarce. What saved people was jazz music, the music of Afrofuturism, the music that was digitized. Sun Ra, who I mentioned in the beginning, is one of the pioneers and one of the most well-known jazz musicians. When he became well-known in Germany in the 70s, he was stripped of his political power. One of the leading Afrofuturists with a clear message that people, black people, on a planet riddled by racism cannot survive. He looked for a new living space and found it on Saturn. There, he said in his music, should be a new life. These messages did not take well in Germany. The 70s, Black Panther. How many of you have seen the Hollywood blockbuster? That's quite a few people. That's a good thing. But how many of you know the comics that were written in the 60s on which the film is based? 10 years later, in the 70s, they were also published in German. They could be bought in German stores, and they were a means of communications to propagate the ideas of Afrofuturism into Germany. But it took until the 90s until the message really took to the community. The first black artists started to take up the ideas of Afrofuturism and to translate them with chalk at first and paper, sandpaper, such as Maceo does here. Maceo, an Afro-German artist who did comics with Afro-German superheroes. And in this image, you can see her Afrofuturistic imagination of an Afrofuturistic universe. Shortly afterwards, the digital space opened up, and an organic history that forever has been part of our presence here on Earth opened up for these messages to be conveyed in Germany. Afrofuturism, a digital revolution, that is the moment with the internet where political messages could be conveyed, could arrive in the communities. Jazz music that was whitewashed, stripped of its political power. The belated messages reached us through the digital space. Afronets, a mailing list, was compiled. This list exists since 1991, and it emerged from the Black German community and is a permanent factor. It's a means of communication and shaping the future. Events are being planned. Politics is being discussed. It's a means of Afrofuturism that doesn't exist just in Germany, but mainly in many Afro-diasporic communities as a means of communication. Cyber nomads went on air and conquered the digital space. The term cyber nomads was coined in the 1980s already, when the internet just started to get acceptance and usage. The idea of nomads relates to people who virtually travel the internet and move through different online communities without being bound to a physical space. Communities in different diasporas between Germany and the USA, South America, through all of Europe, start to connect, to exchange, and from the diaspora start to define a geopolitical space that goes beyond nations and questions and deconstructs power and structures. The owner, Michael Küppers Adebisi, and his partner Adit Tonkedas Adebisi started in the 1980s to give presentations like this one, to invite panel guests, all with a tiny camcorder, with a huge camcorder. And meanwhile, they have an archive of more than 2,000 video contributions, panel discussions, you name it, all in the archive. And as archives are, they preserve the past for future users.
Afrofuturism 2.0. There's after the internet, there's the social media, and now we are becoming journalists ourselves, and now we are becoming cyber nomads ourselves, travelers through digital space. Music, film, graphic representation are winning in influence. We are becoming the architects of our own life. We are forming our world. The Afrofuturism is not only an artistic expression, an creative experience, especially 2.0 movement. Yeah, so in the social media allows for Afrofuturism to expand, develop philosophies, or philosophies aren't being developed. It is becoming the subject of scientific discourse and of social movements. The most well-known Afrofuturistic movement, and I'm pretty sure that you know the Black Lives Matter movement. Where were you when George Floyd was murdered? Can you remember when you were there? We were all at home. There was a pandemic again. Time is running in a circle. Time is repeating. Black Lives Matter, a hashtag movement from the US-American activist Alicia Garza. In July 2013, she wrote, "Black people, I love you, I love us, our lives matter." The reason was the acquittal of George Zimmerman, who shot the unarmed black teenager Trayvon Martin. 1 year later, the first demonstrations also happened here in Berlin. Who of you was there, present? We are writing the year 2014. The demonstrations 2020 weren't the first. We had organized ourselves for a long time, online, digital. We were on German street Germany-wide, Europe-wide. First, after everybody was forced to stay at home in 2020, there the white mainstream public noticed what is going on. Racist police violence, structural racism, themes, topics that have finally reached the center of society. They left the virtual world and went onto the street. They started in the digital space and not the other way around. Something that really defines our community. At the same time, when the Black Lives Matter movements were starting, an online census happened by EOTO, Each One Teach One, a black library in Berlin. They asked who and which racism experience in different topics, such as work, profession, school. I brought two sections. 76% said that they're being discriminated in art and culture. 76.7% said that they were discriminated against in internet and media. The list is long, and thanks to digitalism, it's also accessible for everybody. On the base of this online questionnaire, we arrive back to reality and into your reality. The time was synchronized and the politics acted. The measures were enacted upon. I won't comment them, but that's material for a different presentation and a different debate. But I want to stay positive. At least something's happening. But we do have a very, very, very long way in front of us, and to understand this path in front of us, we have to understand the long, long, long way back into the future. I'll leave you with one last question: Who cares about the future of black people in Germany? Thank you very much, Dr. Natasha Kelly. So we'll immediately continue in English. The next
Kaltheuner. She works on the intersection of AI, geopolitics, and industrial policy. She'll be in conversation with Audrey Tang and Glenn Weil. Audrey Tang is a Taiwanese free software programmer and the inaugural Minister of Digital Affairs of Taiwan. In August 2016, Tang was invited to join Taiwan's Executive One as a minister without portfolio, making her the first transgender person and first non-binary official in the top executive cabinet, literally making history. Audrey will be in conversation with Friederike and Glenn. Glenn is an author and researcher and the founder of Radical Exchange Foundation. With Tang, he is the co-author of their just-released open-source collaborative book, Plurality, the Future of Collaborative Technology and Democracy. That's the title of this session as well. I'm very excited that they're all here. A warm welcome for Audrey, Glenn, and Friederike.
Across the world, democracy is on a decline.
Authoritarianism is on the rise.
Global freedom has eroded for the 18th consecutive year. Tom, what is your greatest hope for democracy across the globe?
That people see democracy as a social technology, something that people can construct together, that they can improve in the here and now. We can code up political systems.
The Sunflower Movement was a real turning point for Taiwan's democracy.
When the Sunflower Movement happened, I said to my colleague, I have to leave now. Democracy needs me. I brought a very long cable for internet connection. I live streamed through Twitter. Everybody saw it is possible for democracy to evolve, to come up with novel policies simply by asking the people, what should we do together? I was born with a heart defect, and one day I just fainted. I woke up in a hospital, and they told me the hole in my heart has grown. I could die. This awareness that everything can be reset tomorrow reminds me of Taiwanese democracy. We can't lose our democracy just with a couple missiles.
I think there's a lot that the world can learn from Taiwan. The US is running on a 250-year-old operating system. There is a strong desire to move beyond this and properly rethink from first principles. What would democracy in the 21st century actually look like?
We can make the government more open to the public. It'll be easier for people to access the data, to analyze it, transparency.
Audrey has created the opportunity to make Taiwan the most exciting constitutional democracy in the world.
I think it's a very critical moment. China really wants to invade Taiwan.
You're sitting on a place that is the flashpoint if there's going to be World War III. And yet there's calm in the eye of the hurricane. And that calm, I think, emanates from all that Audrey's done.
We can become co-creators of our democratic system, reconfiguring society in a way that is more transparent, more inclusive, more fair.
Thank you so much for being here, both of you. It's a real honor to be here with you. Audrey, you spoke at Republica in 2019, and I think the audience will know you most likely as the first digital minister of Taiwan. When you were here in 2019, you read your beautifully crafted job description, which I will not so beautifully summarize as your role was not just to manage digitization or digital transformation. Your role was to actively shape the future of technology and the trajectory of this future. Which stars need to align for someone who calls themselves a civic hacker to be appointed and given such a broad and ambitious mandate?
Thank you for the great question. As you saw from the trailer, the Sunflower Movement in 2014, we made a point of calling ourselves demonstrators, not protesters. Protesters are against something. Demonstrators build something new as an alternative and as an adjacent possible for people to see, oh, it is actually possible for 500,000 people on the street to actually agree on something after 3 weeks of Occupy. And so I would say that the idea here is to be at a Lagrange point between the gravity wells of government on one side and the movement on one side, and always work with the government, not just for the government, with the people, not just for the people, and not being pulled into the gravitational well of any particular center and just stay at a Lagrange point. That is the possibility that enables this kind of plurality.
It feels like a strange moment to talk about plurality in Germany. Society feels more divided, more cynical than ever. There's a real threat of a rise of fascism, authoritarianism. Something that I've been thinking when reading your book is like, what comes first? The societal condition to create and shape technology collectively? Or do you think it's the other way around?
I think the urgency that people feel from polarization in 2014 in Taiwan, the trust in our democratic institution was at 9%. And that motivated us, the civic technologists, to work on pro-social, not just anti-social, social media systems. And we started deploying those into the institution. In 2018, it's a little bit better, approval rate of democracy 20%, still not very good. But now, with the Tsai Ing-wen administration, the second term, she exited with more than half of approval, but the trust in democratic institution is at a historic high, and the three parties in our parliament after the January election don't polarize across each other. There's no room for conspiracy theory of polarizing attacks, even though that we are under the most attack by the most resourceful adversary. For 10 years now, they backfired. They had no effect. So my point is that the polarization serves as a trigger, a urgency, and we need to take a demonstrator's attitude by demoing that pro-social social media is possible.
We're also here today because the two of you wrote a book together. We can show it up. And the book is called Plurality. The book does two things. It describes the world how it is, and it also describes what our world could become. And I want to talk about both of these and start with where we are. You mention a whole range of concerns when it comes to the current state of technology. Just to mention a few: privacy and surveillance, social fragmentation, economic inequality, a lack of accountability, and the monopolization and power concentration in tech. We don't need to go through all of them, and I don't think we have the time, but my sense is from talking to policymakers, politicians in Germany, that one of these aspects really isn't widely understood. And that's how monopolized and centralized technology, especially in the infrastructure component, is. So my question to you, Glenn, as an economist, can you explain that to our audience?
Well, the tech world has a lot of different aspects to it. There is the cloud infrastructure layer. There's the production of chips that lies underneath it. There's applications that run on top of this. And there are many different kinds. There's, kind of the more AI type applications. There's the more consumer-facing applications. At almost every layer of this stack, you have some of the most concentrated markets that we've seen at that level of social centrality pretty much ever in history. Maybe late 19th century, certain aspects of the United States were equally concentrated, but it's really hard to find precedent for these. And I think the really important thing to realize is that there's nothing surprising or unpredictable about this at all. In fact, it's not just predictable, it's predicted. So the founder of the internet, J.C.R. Licklider, in 1980, wrote a paper saying that if the public investment to build these aspects of the stack was withdrawn as it was being withdrawn at the time, that you were going to end up with precisely this kind of monopolization, because as is widely understood, there are network effects, there are economies of scale that are incredibly important for this part of the internet. So if you leave it to the private sector, you're going to end up with monopolies, and that's precisely what we've ended up with.
So we know why market concentration is bad for markets. Why is it also bad for democracy?
Because you've given, antitrust is not originally about economics. The original antitrust laws in the United States, the main argument for them was that we shouldn't have a king as a political power, nor should we have a king over the production, distribution, or transportation of any of the necessities of life. And what we've done is put kings, unfortunately not enough queens, kings in charge of most of these industries. And because there is no separation between economic life and social life, because the way that we do our militaries, the way that we do our social conversations travels over the same infrastructures that economic affordances do, we've given the political power to people in a small number of geographies, in a small number of countries, with a small set of demographics, separated from most of the rest of their societies.
Your book discusses a central tension. So on the one hand, you describe technology's attack on democracy, and we talked a little bit about that now. But you also describe what you call democracy's hostility towards technology. In the German discourse, protecting rights, or like human rights, and technological innovation are often seen as diametrically opposed, that there's an inevitable trade-off between the two. I got the impression from your book that you take a very different perspective on that. So you praise European regulation, but you also criticize, and I very much agree with you, that there's a real lack of vision. Why do we need a vision? What do we gain when we have a vision? What do we lose when we don't have that?
Yeah, 数位 in traditional Mandarin in Taiwan means both digital and plural. So I was the Minister of Digital Affairs, but I'm also the Minister of Plural, like affairs. And this is an important idea because instead of seeing things as one-dimensional, like during the pandemic, many people see privacy on one side, public health on the other, and there's a dial somewhere. You have to make a choice, and it's always a bad choice because you sacrifice some fundamental values. But instead, you can fold these two into a two-dimensional axis, like origami, and then ask the people who care the most about privacy in Taiwan, in the G0V or Gov0 community, came up with their own contact tracing system that is zero knowledge. It's based on a pseudo or real number of randomly generated 15 digits. Any venue can roll a dice and generate it themselves. And you scan it, send an SMS to your local telecom, who don't know what this number represents. And the venue doesn't even know your phone number or anything else about you. But still, exposure notification can be done effectively using this SMS-based exposure notification. And it held fort until Alpha, until Delta, until the first Omicron, until we're vaccinated. And so this one small example showed that if we not from the state top down, not from the private sector, wait for Google or Apple, but ask the human rights activists what are the design specifications you want in a plural way, then you end up with people first, public-private partnerships that we then implement what the people wanted instead of doing any top-down control. There are many, many examples like that in Taiwan for collaborative fact-checking and so on, but in the interest of time, I would just stress that the digital public infrastructure must also be digital plural infrastructure.
Let's talk a little bit more about what our world could become. What I really love about your work is that the premise is that nothing about the future of technology is inevitable. In the book, you develop a concept called plurality to describe one vision of what our technological future could look like. Can you explain that to us a little bit more? What does that mean, and what does it not mean?
So maybe I do a first overview, and Glenn can add. So plurality, as I mentioned, 数位 means technology, but also technology to foster collaboration across diversity. Again, sometimes it's seen as a tension, a spectrum. You can collaborate very closely with people who are already like you, with small number of people. You can work with a lot of more diversity, but very thin, just with voting or with the market. But with plurality as the direction of technology, we can surface the bridges that bridge more people, but with the same quality of conversation. Or we can, with the same number of people, but increase the quality of conversation. For example, in Taiwan, instead of just sending survey to people with pre-sent questions, we use wiki survey. So we sent just a couple months ago 200,000 SMS to random SMS numbers, and people can code up their own survey questions to ask each other. And using a mini public, 450 people randomly stratified, sampled, a microcosm of our community, community held an online assembly facilitated by AI that doesn't compress their ideas with lossy compression like just a headline, but rather with full nuance compressed, and we just wrote it into law, into the draft. It's now in the parliament to put a stop on scams and AI deepfakes for social media. So with this new technology, we do not have to make a sacrifice on the degree of collaboration or the number of diversity. I don't know whether Glenn would like to add something.
Well, I'll just take a little bit more of sort of an academic definitional version, which is to say our idea of plurality derives from really three sources. One is the great German Jewish philosopher Hannah Arendt, who defined plurality as the fact that we are not separate individuals and a social whole, but instead a diverse set of people and a diverse set of social groups that intersect with each other. So it's that vision of what society is, not atomized and collective, but instead diverse and intersectional. Second, that there is potential energy in what often erupts as social conflict. The reason we get social conflagration is because there's energy there. But if we can build engines, as Audrey has done in Taiwan, then we can harness that for progress rather than dissipate it as conflict. So that's really the essence of plurality, and we identify it with the ideas of Arendt, Daniel Allen, and the work that Audrey's done.
I want to dive a little bit deeper into the question of what do we mean by public infrastructure? Where does the money need to go? In your book, you say you want to give money to open source and other nonprofit developers or mission-driven developers of technology. Yet many of the examples you share throughout the book, you prominently cite
X-Road or India Stack.
Exactly. But you may also mention the use of large language models throughout the book, the India Stack. So many of these examples currently depend on infrastructure, cloud, that is neither open, nor public, nor accountable, but owned by a handful of companies, Amazon, Google, Microsoft. So my question to you is, where in this stack do we need to invest so that the technology is truly plural?
Yeah, I want to push back a little bit on that because the language model that I use to reply to my email is entirely trained on my MacBook. And it runs Linux too. But anyway, the point is that we can now, with just personal computers, do fine-tuning and training for language models without the need to concentrate that. The concentration of power is a myth that many, the largest frontier labs would like to tell you that you have to run it in the cloud because the edge is not powerful enough. But technically, that is not true because I've been tuning it for the past year, right, locally. And so the local computation, the community computation, just like Linux, personal computers, Arduino, or Raspberry Pi, or things like that, is part of the maker movement. And the more we realize that the language model is just a fancy, compression algorithm that you can run on the edge, the more that we have the control back. So I think, of course, the frontier labs and so on for developing the algorithms, but those algorithms, because they are public code, we fund only the digital plural infrastructures that aligns those models to the Taiwanese norms. If you want to know details, it's called alignment assembly, where people co-create the constitutions to align those language models to the societal norm of a jurisdiction or of a community.
Well, and the thing I would add on top of that is that's absolutely correct. And it also shows the way to the investments and the answer, I think, to your question, which is at every level of the stack, and we go through it very systematically, maybe a little boring in the book, that's why it's so long, there needs to be public investment to ensure that if communities need more than what's on your personal computer, that they have the ability to network with each other, to horizontally provide that in their communities, local to their social context, without going to some abstracted and foreign, setting, not just, nationally sovereign, but within the communities, within the civil groups. And they can share those resources so they can get to the scale that they need to implement those things if their personal devices are not sufficient themselves.
Let's talk a little bit more about some of the visions that you articulate. What is an example of a practical implementation of plurality?
Yeah, so I mentioned alignment assemblies. And in addition to tuning the Taide trustworthy the AI dialogue engine to the societal norms, alignment assemblies have also been used in Taiwan, as it is in the US, by Anthropic for the Claude model to uphold justice or human rights or things like that. Because as Glenn mentioned often, and in the book also, the developers of such cutting-edge technologies, they do not share the same diversity as the actual population. So even though, like people in Anthropic, they have a constitution of their AI drawn from the UN Human Rights Declaration and so on, it may not actually reflect what people want from the interactions with AI models. So with the same alignment assembly way, they sampled 1,000 statistically representative Americans and a lot more rights, like people with different abilities. Like, why do AI assume that people are walking, whereas some people are not walking but in a wheelchair or different vehicles and so on? Many, many different facets of life can be surfaced if you ask the people and use this kind of nuanced compression to ensure that they end up working with each other to surface the bridging ideas. Now, this bridging idea is also used in X.com for community nodes as like a jury duty, right? But think about if we make community nodes the primary interface for social media across different social media that must be interoperable with each other. That will be also a change, and the Taiwanese COFAX community is working on that sort of a vision. And so there are many, many different ideas used in Taiwan, but they all hinge on the idea of bridge making, first across short distances, but then over longer distances, so people that were originally opposing each other can find the understandings to where they can push something common forward.
And the other thing I would emphasize is that the point of bridge making is not solely to bring more consensus. It's actually to bring more division, but a new kind of division. Because if we can, across the things that usually divide us, find bridges, we actually find new social divisions between the bridge and the other side of that divide, so that we have more conflict, but more diverse conflict. Conflict that brings us together on some things and apart on other things with everyone, so that there is a fabric in society where we can always find alliances and also always find points on which we can gain by conversation across those differences.
Your book comes at a very critical time where countries around the world are shifting away a little bit from neoliberalism towards industrial policy, a broad term that includes public investments. So on the one hand, that also comes with risks. So we could, on the one hand, mobilize public money to create radically different alternative visions of our technological future. We could also end up in a very different place. And that could be what it currently looks like, is that we're heading towards an AI arms race, where countries compete for national champions and monopolists, where there's a real risk that all this public money ends up primarily benefiting the 3-5 companies that are already dominating this economy. What do we need to do to stop that?
Well, I mean, in Taiwan, we invest for high schools or even primary schools this idea of digital competence, not literacy. Literacy is when you consume, competence is when you make, when you co-produce. And we offer public compute, part of the National Center for High-Speed Computation. And so if you offer public compute to the most local people, and these are often under 18 years old, and through ideas like Ideathon or presidential hackathon, where they can choose to implement something that works for their district or their municipality, and then the president pre-commits to give the top 5 team chosen by quadratic voting and the new democratic methods and so on, so that their idea, there's no cash money, there is no prize for the presidential hackathon other than the projector that shows the president giving you the trophy. It's very honorary, but the promise really is to turn that local infrastructure, local proof of concept, into the public digital infrastructure of the next fiscal year. Because we succeeded in telling our audit office and our budget office that this is the same pocket of money as highway, as bridges, as airports. They're exactly like airports, actually, where you can connect to different parts of the world and so on. So with these pockets of money, actually, the civic innovators are maybe not the best one to operationalize or to maintain and things like that, but they're the best to design the specification in a right-affirming way. So by separating the discover and define with the develop and deliver and use public budget for this, we amplify even the 15-year-old, 16-year-old. There are many of them in the book as co-authors and co-writer and co-designers to feel they're already part of democracy. And that, I think, is also a societal resilience policy, not just industry policy for local startups. It's more zebra and less unicorns, but we also have some unicorns that grow from zebras.
I love that. More zebras. We talked about this before, but I want to follow up once more. So your vision is different from what is often understood as public digital infrastructure in policy debates. We've had lots of panels here at Republica this year that highlighted some of the negative versions of public digital services. There was an Amnesty Algorithm Watch discussion on automating public services that led to exclusion. You talked about it before, but just for all clarity, how do we avoid these outcomes?
Well, one thing I just want to emphasize is it's very important. I think, frankly, the sort of tech-critical world has emphasized a lot this idea of public. And this idea of public is useful. But you have to understand there isn't public, there's publics. This is very important because public makes you think the government, the nation state. This is the monolithic one public. But as John Dewey emphasized in his wonderful book all the way back in 1927, as new technologies come into existence, we're interdependent in new ways. And this means that there are new publics that come into existence. And what we have to do is not just empower the public. There is no public. There are many, many publics. And if we can empower and keep in mind those different publics, I think we can mitigate a lot of the harms that come from one monolithic nation-based notion of what the public is.
And my last question is to you, Audrey. You are no longer the digital minister of Taiwan.
Not of Thailand either, actually.
And not of Thailand either. What have you learned? Is there anything you would have done differently? And what advice do you have for the audience, for Europe, for Germany, for other countries around the world?
Thank you. I think the one lesson I learned is that there's so many creativity, innovation, and power of justice within the ranks of the career public service. It was just because they're silent. They're required to be silent in many cases where they cannot just write an op-ed or something. But there are many innovators, many creators. I mentioned alignment assemblies that works for the AI models, for the social media harms and things like that. But actually this kind of mini-public or internal democracy is also something we practice in the ministry also. Of the 6,000 permanent workers, the public service is about 600. The others are institutional people and so on. But they can feedback useful policy suggestions into the 600. And even the 600 can start internal petitions. 30 people will force a ministerial live stream response, and 100 will force a policy change. And so just by implementing pseudonymous bridge making algorithms internally in your community, in your organization of 6,000 people or 600 people, you can get so much creativity, so agile in the policies that I didn't know before entering the bureaucracy. That was to me a very rigid word. But as I become digital minister and work with them for 7.5 years, they're every bit as creative if you just give them a safe space to express that creativity.
And just to elaborate on that, I think one thing that's incredibly powerful about what they did in Taiwan is that, many people say, well, how can you get the government civil servants to relinquish the power to the civil sector, to the hackathons and so forth? But actually, often, the public servants are the most excited about that opportunity because they don't have the chance to express their creativity. And that opportunity of that hackathon is actually the chance for them to get out there and break the boundaries that they have. And this is, I think, why Audrey calls herself a conservative anarchist. Because the reality is that being an anarchist is not, in this sense, really about breaking down the state. It's about saying that there isn't a state to begin with. There are a diverse set of people working and constrained by this imaginary of the state. And that if we can actually conserve their abilities rather than overriding them with this imaginary of the state, we actually free them to embrace the creativity that is latent in their structure.
Yeah, just to break the hallucination of the state, yes.
One last word from you before we finish.
Sure. So I would still like to quote from my original job description, if you are okay.
Please.
Okay. So when we see the Internet of Things, let's make it the Internet of Beings. When we see virtual reality, let's make it a shared reality. When we see machine learning, let's make it collaborative learning. When we see user experience, let's make it about human experience. And whenever we hear the singularity is near, let's always remember the plurality is here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Friederike, Glenn, and Audrey for this illuminating panel. If you want to continue the conversation, the three of them are at the F5 Alliance booth in C3 in the main hall. I don't know what any of those words mean, but I trust that you will find it and you can continue the conversation with them. Wir machen eine kurze Pause. Um 12:30 Uhr geht es hier weiter mit Johnny Häusler und Karl Lauterbach. Wir sehen uns gleich. So, jetzt darf ich einen OG der Republika und einen OG der SPD auf die Bühne bitten. Johnny Häusler im Gespräch.
So, now I'm able to introduce someone who's been with Republika forever and someone who's been with SPD, a German party, forever. Johnny Häusler talking to our health minister, Karl Lauterbach. Hello, welcome. Hi, there's applause.
Herzlich willkommen.
Welcome, everyone. I'm really happy that it's so crowded here. Good morning. Do we still say good morning? Depends on how your Republika has gone so far. I will say good morning. Mr. Lauterbach, thank you for taking the time. I know you're very busy, and we're really, really happy that you've made it.
Ich habe mich ein bisschen in der Community umgehört.
I asked the community a little bit. There's so many different questions, very, very small questions and very, very big topics as well. It's not as central, social media, as it used to be. But you're still active on Twitter, right? Yes. This year and also in the future. I don't want to leave these channels to the right-wing people and the fake news producers. There's still really good, responsible people there, and I don't want to. I don't want to leave these parties. Okay, I have to say, there's something around how it should work for them, but there's many community questions about cannabis, but I have to disappoint you. I don't want to talk about this for 30 minutes. It's a really, we have many important topics, but still, cannabis legalization is one of the few topics where the Traffic Light Coalition has actually agreed to. Well, there's so many we could actually mention. Can you just explain to us what kind of additions will there be? What kind of corrections will there be? Now, there might be additions, but in my opinion, cannabis consumption has actually been part of German society for a while, and we have to sort of allow consumption by adults, but there's still a problem with protecting minors who shouldn't be sort of using cannabis. And what we're trying to do is people who are able to make the decision to be able to get a lot of cannabis, to be able to get cannabis, but without having to sort of build up a huge market. And we want to bring this out of this taboo zone because we sort of pretended that this problem wasn't happening with kids and teens, and where we really criminalized people who we shouldn't have criminalized if we compare to alcohol or other drugs. Then this is really something that for adults, we really need to accept it the same way as these other drugs. There's a couple of topics where we're thinking, why hasn't it been before? Why did it take so long? Mr. Lauterbach, when will paragraph 218 be nixed? Paragraph 218, for those that don't know, is the German paragraph that means that abortions are actually forbidden, but if you do them within a certain time frame, then you won't be prosecuted for them. Now, we are actually currently discussing this very, very much. One thing that doesn't work that we can't do is that even though it is currently legal and in theory the law states that you're allowed to do an abortion, it's still very, very difficult for women to actually access this abortion. And this is something that can't be the case. So this debate we're currently having. But this debate, when I was 10 years old, the Stern cover picture existed. So we've been having this debate for 50 years. Shouldn't we stop it at one point? Well, there's some things that have changed. Laws have changed. The way these laws are applied have changed. It was a part of a guideline that was published. It was that basically said that it is very, very difficult to even justify why abortion is illegal today. There's many arguments to nix the sort of illegality of abortion. We need to debate this. We need to analyze this. But actually, this is a Bundestag task. This isn't something that the government can do. These are really central questions that we need to decide. The worst thing we could do is to look into this, to sort of have a party political discussion on these questions, to think of how different parties are thinking about this. What we don't need is party politics. What we need is actually an ethical discussion in the Bundestag, where then members of parliament can decide based on their ethics, based on their conscience. It can't become a part of sort of party politics where parties try to use this decision to get voters. For transparency, I say that for 30 years I have been insured privately. As a freelancer, I've made this decision back then. I think it has changed, where I have seen sort of, where I've experienced that I walked past a walking room, a sitting room of a doctor's with lots of people waiting, because I'm privately insured, I was sort of put up front. And I don't want this. So when does this happen? When does this two-tier model of medicine stop? So I have been trying to get a really common insurance policy going for years and years. I studied under John Rawls in the US, who really emphasized that people need to have the same opportunities when it comes to education, when it comes to health. It can't be that the quality offered depends on where you're coming from, in both education and in health. In health, of course, what needs to decide this, the deciding factor needs to be the medical situation. It can't depend on whether you're from a educated household, whether you have a lot of money. That's why I believe that having public insurance, similar to the National Health Service, is something that we need. And this idea of justice that we have is really being violated every time that people experience something like you have experienced. And this is a fight of lobbyists against a system that people really want, that our people really want. I believe you've mentioned lobbyists that really have a lot of money, and this is contrary to other interest groups. What about sort of community nursing, money for caring for someone? We can't only reduce sort of hospitals if other systems don't start working. Can you say something about money for caring, community caring, these kind of kiosks? Are these still happening? There's many topics now. First of all, I want to talk about lobbyism first. People say that I am not as inviting towards lobbyists, which I believe is also the reason In the past, we've actually let lobbyists left too much room for lobbyism. Health is actually a very, very lobbied part. There's a lot of lobbyism there. If we're looking into health, into insurance, then the market is roughly 450 billion euros. It's roughly the same size as the entire household of the government. That includes family, that includes household, that includes defense. It's the same size as the health market. So whenever we're talking about, it's always about billions. And in the past, lobby groups have also often sort of had this strategy that they want to, that if they can't avoid these laws, then they will make sure that these laws won't actually be as effective as they might be. There's lots of laws that have been enacted in recent years. And then in the last minute, lobbyists were able to really diffuse this bomb. The law is basically the bomb. And I've looked into sort of a lot of different areas. I've tried to pull in a lot of people who from the outside had worked against this. So what we now don't want anymore is to have these laws really weakened, really castrated by lobbyists. You can like or not like laws, but if they are coming, then they should be efficient. They should be effective. Are you planning, or what's your view on ending homeopathy and chiropractor care in Germany? I have a very clear position there. And this is, in many things, really, we're running out of time. Climate change, in renewable energy, the health system. The path we're on, we can only sort of walk through it if we have light. And the only light we can really trust is science. And if in one of these really, really important areas so that people believe us, and we're saying homeopathy is paid by sort of national insurance, then we're actually dissing science. We're actually not trusting science, and I don't think we should do that. I think I forgot to say this at the end. We will open the microphones for the last 10-15 minutes, and I'm really excited when people like you ask questions, because, to be honest, I forget quite a lot of things. So a while ago, you mentioned that you're really an AI nerd. And I was warned that I need to sort of put the brakes on when it becomes too technical. Skilled workers, we are missing skilled workers. How are we managing to sort of make these kind of care jobs attractive? People have burnout. Maybe it's not always about the money. They might be looking for a new job. How can we get better structures within these care jobs? This is a really important point, and we're currently working on a law, a care competency law. In Germany, we have a very special situation that people who have these care jobs, really nurses, for instance, really have been educated very well, but in actuality, they can only do a very small part of the work without being sort of supervised by the doctor. We traditionally have a really strict hierarchy between doctors and nurses and other care workers, and with this new law, many nurses could do a lot more. They could, for instance, write some prescriptions. They could adapt insulin doses. If you have an additional certification without necessarily needing a doctor to supervise you. And I think this is something that we really need very urgently, because currently we have this situation that care workers and nurses from the outside will tell them, don't go to Scandinavia, don't go to England, don't go to the US, come to Germany. We are really advertising on the international market of nurses. There's countries that have a lot of different nurses that are being educated currently than these countries need, because they have a very young populations. We're not actually we're not actually taking something from countries that would need them themselves. For doctors, we are actually taking doctors away from other countries who would need them themselves. And I think this is a very unethical business. But in nursing and in care, in actuality, there's lots of there's countries that are really educating a lot, and these are on the market, and we need to win them. And if you come to Germany, then you're paid worse. You may do fewer things. You need to show that you speak the pretty difficult German language. We don't have spots in nursery for your kids, but please, still come. And this will surprise everyone. This strategy has not worked. Has not worked. Why? Because obviously these nurses aren't stupid. And we need to become honest. We need to pay better. We need to acknowledge their competency. We need to provide nursery spots. And we need to also move away from everyone needs to show that they already speak the language before even coming, but instead that they can learn German on the spot, on the job. And with these four things of having sort of assuming competency, the language not needing to be there, having enough nursery spots, and better pay, we're becoming a lot more attractive for people who are already in Germany and also for people to attract. If we go along this way and we go along this path, then people will stay in nursing in Germany, and this is why we have this new law that will come in the next couple of weeks.
You said that strategies in many cases you named didn't work. In the last years, we realized that there's things happening we're not prepared for. Of course, I'm talking about the COVID situation, and it's still being worked on. And we have to look at the mistakes we made. But the big question is, it's not the last pandemic we had. Maybe we'll have even bigger catastrophes at some point. How can we make sure to be better prepared next time? Well, that leads me to a really important thing. I've been to Geneva at the World Health Summit, and there's a contract being made, a pandemic contract that all 169 countries are signing. Well, that people should sign it, let's say so. It's all about warmer countries should be supported, poorer countries should be supported, and to be able to do something, and that the rich North supports those countries, and also guarantee that in case a pandemic is happening, that it can't be. It's not like being prepared for this, but if it comes to this, we're giving you fast vaccinations and safety material And we worked on this for 2 years to make sure the world is better prepared for future pandemics, that it will come for 100%, and also the climate change. I mean, the number of pandemics will rise. So we can't really tell when this is happening, but there's a reservoir of many viruses that hasn't transferred to humans, but animals and humans and everything else around it is changing their habitat. And sometimes they might change that they can be transferred to humans. So the pandemics will happen again. And we discussed for 2 days, but this treaty has failed again. This is extremely depressing, because if we look at the case, okay, we had a pandemic, we were not really well prepared, things happened uncoordinated, and we didn't react properly, and it wasn't really well distributed that people could take care of it. And if we have if we try to start such a treaty and to start up such a treaty, this is a catastrophe, and I really hope the days we still have, like this meeting is still happening, and I'm also discussing with Annalena Baerbock, and I really hope that we at least get some kind of time frame until when this treaty is ready. So if we go outside again, if we part again, and we don't have a plan how things are happening in the future, during the next pandemic we're even worse prepared, and on a technical basis we're not well off. And if we have 10 to 15 people against vaccinations, and even crazy people we found, it's even getting more difficult that we can handle a pandemic, and that's not supposed to happen. Well, welcome to our call. Hope dies at last. Well, prevention, I talked about that. The boomer claw. What's wrong with us? No. The boomer claw. I didn't know where I picked it up, but I don't know if it's from you. My generation was pretty birth strange, and the boomers need medical care, but care persons in the boomer area and doctors are dying. The number of sick boomers has to be supported, but it's nearly impossible at the moment. So this is, in a nutshell, the boomer claw, and how can we manage this? Something that has been a big mistake. I don't want to say that, okay, we've already known that. No. We didn't educate enough people in medicine. Well, you need a spot at university. It's 200,000 euros. It's too expensive for us. We don't invest it. But the numerus clausus is also a problem. But this is not the thing in this case. We can also have different systems to get in. But the number of university spots for medicinal things is not high enough. It's usually a thing of the federal states. But we say it's much too expensive, so we should rather take the doctor from Namibia or from Syria. So these countries have paid, and we take the doctor. And this is completely unethical, because we steal the poor countries of this country, of the world, the doctors. We have many doctors in the system, and many, especially in operative areas, like where people take care of patients, and many of them have a foreign background. But over the years, we took the doctors from the outside and from other countries, and situations that have been precarious anyway have gotten worse. And this is completely unethical. We can't do that. We need like 5,000 more spots at universities for doctors, so we can also like loosen the numerous clauses.
Okay, now I'll give you 5 minutes for being an AI nerd, because how can we ensure nursing and care? And I think this is really related to digitization, to AI, maybe even robotics. How can we make that possible, and as much as possible not within the next 10 years? Not that it's only active in 10 years. Now, the disappointing news for you is that AI will have a really big role within medicine, but in care and in nursing, the role will be the smallest. I think the this care robot is really more of an image. It's not really something that happens. A lot of care tasks cannot be done by a robot, and really only people who have not done nursing, who have not done this kind of care work in the past, are really those that are saying, well, let's have robots do the nursing. Maybe in data processing, yes, in data processing, there are really good AI systems. In some of them, from talking to from patient talking, AI is actually able to distill all the information and create all of the documentation itself. When talking between the doctor and the patient, the documentation can already be built up directly through just talking. And this is indeed making work a lot easier. Maybe the doctor and nurse might still need to take a look at the final report, but this is a lot. This will make their work a lot less difficult. And there's German startups that are really, really good there, where we have a big German startup scene. But actually, most of the nursing, most of the care work is still being done by people and will need to be done by people. But we have up to 30% of the time of the nursing time is actually being spent on documentation. And this 30% AI is actually able to just get rid of. And this is indeed very good, because it will allow us to save this time and to utilize it for nursing and care. Now, I was prepared for a lot more work, for a lot more technology when you warned me. So I really want to open the presentation for you, because I saw that there were so many different questions, and maybe I won't be able to ask that many questions. So let's open the questions. Who has the microphone? Oh, there's someone. Can you just go to the first row, and then we'll take a look. And then maybe to the second row. Hi, Mr. Lauterbacher. One question for you. You said we will have an additional pandemic with 100%, for sure. When are we getting prevention for nurseries and for schools? Yeah, that's a really good question. This is maybe HVAC, this kind of filter or supervision to make sure that there's enough nurses there, and also maybe educators there, so that people who are sick don't have to go to work. All of these things are really important and difficult, but preventing a pandemic is only possible if you know what kind of pandemic is coming. You can't really prevent and sort of prepare for any kind of pandemic. What is really important is we actually officially left the pandemic, but there's actually 500,000 people who are living with long COVID. And it's really important for us to sort of really make sure these people with long COVID, we're not leaving them behind. And we're taking care of them. And I think this is really something that makes it really difficult. And this is something that is difficult for me to see. With those 150 million, we have actually managed to devote some of that money to long COVID research. But even in Europe, there's not a lot of research on long COVID. So now we have a situation where the largest losers of the pandemic, those that are still alive, of course, those that didn't die, the long COVID sufferers which also includes kids, by the way. And there we really have a responsibility. And a lot of those are nurses, are teachers, that many women in these care areas have gotten COVID in their job and have developed long COVID as a result of that. And we can't leave them behind. What about mental health? A couple of weeks ago, there was a pact for suicide prevention. What we need a lot more is therapy, and especially therapy that is approved for national insurance. I know this is a bigger problem with sort of this kind of insurance approved, but especially in therapy, it is really, really difficult. And we have a lot of people who aren't able to find help, and therefore only therefore are going to bridges and really jumping from bridges. Now, first of all, I'm not being paid for believing, I'm being paid for doing stuff. And to be honest, okay, I shouldn't sort of criticize other people. Now, during my tenure, we have a new law that is about building up additional therapy spots. Especially, you can get insurance if you need people, if you are especially taking care of people within this kind of crisis situation, if you have people with drug experience, if you try to sort of offer therapy for people with socioeconomic problems, for people with especially severe mental health problems. Currently, the people that need therapy the most, they're not getting therapy. And we're not making that possible by just asking and begging therapists to take these patients on. So what we're doing now is to add additional therapists that are, and we're asking therapists to sort of allow them to get registered as a therapist that will be paid by the by national insurance, so that if you're willing to take on these really crisis patients, then you can even open a therapy, just like a therapy outlet, even in areas where, according to sort of the law, there's actually enough, there's already enough therapists. In addition, for the first time, we're actually planning for how much demand our kids and children, do kids and children need for this kind of therapy. And I think this is really a scandal that we didn't do that before, that we didn't look at kids and children in particular before. And we have sort of looked into this, and we have built up a system where we discussed with different societies where therapists are active. So I can say that we are indeed improving this. The law is already in cabinet, and I can say that we are improving this situation. There's a question over there and a question over there. Sometimes I'm wondering if we shouldn't open these formats from the beginning.
Ich finde wirklich, dass das Format.
Because I think we are. I am really proud. Okay, the longer I talk, the less time you guys have. My name is Diana. I work at a nursing home, and we're always asking for this kind of generalist education. What we're seeing in the last couple of years is that people who are doing this kind of education, who are doing this apprenticeship, are not able to follow up. Schools aren't able to follow up. Currently, there's like 48% of people are quitting their jobs, and everyone who we are educating, we are educating in our nursing home, they really really like the hospital, and they are going to hospitals then, and this is getting worse and worse. Yes, there's two laws we're currently building up. One is this nursing competency law, and then the other one is the nursing assistance law, because we don't only need people who have done an education in nursing, but we also need assistants. And we can't sort of play the educated against the assistants against each other, because we think there are really important tasks that a lot of these assistants are doing. But in terms of this generalized education that we're now doing, because much of this content can't be educated to people. People can't grasp it within this time frame with this small number of educators that we have. So we need to think of where some of the stuff that we're doing can become more practical, because a lot of that about sort of the quitting and stuff like that is really about a lot of the theory that is being taught, and the theory isn't as relevant. A lot of this isn't as relevant for actually becoming a nurse, for actually doing the nursing, but instead this kind of practical skills that we need to introduce more into these apprenticeships. We need to build up a second apprenticeship that is for sort of nursing assistants. Who's next? How do you decide? Someone with headphones, please.
Hi, ich bin Tay. Ich bin mit meiner Schulklasse, also mit meinem Kurs hier.
Hi, I'm Tay. I'm here with my course from school. And I wanted to ask, sort of, how are you planning on financing more spots for medical studies, for med school? And how are you planning on sort of dealing with a lot of people quitting sort of medicine? Now, compared to other studies, quitting medicine, there isn't as much of a high number. What the proposal that I have made, because we need more spots, is that the central government and a number of and a cluster of these kind of federal counties, the Länder, that they come together to finance these kind of medical school spots, and that we change some of the numerous clauses and instead sort of include more of social work, other types of work that people have done that they have demonstrated their commitment to social work, to introduce more spots, introducing, sort of including both the federal lender and also the insurance providers. And what we're seeing is that in terms of the quality that we want, we're missing roughly 50,000 doctors to sort of care for all of the baby boomers. And this is a really, really difficult thing. I have made some suggestions. We're currently in the parliamentarian process. I'm hoping we'll manage to do that. I think this would be a really, really responsible thing. I think it is great that we have a lot of people who are willing to do med school, who are willing to become doctors, who want to do research. We have a lot of people who want to do that, but we don't have the spots for them to study it.
Well, it's difficult. Maybe the person with the orange lanyard, the standing person. Okay. I have one question. When you talked about care, you talked about professional care. When I look at the statistics, there's over 84% are cared for. Like, does it also belong to the topic of care? Do we have any rights, or just do we have to? Is care walking on the quicksand of subsidiarity? Does it have a future? Wouldn't be like family care? Wouldn't it be a really important topic when it comes to care? So 2 things about this. I think it's really important that the next of kin help each other. Belongs to the social security. For example, if you prepare for your age when it comes to money, for example, if next of kin care for others, the state should pay for some of it, and if relatives are taking care of the care, the least we can do is to use tax money for this, if we want to support them sufficiently, especially when it comes to pensions. We don't want to have people care for their elderly, and it's not good to make them suffer in the end when they are old. The second thing is we're working on the Care Competence Act, and there's one thing we're doing a lot better, in my opinion. It's a stimulant care. It's a care that's where people who need care are in a nursing home. It's more like some kind of shared living, where relatives can take care for their people, and when they can't do that 24/7, for example, if they have like work or something else, then a care service can do that, and this can be used until the highest care grade, until the last days of their life. They can live in their own flat, and only that care can deduct it with professionals that relatives can't do. This is something people wish for, because it's if I'm caring relative, what happens when I can't do it? What happens when I'm sick, when I'm on holidays? What happens when the need for care is higher than I can meet the demand? So we need to support care, and we have to replace care, and care is increasing, and in these spots it can be paid by the care insurance, and I think this is a good system. If you will, this is third way compared to care at home and the care in a nursing home. And the stimulant care, for example, in Baden-Württemberg, the Care Competence Act we have This is caring relatives want this as a security option. So we can't have any more questions. I know your calendar is pretty full already. I know we haven't talked about so many topics, but we got an idea how many topics there are in your area. Thank you all for listening, and thank you for taking the time to be here at Republica. Well, this is Karl Lauterbach, the German health minister.
So, vielen Dank, Johnny Häusler und Karl Lauterbach.
We're having a quick break, but we carry on in 15 minutes at 13:30.
Hello, hello, hello. We're back again. Ja, gerne. Nehme ich. I'm really excited to welcome our next speaker to the stage, Ramesh Srinivasan. He's a professor at UCLA Department of Information Studies, and he will guide us through the session titled The Limits of Calculation and Datafication Towards Technologies of Life. He'll be joined by Géraldine de Bastion later for a Q&A, but first, help me welcome Ramesh to the stage.
All right. Hi, everybody. It's great to be with you all today. I'm going to take us on a bit of a wild tour here that tries to start with a big question. I think many of us have this feeling, this sense today that our lives are being represented to us in ways that are somewhat strange, right? We're getting these feedbacks that occur as we look and turn to different apps, different services, different systems. And a lot of that feedback, those systems that are coming back to us, are representing us through data, through datafication, through a series of ones and zeros that are being captured about us pretty much no matter what we do, right? Or maybe what we don't do as well. And we leave these digital footprints in all sorts of facets of our lives. When we use a credit card, when we use a discount card at a supermarket, when we're picked up by a surveillance camera, when we obviously selfie incriminate, post things online, right? So the big question that I want to grapple with, and I want us to push past, is the question of the datafication of our lives and the sense that that might be separating us and dispossessing us in a certain sense from others, from systems, from non-humans, meaning plants, animals, fungi, the planet that we live upon, as well as in a sense from ourselves. So I want to ask what's at stake and what's beyond this, and whether it's possible also to recover the term technology. Recover the term technology and take it back to where it has stood for many, many millennia, and still stands for in many facets, many parts of the world today, and maybe even parts of our own lives, as technologies, as bridges, as revealing of knowledge, of opening up the world, building bridges between beings, building bridges even between ourselves and ourselves. So some ways you can stay in touch with me is through the Twitter handle. I just showed that. That's ways you can stay in contact with me. And another way is also through my new podcast. All right, cool. So this is a podcast that I've just released a couple months ago, and the goal of the podcast is to introduce voices that are really doubling down on creativity. I think this is also one of the big themes today that many of us are grappling with, where especially as more and more of our lives are being unfolded and told to us through these digital platforms and systems, we're being overwhelmed. We're trying to do too many things at the same time. In a sense, our brains are a little bit shocked by all that we're trying to process. So what does it mean to double down on creativity? What does it mean to double down on creativity as an aspect of being human, creativity as an aspect of being alive, and also care, right? So the tagline of this podcast is care and repair. And I'm going to touch on both those themes later in this talk today. And this podcast features conversations with leading civil rights figures in the US, like Dr. Cornel West, who is running as an independent for president, Representative Ro Khanna, who's a progressive member of the US Congress, journalists who are looking at AI issues like Kevin Roose, progressive feminist monks, punk rockers. It's a sort of random assemblage of many of the different forces and influences that shape me and who I am. Okay. So I want to start with just a little shout out to a book that came out not so long ago by the journalist Naomi Klein. I have aspects of Naomi Klein's work that I like a lot, some which I don't like as much, but this is a book that I think is sort of, in certain ways, I think it's appropriate for our times. It's a book called Doppelganger. And in this book, Naomi Klein describes what she calls a mirror world. This kind of weird world that we're experiencing, right? And so she says, in this mirror world, attention is being detracted from the billionaires who fund networks of misinformation and away from the economic policies, deregulation, privatization, austerity that have stratified wealth so much in today's neoliberal era. And many of us know that digital technologies, at least big tech technologies, and part of the goal is to rescue technology from big tech in my talk today. But many of us know that big tech systems are more and more isolating us in many different ways, right? So we see sort of this populism, this rage machine that is emerging more and more, being directed in a neo-fascist way toward those who are most vulnerable in our societies, in our planet, indigenous peoples, queer peoples, etc., activists, people of color. And I'm from the United States, so we're really in the face of the Leviathan when it comes to these issues. But the point I think Klein is making that is useful, just as a sort of kind of conceptual lens into our time, is this mirror world. We're all looking at these screens, or these screens are looking at us, so to speak, metaphorically at least. But what is the world that is being presented to us on these? And is it the actual representation of reality, right? Or is it sort of an odd, strange, sort of perversion of reality? And what are the forces that are pulling us into these mirror worlds? And how do we break past these, right? So this is really tied to the core kind of concept that I want to push out in this talk, which is really exciting for me, which is tied to the work of Achille Mbembe, who's a Cameroon-based philosopher who I have spent some time with and worked with. He's given some talks here in Europe, of course, quite influential. And Mbembe is asking big questions about our world, our planet right now, right? And he's asking questions about borders and borderlessness. Who gets to move and who does not get to move, right? As we all know, some bodies get to move, right? Get to move, and some don't get to move, right? I mean, I'm American, as I mentioned. The US-Mexico border is a border that's it's a carceral border. It's a border that is about the restriction, the anti-circulation of movement. And in a sense, that border is not just at the border of US and Mexico, it's actually at the border of Mexico and Guatemala, or we could even say further into Central America. But borders don't just exist in physical spaces, they also exist in biometric systems, in digital systems, in algorithmic systems, in systems that attempt to individuate, contain, and basically represent the self as a series of quantification. Quantification meaning numbers, ones and zeros. And this is critical because as we become more and more represented by quantification, numbers, we also become more and more the subject of systems of calculation. And this is something I was alluding to yesterday when I watched one of the keynotes. More and more calculation, right? Which means I have a series of data points about you, sir, for example. I don't, but let's say I did. And now because I have these data points, I can correlate those data points. I can compare you. I can aggregate you. I can order you. This is directly tied to classic critiques of biopolitics, for example, from Foucault, right? The ordering of things, the ordering of knowledge. Right? So the point I'm trying to make here is it's not just a concern around surveillance, and the surveillance is not the Big Brother model. It's more the Aldous Huxley model. It's more like data is being gathered at all times. But part of the reason why such surveillance is occurring is so that people can be compared and ordered and bodies can be disciplined in different ways. And so Achille Mbembe attempts to push past this in his super powerful thinking, and he's been the hugest influence on me over the last few years as a colleague of his. He asked the question, how do we repair this planet? Meaning take things that have been pulled apart and bring them back together. If you look at the etymology of the word repair, it's about bringing things back together. How do we guarantee and support the movement of all beings, given that more and more of the planet is not inhabitable, right? And how do we support the mobility and move toward this utopian vision, and that's why my podcast is called Utopias, of a world that is borderless. Okay, so when I say borderless, I don't mean that no borders can exist. I mean that borders are negotiated. Borders are meant to be crossed. They're negotiated, right? So as we look at digital spaces, physical spaces, hybrid spaces of all kinds, we need to think about how can ideas move, how can people move, and movement is not just physical, but it's also in online and mediated spaces. And the reason why I'm saying all of this, I know I started a little philosophical because that really influences me, is I want to describe 3 types of borders that are occurring right now and 3 types of ways to obliterate those borders. And in so doing, I hope to recover the term technology from the ways it's been stolen from us, quite honestly, by big tech. Border one, quantification, datafication, calculation. These are all terms I was already touching on. It's really hard these days not to think of ourselves as living in some sort of era. We're in the era of AI. We're in the age of AI. These sort of discourses, in a sense, create some sort of sense of surrender, right? Like, I'm in the world of AI, so AI will be governing my life. But what are we actually talking about when we talk about AI? Every major tech company, when I wrote my last book, which came out in 2019, describes itself as an AI company. And I think that's very interesting. Because in the past, about 20 years ago, I was an AI developer. So let's just go back to the previous slide. So what do they mean when they say that we're an AI company, right? That they are AI companies. What kind of AI is actually being discussed? So we want to talk about this AI that is kind of capturing everybody's minds and attention today. We actually have to talk about AI that's simply built on correlation, or what some computer scientists, like our colleague Timnit Gebru, describes as stochastic parroting. Parroting. So what do parrots do? I say something, Polly want a cracker? Polly want a cracker, right? It mimics our expression, but it's stochastic. So that which is mimicked is based on what we call stochastic systems, or probabilistic inference. So if my friend Matsi, who's sitting here in the 4th row, says something to me, it might mine our previous conversations to make predictions on what I could say back to Matsi. And therefore, we can create these virtual versions of ourselves, trust me, I don't like any of this, that are flattened representations of ourselves using correlation. You can imagine how this is a border, right? This is a border, but this is a dissociative border, a dispossession border from ourselves. From ourselves, right? Because part of being like a human is I get to be who I want in whatever context I want, as much as possible, right? But in here, we just have data traces creating flattened representations of selves. And the reason why this is very, very important is this is creating more and more distancing. It's removing us further and further from a sense of materiality, from voice, from power, from real inclusion, from real dialogue. And 20-something years ago, I was a student of this guy, Marvin Minsky, who's a very well-known founding figure of AI. He used to call me a hippie in class, make fun of me, things like that, because I'd be like, look, Dr. Minsky, not all knowledge is rational. Like, not all knowledge is rational. Knowledge is also embodied. It's situated. It's relational, meaning like what I know and you know will be based on our conversation we have right now. I can feel your energy. You can feel mine, right? That's knowledge. It's collectively produced. It's situated. Dr. Minsky basically said all knowledge should be built upon logical axioms, and the history of AI was the attempt to try to build logic computing systems that could actually do things that humans would do, but in very narrow domains, right? So like chess is a very narrow domain. I mean, it's complex, of course, but it's what we call a deterministic system. Based on the configuration of pieces on a board, you can make predictions of what to do next. It's a closed system. But life is an open system. It's not a closed system. Life is actually highly emergent and unpredictable. But they're attempting to flatten life through these representations. But the point here is, at least 20-something years ago, Dr. Minsky and others were like trying to understand the mind in a very limited way. Now it's just raw numbers and comparison. And that's a major border. And that's particularly a border because we're seeing more and more concerns that as AI systems are being optimized for certain outcomes, that they could lie and deceive because they're sort of completely focused on what the outcome is that they're being configured for. So this is sort of border one. Border two, this is obvious, platform power, right? More and more of our lives, you know, I'm communicating with my friend Gertian over there. We might communicate on Signal, or we might communicate on WhatsApp. There's a little gremlin in the middle. There's a little monster in the middle. Not literally. What is that? That's a system in the middle that's monetizing, that's grabbing the data and routing the communication accordingly. So I have a bike to sell. I want to sell it. I love Craigslist, but that's not what people are using anymore. I have a house that I want to rent. I'm not using maybe Craigslist as much anymore or couch surfing, but we're now using Airbnb. These are Wall Street-backed models that are intermediaries that are basically monetizing peer-to-peer transactions. Every peer-to-peer transaction, they're grifting off of, really. They're grifting off of it, right? Because the goal of these companies, is to own almost nothing and hire almost nobody. And in the meantime, amass astronomical wealth, not just through peer-to-peer transactions, but through the data being captured. Because the data has become something of a speculated boogeyman value. So you're seeing massive valuations for companies like Uber, which is finally profitable, despite the fact that those companies lose money every single month and every single quarter of reporting. And by the way, Amazon was the same way. How many of you remember when Amazon was just an online bookseller? So this was a way to refine a market strategy and use that to capture and take over and become the market and use market behavior and market numbers to actually gain and mobilize and essentially disorient the market and take over the market, right? So the point being that more and more of tech kind of capitalism is rooted in speculated valuation rather than mere profitability. This is an important point because that means you don't even need to build, at this point, a profitable business to be worth astronomical amounts of value. So Uber was losing money while being worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And this is a very sort of boogeyman moment when we talk about tech capitalism and where valuation is going. The Greek economist, Yanis Varoufakis, who I sometimes interact with, and he's a future guest on my podcast, argues that this is a new type of feudalism. He says, okay, actually what's going on is Amazon's actually charging rent. So that's a kind of bordering, right? That's a bordering from the actual idea of a free market, let alone even the possibility of even Adam Smith wrote about what he called moral sentiments. He said there are many aspects of life that should be outside of the domain of the market. Even Adam Smith, right? So the point being that what is happening more and more, and maybe you all remember this, in August 2020, in the height of the pandemic, the United States gross domestic product, the absolute macroeconomic calculation for successful capitalism, was at its lowest in many, many years, and the stock market valuation was at its highest. So that means there's a decoupling now in contemporary capitalism from market valuations. I know this is depressing. For market valuations and profitability. I see a lot of people looking down. So the point being, this is another bordering, right? This is what I'm getting at. There's a bordering between ourselves and our actual connections to our labor, right? There's a bordering between a sense of our activities and our economic lives. There's increasingly a bordering that's tied to all of this as more and more of the actors driving this forward are seeking trillions of dollars with disastrous energetic and environmental outcomes for new chips to power this AI thing moving forward. So my point being that platform power is actually designed to connect us. Well, that's what's offered, but it actually disconnects us. It disconnects us sometimes from ourselves, but it also disconnects us from the actual material relationships we can have with the demos, the basis of democracy, and actual economic activity where, so to speak, our fruits of our labor are connected to what we receive in, just the classic Marxist, for example, attribute of this. So that's why we're seeing huge, huge issues that are occurring. And of course, a big part of this is that the underlying algorithms, so to speak, that drive a lot of platforms, especially social media systems, are designed to maximize what comes back at us to grab our attention. So that means it creates massive disinformation, or in other words, it basically, we can all, maybe we're very similar to one another, but we could both be on Twitter or what have you, and have completely different worlds presented to us. But there's also a kind of a global bordering that's occurring here, right? It's we know very little about these so-called magic devices, like where do they come from, where do they, what's created out of them, and it turns out that this is globalization in action. We're talking about minerals like coltan that are pulled out of mines in the Congo. I've attempted to visit in the Democratic Republic of Congo, multiple mines on the Uganda-Congo border, been kicked out a lot of times, but this is a displacement. It's a displacement because we don't really know what is being extracted from where to produce these devices that we also know are designed to die. So the story is very African, because the story starts with minerals from Africa, and then, as we all know, or maybe we don't know, but I'm telling you, a lot of these devices return to Africa as waste. So there's a certain kind of circularity to it. And in the meantime, we're talking about labor assembly lines in places like Foxconn in China and Shenzhen, China, now a lot in India. We're talking about content moderators in places like the Philippines or in Kenya. I visited content moderators in Nairobi who do ChatGPT stuff. This is an example of content moderation. This is something that's known well. We can talk more about it if you're curious. So this is why there's a kind of profound bordering that's sort of systemic, that's tied to the emergence and deployment of platforms. And this is a huge concern because for the first time in the United States, I'm using very mainstream statistics here, for the first time, our youngest generation, we call them both Gen Z and Gen Alpha now, like my students, are the first to make less than their parents in the history of the US, even if you control for inflation, which is very high. We know that, right? So this means that as so-called technological innovation, offers such great promise, classic macroeconomic indicators are showing quite an opposite. And these are classic macroeconomic indicators. They're not even the Gini coefficient measurements of inequality. But we're seeing how these indicators are expressing something very different. And this has a lot to do with the asymmetric distribution of technology and the asymmetric set of voices informing and monetizing and gaining and actually gaining something out of this digital world. And this is also very telling because for the first time in the United States, again, where I live, the life expectancy is decreasing. And that's also true in the United Kingdom. Surprise, surprise, right? So this, again, has a lot to do with this big question. We keep talking tech innovation and so on, but who is it benefiting and whose voices are driving it? And are there total asymmetry? So this is all a type of conceptual bordering that Achille speaks about. This one, systems and platforms. And I'd say the last one that I want to touch on today is systems and ourselves, right? As an example, this was originally based upon work that came out in a Swiss magazine called Das Magazine, the example of Cambridge Analytica, right? We know that data about us were being gathered by data brokers. That's still legal in the United States, but data brokers in other countries too. I think the European Union has banned that, which is great. But data is being gathered about us, and that data is being used to feed us information not based on our demographic, Indian American, in his 40s, liberal, clearly, etc., right? It's not being used to feed back into us, but it's also that this guy is neurotic at 7 in the morning, at 8:30 in the morning while he's interacting with his partner. He's very open and conscientious, right? It's what we call psychographic or psychometric targeting. And why is all that data being able to be correlated with psychological targeting is because the data being gathered is not just data we might post on a social media platform. It's also what we might buy, what we might sell, right? And the point being that we have many different sides of ourselves. The self of myself that you're experiencing right now is one version of me. But after midnight, when I'm going to the liquor store to buy a big thing of malt liquor and some hot dogs, I may not want that side to be known by everybody. I don't like either any of those things that much, but you get what I mean? We get the opportunity as sovereign beings to decide how we wish to present ourselves to others in relation to others and in relation to the context within which we live. But that's not what's happening here. That's all dissociated because it's one stream of data aggregated from multiple sources that influence what we see and what we do. And this is very dissociative because people often talk about the raw materials of digital capitalism being, like I talked about earlier, rare earth minerals, right? Labor. These are all classic ideas. But I would argue that the raw materials of digital capitalism are also the hormones in our brain. Dopamine, cortisol, adrenaline. These are three core ingredients, right? And we can talk about what each of these does. But we also know that dopamine can spike, and then once it spikes, if you don't have a good threshold of dopamine, you get super depressed. And so this is also part. So you always have, I think it's really important to look at these borders and see how these borders might even influence our relationships with ourselves. And as is well known, we are seeing examples of AI systems that are, I don't even like the word biased. I would just say they're sort of unjust AI systems that are discriminatory. We're seeing examples of such systems that are giving unsafe recommendations for treating cancer. And I can speak to why this is occurring. I think it's fairly well known in this audience, but I can speak to that during the Q&A. So my friend Peter Bloom and I, Peter is based in Oaxaca. I'm going to talk about him in a moment. He's amazing. He and I wrote a piece for Salon during the pandemic saying the following, and I think this is a real bordering too, the privatization of space, the kind of cynicism that those who are most wealthy in terms of monetizing this digital world have about the rest of us and have about the only planet that we've ever known. And so I also see this sort of push toward privatization of space as another kind of bordering. Who gets to go, who doesn't go? And as you know, for those of you who might be familiar with music and poetry and so on, I refer also to the great poem by Gil Scott-Heron called Whitey on the Moon, which basically means we're not really allowed here. Or the last album by Tribe Called Quest, before they ended as a group, The Space Program. Just look at the lyrics here. Who is included, who isn't included? So bordering and moving past borders is really, I think, the key conceptual point here. So let's move past them, okay? So I want to give you a few examples of this from, I've been very fortunate in my life to get to do field work all around the world and work with community organizations, but I also work on policy issues. For me, all levers of change are worthwhile, and I'm also not apocalyptic, even though I'm critical, right? Being critical rather than cynical is the basis for action, and that's what I'm interested in. So first of all, I think we all know, this is from the Brookings Institute no less, we all know that curiosity and creativity and care are really things that are ways of doubling down on being human. We've seen again and again, when I was a grad student at MIT, they tried to build robots that could take care of elderly people or kids or this kind of thing. You think people wanted those robots for their elderly parents? They were like, no way, right? They don't want them for their little children. So care, creativity. Union organizers I spoke to and interviewed for my last book told me, we're at, like from Service Employees International Union, who do, care work, like nanny work, et cetera, help, hospice work, et cetera, said, actually, we're kind of okay. We're not that threatened by these technologies. So what does it mean to double down on that? The Bauhaus themselves, right here in Germany, Walter Gropius and all of them, had visions for a different kinds of economy, an economy of care, an economy of creativity, and a commercial economy. I don't know how many of you remember that. I mean, I don't know if any of us were alive, but like, how many of us know of that? But what about that? What about that? Like, why not go back to some of those issues? So Achille wrote an amazing piece called How to Develop a Planetary Consciousness. Oh, this thing barely works, by the way. Okay, there we go. And in this, he actually argues we need to move beyond calculation, which is a way to quantify, to distance, to border, to datafy, toward relating. We have to put ourselves in others' physical spaces. We need to be able to listen deeply. We need to be able to have dialogues. Dialogues involve deep listening. Dialogues involve being uncomfortable at times, right? So what does it mean to actively relate? And what role, if any, do technologies have in a more active relating, a relating that is bivocal, right? Both sides speak. And part of that is through three different models that I think are really, really important right now. And some of my examples are very specific, but I'm very interested in scalable change and movements, okay? So first are what I call technologies of regeneration. In sort of the podcast and probably a new book, I'll be writing about agricultural technologies, old indigenous practices like permaculture and other kinds of practices. These are technologies, believe it or not. These are technologies. But here I want to just show some of what I've learned from my time. I spend a lot of time in open-air markets in East Africa. This is from the Gikomba market, which is the biggest open-air market in all of Nairobi. I don't know if any of you have spent time there. There are some amazing African DIY, do-it-yourself, like hackers and makers who are making all sorts of amazing stuff. And I was only found out about this like about an hour or two ago in the backside here. I got to shout that out. That's where we can see some of this in action. This is really about what we call real innovation, doing more with less. Innovation being resourcefulness, because all sorts of stuff ends up there. So I was talking with these guys about African music and hip hop, and often this is the way I build connections with people through music and art. And these guys were telling me that everything imaginable shows up here. And that includes all this, all these chips, all this stuff. These guys have figured out with the combination, that kind of heterogeneous assemblage, if you will, of electronic waste, plastic, tires, etc. They figured out ways not just to repair, again, remember I said repair, right? Stripped apart, bringing back together. But also ways to build new technologies out of all waste, out of the old. And I want to say this all is built upon the backdrop of an incredibly unequal world. So I do not want to exoticize this, though I marvel at the creativity of these people. And it's an unequal world, but at the same time, there's an incredible amount of creativity that can come from having less resources rather than imagining, oh, my iPhone 15 is going to die, let's wait for the iPhone 16, right? There's a much more active relationship people are having with materials of all kinds, but also with one another. And this is my friend David. He's just an expert in capacitors. He doesn't have an engineering degree. He never went to university, but he's a mastermind of capacitors, specifically of capacitors. So I asked David, hey, what about the people who work on transistors here? He's like, oh, that's my friend on this other side of the market. So what am I talking about here? It's not just an active relationship to materials, human or non-human, living or non-living, of all kinds, but an active relationship to one another. These markets are social systems. There's markets where people know one another. They have relationships. Sometimes those relationships date back generations. Think about these kinds of markets that you've gone to in other parts of the world or even here in Germany that might remind you of this. So these folks are literally able to repair things, and sometimes, which is super interesting, they're very agile, these folks. So like my friend Motiri, his name, he wouldn't let me take, there we go. Yeah, so my friend Motiri, this is a tribal name, Motiri, and Motiri is actually the name 5 or 6 generations ago, Motiris were swordsmiths. Then they became blacksmiths, which is like kind of like a swordsmith, and now Motiri is just sort of a reference to being kind of a DIY hacker. Hacker in this case is just making things happen, doing more with less, breaking stuff apart, breaking, fixing, repairing, right? And this has a long history that is not merely tied to digital technologies or electronic technologies. For example, in the delta of Bangladesh, in the Bay of Bengal, we see shipbreakers, examples of people recovering, rescuing, repairing, right? But this is a type of creativity that we actually learn from. And what did Motiri do? Well, he used to do a lot of stuff that's connected to, to repair of electronics. But then he's like, oh my God, I'm actually much more interested in electrical infrastructures. So he started doing powder coating and sandblasting. And I was like, how did you learn how to do that? He was like, well, I started with the electronics, but then I got more into building wired infrastructures, and now I'm going to go back to the electronics. So people follow whatever they can as a way to sort of sustain their lives and their families and their communities. And this is one of the things Motiri was telling me. Another example of this can be directly tied to field work I've done in the Mercato, which is just a remarkable, incredible market, the largest open-air market in all of Africa. This is in Addis Ababa, an incredible, incredible place for those of you who have not been. And in Mercato, you just see something on Sundays that they call Men Alesh Tera in Amharic. Men Alesh Tera means, what have you got? So people just come with whatever they got, and then they just like fix things. They learn how to fix things from one another. Sometimes they might repair things in certain ways. And Ethiopians are very proud of their coffee. They have amazing coffee there, as maybe you all know. And part of what's happening in this market is actually, I'm seeing people take like trash, like old Nescafe. Well, Nescafe sucks, right? Old Nescafe plastic bottles that are somehow emerged there, polishing it, cleaning it up, nicely pulling off the Nescafe label so there's no trace ever that the thing was Nescafe, and then using that bottle to basically fill that up with really good coffee that they have. And I just love these kinds of stories, this kind of poeticism of creativity. And there's just gentlemen like this. This is Mr. Alameo. I mean, he just was teaching me how he was able to build and repair almost any type of technology imaginable. And he's literally sitting on the side of Men Alesh Tera in Mercato in Addis. But you see this with all types of things, from tires, the repair of tires. But you also see this in Swahili, throughout East Africa, they call it jua kali. Jua kali means hot sun. And you might see this, like a lot of us in the West, as sort of a source of cynicism or criticism, but people in Kenya are so psyched about being Jua Kali that they even have a beer called Jua Kali, hot sun. They marvel. They're really into the idea of hustling. You know, I'm going to hustle. I'm going to do this. I'm going to rig this thing. And they start Jua Kali, and some of them get to this level where they manage to build 3D printers out of all electronic waste, all waste. And you might be like, who cares about a 3D printer? And it should never be about the 3D printer. The 3D printers that they build are 1/10 the cost of American ones, and 1/3 or 1/2 approximately the cost of Chinese ones, if I'm not mistaken. But it's what they do with the printers. Look at this. This is a microscope. There are thousands of microscopes, all built out of waste, including the filament itself, which comes from plastic Coke bottles, you know, plastic bottles. And with that, they're printing microscopes that are now sitting in thousands of people's hands, like students' hands, throughout East Africa. They're building medical devices. They're using them for ornaments in matatus. Matatus are these collectives, combis they call them in Africa. And you know, they're like matatus named after Nas and Bob Marley and stuff like that. And so they'll have hood ornaments there. Medical devices they're printing this way. So you can see how this is regenerative, right? It's not just waste to value, death to life, life to death, death to life, but it's also creating this thing, you know, people call it circular economy, but I think it's more than a circular. It's more like a helix, right? You create one thing and it spins off into other things, which then create other things. And I think this is creativity in action, and this is a way to bust borderlessness. Okay, I want to go a little fast so we can have a conversation. The second theme, technologies of interconnection. Okay, so some of you who know me know that for many years I've worked and lived with indigenous peoples. That's not because they have all the answers or anything like that, but that's because many indigenous peoples around the planet, especially, for example, my friend Osvaldo Martinez, who's a Zapotec elder living in a cloud forest outside of Oaxaca, they don't think of themselves as discrete individuals. They see themselves as members of communities, and they truly believe in a sort of non-dualistic relationship between themselves and what we might call the land. But the land is not land, just like the earth is not just the earth. The earth is a field, it's a continuum, it's a set of planes of different kinds of beings. Think of the earth as a substrate of life. If you all know what I mean, right? So Osvaldo basically says, and he's very influenced by Zapatista culture, which started in Chiapas in 1993 with the Movimiento Zapatista, the EZLN. But he basically says, we are going to build DIY, do-it-yourself, community networks. A lot of them come out of community radio. But we're going to try to experiment with mobile networks and intranet networks in the spirit of radio and oral technology. Radio and oral technology, and easy-to-repair technology. Many local communities have built radio stations all around the planet. I used to live in Bolivia for 3 summers and write about that back in the day. So Osvaldo is behind the project called Teléfono Indígena Comunitaria, Indigenous Community Telephony, or the Rhizomatica Collective. Some people who are friends of theirs are back in the maker space over there. And this is a large history that is there in Latin America, and certainly in Mexico. This is an image from the Tosepan Cooperative. Tosepan is the biggest indigenous cooperative in all of Mexico. Nahuatl and Totomacu people, 50,000 indigenous people who are part of a cooperative. And these indigenous people have had this cooperative for over 50 years. People don't know this. So everything is done cooperatively, like ecotourism, hydropower, mobile networks, radio, everything. And that's because part of their cosmological visions are ones of depth of connection to non-humans and the land and one another. And this is important. Children of Zapatistas that I know are literally, they don't really want to talk about Zapatismo that much, but they literally have an initiative like using mesh network technologies and community radio technologies called Ictacop. And Ictacop in Tzotzil, Mayan indigenous language, means words in the wind. Palabras en el viento in Spanish. So you see initiatives like this. I, in my own weird, crazy life, have explored a lot of these connections, including time I spent in the Arab Spring, 2011 to 2013. I'm giving you a little glimpse into my fun and multifaceted life. So 2011 to 2013, I was looking at this sort of hype that social media is the reason why this revolution is happening. I was like, no way. No way. But still, let me sort of assess and look at this in context. And so I was looking at these various issues. So this is technologies of interconnection, where you sort of see this type of model, right? Oh my gosh, because they're using social media, they can overthrow the state, even though it was known quite well at that time that many social media systems, even back then, 13 years ago, were sort of an echo chamber or a filter bubble. We've heard all these terms at this point, right? But I was like, I think creativity takes us further. What do people actually doing? Activists who understand the nation they live in, they understand the history of where they live in, they know one another, they have many different ways of relating. How are these activists engaging with technology, but actually just networks of mobilization of all kinds, in what us social scientists we call collective action? And part of the story is this, right here. It's partly how you might use one technology to influence networks connected to another technology. Do you see what's unique here? All the satellite dishes? No one in Cairo at that time, I mean, I'm saying less than 10%, had access to social media. We all know then, just as now, social media is hardly something that is like revolutionary. But that doesn't mean they can't manipulate it, hack it, use it tactically, use it subversively to push their agendas. And this is exactly what I was learning about when I was there. So I saw people like, this is the dear, dear beloved Alaa Abdel Fattah, who's still in prison since 2013, was on multiple hunger strikes, a hero in human rights. Allah's right there. I was with Allah. He was one of my main informants when I was living there. And look what's happening here. This is what they call a tweet nadwa. There's live tweets going on here. And you might be like, who cares? Why are they doing this? Why are these guys all talking with one another? And there's some live Twitter. They're basically talking with one another about their strategies. They're talking about the voices they're gathering from people. They're pretty elite, right? These folks here, they're human rights people. And in the meantime, these are live conversations they're having with journalists around the world who are beaming in content to fellow Egyptians using the satellite dishes I was speaking about. Do you see that? That's a type of creativity where you know how to work networks to influence change. And another example of this is there's Khalid Abdallah, the actor in the movie The Kite Runner. I don't know how many of you saw that movie or read that book. Khalid's really cool. So Khalid is a British Egyptian guy, another one of my informants and friends from my time there. And he would see that there would be stuff that would be on YouTube, and he'd pull it off YouTube and start projecting it in public spaces all over the country. Not just him, but all the people around. So this is another way of trying to fight power through interconnection. So interconnected technologies are ones that can understand the limitations and affordances of different types of technological mediation, different ways to build connections, different ways to rally one another. In the case of Egypt, it was mosques, it was the Ikhwan, the Muslim Brotherhood, it was the labor movement, which dates back decades, it was Salafiyas, who are quite hardcore Islamists. It's a coalition. It was an assemblage of people, but there were lots of different ways to use technologies of all kinds to try to mobilize the masses. Okay? So I just want to point that these were examples of how interconnected movements were able to form, not because of social media, but partly through the tactical use of it. Okay. Okay, the last one. Oh, well, I'll go back here. Okay. So the last one is sort of very personal for me. But I think maybe many of us can recognize that there are traditions, actually not just not just some indigenous community in Puebla that I've talked about, or an incredible Amharic prophet in Mercato in Ethiopia, but actually kind of all around us, we have traditions, we have practices. Some of them we might call religious. I know it's kind of a loaded term sometimes. But these are practices that remind us that we're not alone. They remind us that we have a deep connection to other beings on this planet. They're literally related to this theme that Thich Nhat Hanh, the great Vietnamese monk, describes as interbeing. And I think this moves us away from the necropolitical, where the political questions of what life matters, of death and so on, to the neopolitical, a re-embracing of life. And Thich Nhat Hanh literally says this, the Vietnamese monk who passed away a couple years ago. He says, it is possible, of course, to get stuck in the mud of life. It's easy enough to notice mud over you at all times, but we shouldn't discriminate against the mud. There is no lotus without the mud. Okay, what am I getting at? You might be like, why is he talking about this? These are practices, many practices we have. Many indigenous peoples have this. Many of us have experienced this in our neighbors, maybe in ourselves, in different parts of our lives, that teach us that we're not alone. We're not merely quantifiable data bodies. We relate with one another. As a Buddhist myself, I practice a Tibetan practice where I actually not just pray to them, but I pray for the well-being of what Tibetans call sentient beings, which are like non-humans. Like my dog is a sentient being. I'm not above my dog. We live in webs of life, in webs of relations. So some of the examples I tried to show you are not just coming out of a vacuum. They aren't just coming out of economic scarcity, though of course that's part of the story. They're not just coming out of a world that's really unequal, but they're coming out of a recognition that people are not alone. We need one another, from the markets to the communities I've described, right? And I guess what I want to do is kind of remind us of what I might call the technology of spirituality. I know this is a bit of a tactic to call it a technology. We can get into that if you're curious. Because spiritual practices might remind us of grounding and situating ourselves, recognizing that we are in the here and now. We have an awareness that's connected to our presence, right? And there's many, many traditions. I mean, they're all around. They remind us of this. They remind us that we do not need to live in mirror worlds. It's time to get back to life, right? You know, as the filmmaker Alejandro Jodorowsky said once, what's the purpose of life? I remember in one of his movies he was asked, what's the purpose of life? And then the answer is life. Life might be the purpose of life. So let's go back to Naomi Klein here. I'm going to quote here from one thing she says in Doppelganger. Our role here on earth is not simply to maximize the advantage in our lives, meaning our individual lives. It's to maximize, protect, and regenerate all of life. We are here not just to make sure we as individuals survive, but to make sure that life survives. Not to chase clout or power, but to chase life. So what I wanted to just do here, and I attempted to, was give you a range of different examples, not of some sort of naive optimism, oh, there's some blogger here in this place who wrote this cool thing, but actually real technologies that are bridging, that are relating, rather than containing, individuating, or placing us essentially in invisible prisons. And I think it's high time we go there. And I'm dedicated to doing it. So let's have a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramesh. Wow, so much to unpack. So I have the honor of taking the stage here with you and coordinating the Q&A. I, of course, brought a couple of questions, just having heard your talk now myself, but I don't want to monopolize, so I'm going to look out for your hands going up, and we've got microphones going around. So we'll take one question there first, and then I'll pop in one, if that's okay. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Matt. I'm a social media editor at the YouTube channel Kurzgesagt. I want to thank you for your talk. I think it was fascinating. I also thought you articulated, especially in a climate where we talk a lot about the rise of the right, we often forget the kind of decline of a classical left-wing and liberal side of our governments and political parties who represent us in a world where it's difficult to build coalition between people who want to find solidarity with one another. What would you recommend as a policy at a government level or an international level to increase solidarity among people who consider themselves broadly on the left?
I really appreciate that question. Thank you. So I think I'm like agnostic about levers of change. You know, I mean, I'm believe it or not, I'm very much a pragmatist. I worked for this Bernie Sanders campaign on digital rights policy. I worked on gig economy policy. I work with people in the U.S. Congress, but usually they're people who get this stuff, right? So I think there's a lot of different levers of change, and I wouldn't say I'm like optimistic about it, but I do think it's important to identify what those are, just like I try to identify different kinds of ways we can take technology back, right? So first of all, social movements have always been the basis of huge amounts of change, but they often have to get either somewhat institutionalized or transformed into some sort of policy. I mean, I speak for this as someone who's protested, you know, Iraq War, Black Lives Matter, I mean, just, you can name it, Occupy, all of these things, right? And I know that, and was in the middle of the Arab Spring. I mean, not as a participant, though I was in solidarity with that movement, big time. I think movements can change, but the problem is, and this is something I saw firsthand in Egypt, is what comes, you know, once you can take out a certain kind of at least, figurehead of power, like Hosni Mubarak, right? What comes next, right? And I think that's the key thing that movements have to identify. We are profoundly frustrated in the United States about the murders that are being committed by the cops, especially in black and brown people, but especially black people, right? We're profoundly frustrated about that. I don't know about everybody, but I am. All of us who protested, yet we're also profoundly frustrated that nothing happened, that no policy went through, right? We're so frustrated about that. Trust me, we feel very powerless and voiceless about what's happening in Gaza right now. Many of us. I have students who are having in encampments. So that's a long way of saying activism and social movements, but there has to be sort of like, not an end game, but like I wouldn't call it an institutionalization, but something that emerges, that's specific and kind of either legislative or something like that. So I think that's one. A lot of activism, amazing activism, is coming from my friends who work in tech companies. I went to Stanford in the late 90s. I have, I don't know if I call them friends, but people I were in classes with who started PayPal, who are like bazillionaires. I'm not kidding. It's really weird. But it's, I see them at the reunions and stuff. And sometimes people working in these companies are heroes too. I've seen a number of people at Google and Amazon protest Project Nimbus, which is cloud services that are being provided to the IDF right now. I have to speak about it. I mean, I know people don't want to talk about it, but I have to. So it's sort of like this is another lever of change, right? But most importantly, we have to figure out ways to take out institutionalized, corrupted power that claims liberalism. Toward like real vocality, right? And that's the thing that's happened in the US and why a lot of us are pretty depressed about the situation, because we don't really feel any of them represent us. And all of us who worked with Bernie tried to enact these changes in whatever ways we can. So I think it's policy, it's activism, it's movements, but always an awareness of counterpower, counter-hit, that there's always counterpower. We're counterpower, but our power can be counter too. And I also think it's about approaching people in a way that's not necessarily dehumanizing or antagonistic. I don't think I'm better than anybody. I just don't, I don't think that a human being who might work for the State Department is inherently a horrible human being. I don't like the State Department right now, especially, but I also think that way. So I think that's also part of the practice, is moving beyond the borders of judgment and dehumanization. And, honestly, some of the fragmentation that's occurred with the left.
Thank you. Let's see if we can have a couple more questions. I'm going to pop one in, and I've seen you next, and then I've seen you. So maybe we can try to keep a short Q&A going for those. Maybe quickly, Ramesh, it builds on this concept of how do we democratize, how to create a fairer playing field. So linking on to this first question, we're putting so many emphasis on innovation in our society today, but the playing field is becoming less and less level. Power concentration, you touched resource scarcity, chip wars, you touched on some of these things, and yet we're still speaking about innovation as like what's going to save us from climate change, what's going to, advance humanity. And yet this idea of this sort of US rags and riches based idea that you can start up as a little startup and sort of gain the big tech level, that's becoming pretty impossible just because of like affordability of data capacity. We see it in the AI world so much. How do we move into looking at this whole wonderful world of grassroots innovation that you shared, and the idea that small tech is beautiful, local tech is beautiful? How do we create a more level playing field for innovation, again, looking at the extreme power concentration that we're facing today?
So it's a few things. First, I think most importantly, people need to be protected economically amidst these changes and transformations. And that's not, universal basic income is a real start, but it's not good enough because it doesn't change the levers of an extractive system. There are a number of other proposals that are, I would say, even more interesting, like data unions is an interesting thing. Unions should be bargaining for our data rights and make sure people are compensated, or even equity people can have in data grabbing corporations, right? Everyone probably knows this, but the internet started through taxpayer funding on my campus at UCLA. And none of these technologies are worth anything without our data, right? So people should be compensated for that, or the levers that actually accumulates so much value, even this boogeyman way without profitability that I was talking about, can also be changed. I also think we need to identify what work of the future will look like, or economic security will look like in the future. And here's a huge one. It's always been shown that small businesses and certainly business, other kinds of economic forms like cooperatives or other kinds of mixed types of organizations employ way more people. So we have to decide, I think the decision is this about, as Bernie believes still, everybody should get a job, there should be a jobs guarantee. This is kind of classic democratic socialist. For you guys, it's not that left, but for us, it's amazing. And honestly, is it that, or is it 32-hour work week? We have to decide, but most importantly, human beings should be protected, and that should be a human right. And that should be a critical component of all of this. So incentivizing small business, medium-sized businesses, thinking about policy proposals that support these amazing entrepreneurs, grassroots figures in these markets, for example. What if we applied Creative Commons to devices? That same model of creative reuse of technology, right? Rather than criminalization of it. So there's just a ton of, I think, economic proposals that can shift these levers and have network effects.
That is a hopeful future I think many of us here would like to aspire to. Caroline, let's have your question, and then the one in the front row pooled, and then we'll try to give a quick answer in the time we've got left. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Geraldine. Also, we know each other from the smart city context, and I actually want to land your planetary consciousness within a kind of city context. And I think what we've been seeing working on the ground, working in policy, working at these intersections that you also propose, is that we actually have to fundamentally change how we see ownership and how we actually deal with natural resources as a kind of constraint within environments that suggest us that human imagination can extend any kind of natural boundary. But actually bounding it, bringing it back, constraining it, I think my question to you is how can we bring these models and also the great work that Geraldine is doing within a kind of planetary, how shall I say, different planetary context, how can we bring that back into communities that right now don't feel yet the kind of constraint and have a kind of restriction on how to share, how to repair, how to reuse resources in a kind of more cycling way?
Yeah, I mean, I think partly is the... Oh.
Should we just pull them quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Is that okay? We'll take one last one up here. And then you have to give a quick answer. Just really short, please.
Also, Dagmar, associated with DW and Agile Coach. My question is pretty simple. What would you name a common platform so everything, all the initiatives, good organization can be seen and spread? Could it be a public broadcaster? Or what's your take on that?
I think these are really connected questions. Thank you both for them. I think that we need to ensure that a lot of resources are in some sort of commons. I think that's a key part of it. That a number of different resources, like, for example, digital infrastructure, could be more publicly owned or at least publicly governed, right? That's one key thing. And then there can be offshoots emerging from that could be corporate actors, but it doesn't have to be dominated not just by corporate actors, but actors that have dominated and taken over any notion of a free market, right? So I think this is a key kind of issue. The economist, as I'm sure you're familiar, Elinor Ostrom, did a lot of work on this back in the day, right? A female Nobel Prize winner. So all right, I think that's point one. I know I got to go fast. I think the point two is just really, rolling back the kind of total immunity that big tech companies have to basically Pac-Man everything. Like Pac-Man, right? I think that's the key, is kind of situating them and restricting them in certain ways, and then opening up a lot of other spheres for digital activity, including repair and so on, as you were asking about, to grassroots actors. And I do agree with you that maybe people here don't yet feel the pangs of these inequalities and scarcities, but in the US they're already feeling them. This is really directly tied to the rise of neo-fascism in the US, right? So I mean, so you don't feel it now, you'll feel it soon, right? So it's sort of like it's time to kind of for a true reinvestment in something that's more public and commons-based, where people can actually enact their creativity to do cool things with technologies of all kinds to support one another. And I do think that that possibility is available and accessible to us, but it's not going to come from just being excited that one person here or there does something cool on social media. That's not good enough. You know? But it's also not going to come from saying it's all apocalyptic, all algorithms are oppressive. That's not going to get us anywhere either.
Thank you for the great questions, and thank you for dealing with all these complex topics in such a short time. Let's have a big round of applause for you, please. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you, Geraldine. Wir machen eine kurze Pause, dann geht es hier um 15 Uhr weiter. Ich freue mich drauf. Bis gleich.
Hello, dear people. Great that so many of you are here now. The next topic that's going to be talked about on the stage is a bit more intense. So if you feel overwhelmed, touched by it, don't feel well, we have our awareness teams in the white vests running around here. You can talk to them at any time. If you want to call them or mail them, the contacts are also everywhere in the app on the homepage. So you can stay safe, because on the stage we're going to talk about the following. Journalists who talk about the right wing are constantly attacked brutally, and they experience gender-specific forms of digital violence. Sexist hate speech, threats of rape, wishes of rape, or sexualized hate comments are for women and Flinter that write about the right wing an issue. We have 4 of them here on the panel. That's Gilda Sahebi. She's an author for different channels. She is currently writing about women in Iran, also for ARD. We have Ann-Kathrin Müller of the main bureau of the Spiegel. She's talking about the inner security, but also disinformation and sexualized violence. We have Gabriela Keller. She's a senior journalist at Correctiv, and her specialization is violence against women, the new right wing, and company constructions during investment businesses. And the moderator will be Sonja Peter-Andl. She's an investigative journalist, founder of the Buzzing City Celeb, which is a think tank who deals with the connection between crime, violence, and business. And she's also working as a journalism for SWR, Zeit, Spiegel, and many others. A very competent group which will talk about this topic for us. And at this point, give them a warm welcome and applause. Reporting on right-wing extremism despite rape threats and smear campaign. A big applause.
Herzlich willkommen.
Welcome to this talk. We actually wouldn't need a video from Sylt to realize that democracy in Germany and the social cohesion is in danger. And this makes journalists and female journalists even more important that investigate and look into structures and see behind the scenes of parties and of our society. We're in trouble, and the situation of the press in Germany is dire. The rankings, the international rankings, are going down for Journalists Without Borders. There are more and more attacks on journalists in Germany when they cover demonstrations or protests. They get death threats, various threats. Their personal data is published, and more on the digital playing field, journalists are going to be more and more affected by various assaults. Female journalists, especially people of color, are at most in danger to become victims of digital violence. The consequences are serious. We have 3 journalists here whom I count as the most important voices here, researching about the right wing and racist structures in Germany. And all 3 also deal with violence against women and violence against women as a political strategy, because violence in the digital realm is a strategy that is not only supposed to silence individuals and do hate speech against them, but it can also weaken resistance and critical voices. I am a journalist and founder of the Buzzing Cities Lab. I'm very happy that with Gilda Sahevi, we have one of the most important voices on racism in Germany. In her last book, How We Teach Ourselves Racism, she takes a look back into the imperial times. We have Gabriela Keller of Correctiv. In the beginning of this year, it looked at the connections between the AfD and Austrian right-wing agents and researched also their connections into the economic sphere. And then Ms. Müller, who knows the rise of the AfD as closely as almost no one else in Germany and has written analysis for the Spiegel. Thank you for your great work. You're all affected by violence. You've all been threatened. So I'm going to ask you, starting with you, Gilda, what were your experiences? How do you experience digital violence? You're quite present in public. Well, first of all, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. It depends on the platform, honestly. On X, it's uncontrollable completely. I'm not even looking there anymore because since this platform degraded completely, I'm still posting. I only post to do screenshots for Instagram. That's my only reason to be on Twitter anymore. So I'm not looking at that anymore. I'm not interested in it anymore. Because at some point, I noticed there's so much and so much disgusting stuff that I need to leave. I can't look into it anymore. At Instagram, it's comparatively little. I like it that you can hide comments there without people knowing, and I do that quite consequently. And how I deal with it personally, I think we're going to talk about that later. But I realized that the most important thing is what politicians also do. When the Bild magazine wrote an article which was defaming me, I got a lot of dirt coming in. So if from above something comes in, then it really takes off. So when it's about threats or digital violence against women, female journalists have gender-specific threats or threats of rape or specific defamations. Do you also experience that? Well, as a woman, first of all, I'm stupid. I think men hear that less than women. But then it's mostly go back where you came from, just go, pack your bags. I feel the combination is quite attractive for many people. Thank you. There are new studies, for instance, by the UNESCO that show the connection. Women that are affected by different discriminations are stronger affected and are attacked in different ways. Gabriela, what are your experiences with digital violence? Well, it depends. It's not a constant in my case, and it's not specific to different articles. There are certain topics which draw in a lot of negative hate mails or posts. On the one hand, everything that's around right-wing extremism, and I feel like it's stronger when it's about structural violence against women. One peak of negative violence was when I had a research about masculist groups and what they call themselves patriarchal right activists, anti-feminist networks. For weeks, I couldn't go into the social media and look in there because they kept distributing the email and they pushed it through their networks, and there was always the same mistake in the email, so they just did copy-paste. It's mainly about undermining personal competence. That doesn't happen with other topics. I don't experience it that way, that I'm systematically attacked. Attacked with the one thing that you're most sensitive to as a journalist, who is based on her credibility, saying she's stupid, she's been influenced, she was led along by something, and that might sound like almost a sensible critique, but it's a strategy to devalue everything I did and discredit my work, also publicly. And that's something that you have to manage after work. There was another peak after our research. Most of you might have noticed about the secret meeting in Potsdam between the politicians of the AfD and right-wing extremists and others. And that was quite public. That drew a lot of attention. And that's, of course, something that within the circles that we're writing about is getting a lot of attention, and people are taking counter strategies. There, a lot of threats and violence happened, and also requiring litigation, right-wing statements. And we got some right-wing conspiracy bloggers running in front of our office who tried to take videos of us or trap us into an interview situation. So that's, you could say, that doesn't sound all that bad, but it's really detrimental to your work and in a significant way. Thank you. Ann-Kathrin, you are watching the AfD. You're also in contact with AfD politicians, female politicians. You're in this tight network. You're quite visible online, also in the media. How do you experience attacks? Well, I can agree to the speaker before me. It's quite similar. I don't have the racist components that Gilda is experiencing. It's actually a lot about how I look. Rather wishes of rapes or threats of rape rather than threats of violence, even though those exist as well. And I experienced offline threats of violence. And for specific investigations, it's more, but specifically right-wing influencers, they tag you one time more, or they try to lead it somewhere. You might know Don Alfonso. He also did that at some point. It's a bit more calm nowadays, I feel, but others continue that. There are different groups of the AfD who keep trying it. There are posts with my photograph where they also try to brand me in alternative media as an opponent, and they take the most ugly photo that they can find with a funny article about me. All these things happen. And the problem is it costs a lot of time because you have to monitor it to a certain degree. Is that dangerous? Is it going up or down? Is there something you might want to go to the police with or go to legal with it? All those are things that you don't see, and they take time away from doing research, from doing my work. And I try to avoid that I have to deal with this the whole time and would not have the time to research and find things out that they don't want to have public. It's actually invisible care work, isn't it? The reflection upon oneself. What does that do to you when you have to read comments, thousands of them, that attack you as a person, that criticize your research, criticize you as a woman? What feelings do arise, and how do you deal with them? Well, I'm not talking about that publicly. I'm going to describe it a bit, but for that very reason, because I don't want to show anything to the people that do this. They shouldn't know me. They shouldn't know my feelings. So I have my own way of dealing with it. When I see something, I notice it triggers me in the moment when I believe anything of what that person writes, when they say, like, you didn't research correctly, da-da-da. And I can differentiate quite well between projection or if there's anything behind it. And 99% of those comments are projection. That means it has nothing to do with me, with my skills, with my looks, with my gender, nothing. And that's not interesting to me. That doesn't touch me. It might trigger me in the first second, and then I know there's something within myself by the way, these people really helped me to to work at the wound that I carry about racism, because every time when I read something by them, I can work on that a bit better, and by now it doesn't touch me anymore. And that's why I have a different way of dealing with it, but I feel rather amused sometimes. Of course, it's something different. If it's concrete threats, that's a different story. But that heap of intimidation and they want you to do nothing anymore, I rather have a feeling, well, bad for you, yeah.
Wie ist das bei dir, Gabriele?
Schwierig in einem Satz zu sagen. Also ich habe ganz unterschiedliche Reaktionen auf, also das ist ja ein Spektrum, was wir aufmachen. Es reicht von Leuten, die schreiben, irgendwie ihr gehört alle ins Gas geschickt, bis hin zu langen Ausarbeitungen, was an meiner Arbeit alles irgendwie schlecht und falsch und blöd ist. Wenn es wirklich Beleidigungen sind, die offensichtliche Beleidigungen sind, mit Schimpfwörtern, mit Unflätigkeiten, finde ich das eigentlich relativ leicht wegzudrücken, weil ganz offensichtlich eine Unflätigkeit und keine inhaltliche Auseinandersetzung ist. Mit diesen pseudo-inhaltlichen Kritiken, wo dann halt, also es ist ja häufig auch geschlechtlich markiert, ne? Also es wird Frauen nicht zugestanden, in der Öffentlichkeit eine Stimme zu haben. Bei Menschen mit migrantischem Hintergrund ist es noch stärker, da ist doppelt nicht angemessen empfunden, dass man sich in der Öffentlichkeit äußert. Dieser öffentliche Raum, den sollen wir, also das geht ja darauf hin, wir sollen die Klappe halten. Und es zeigt sich auch immer so in diesen geschlechtlich markierten Formulierungen. Die Trulla hat das und das, diese Dame macht so und so. Also es ist immer, geht es darum, dass man irgendwie weiblich ist. Ich finde, dass es leicht ist, ein paar Sachen wegzuklicken, wenn es tatsächlich geballt kommt. Es ist tatsächlich nichts, was so also es macht irgendwas mit einem. Also ich kann es jetzt gar nicht in Worte fassen, was es macht, aber es macht irgendetwas. Und ich glaube, es ist auch irgendwo mal wissenschaftlich erwiesen worden, wenn man 5 negative Statements gelesen hat über sich selbst, dann braucht man danach, keine Ahnung, so und so viel Positive wieder, um dann wieder so auf ein Level zu kommen. Es ist einfach ein sehr unangenehmes Gefühl und ich kann schon sagen, dass bei mir dieser Gedanke häufiger mal ist, ja, kann ich vielleicht andere Themen recherchieren, wo man das in der geballten Menge nicht bekommt. Ich versuche das dann immer aktiv zu bekämpfen, weil das ja genau das ist, was Sie erreichen möchten. Aber natürlich ist es massiv unangenehm. Man wird persönlich in Frage gestellt. Also ich bekomme auch Briefe, die dann immer an mein ganzes Chefkollegium gerichtet sind, also an Geschäftsführung, an Chefredaktion. Es wurden Pressekonferenzen schon veranstaltet, die nur zum Thema hatten, wie schlecht meine Recherchen sind und wie falsch von diesen Akteuren. Und da muss man persönlich immer wieder sich denken, so ja nö, die haben eigentlich gar keinen Ansatzpunkt. Die sagen immer nur, es ist irgendwie schlecht und falsch, die haben überhaupt keine inhaltlichen Punkte. Aber es ist eben nichts, was im Fell hängen bleibt, glaube ich. Und ich finde es schon wichtig, da wachsam zu sein und zu gucken, wo man sich Unterstützung holt.
Ja, grundsätzlich ähnlich. Ich würde sagen, Humor hilft. Also wenn dann mir Leute schreiben, wegen der Müller kündige ich jetzt mein Abo und dann immer die Chefredaktion CC gesetzt ist und dann fragt man irgendwie bei 3 Beispielen mal den Leserservice, ob die Damen oder meistens Herren überhaupt ein Abo hatten. Dann hatten sie halt meistens keins und dann kann man das auch ganz schnell wieder ignorieren. Andere Sachen, also es kommt natürlich auch so ein bisschen auf die Tageslaune an, ja. Also an Tagen, wo es jetzt einem nicht so tolle geht, dann ist man vielleicht schon mal ein bisschen genervter. An anderen, muss ich sagen, ist das Fell schon ganz schön dick geworden, obwohl ich dazu sagen möchte, für alle, die vielleicht irgendwie einsteigen und die das noch total emotional berührt, das heißt nicht, dass das ewig so bleibt. Ihr könnt auch gerne sagen, ihr habt keinen Bock auf so einen Scheiß und macht was anderes, obwohl es inzwischen sehr schwierig ist, als gerade junge Frau irgendwie in der Öffentlichkeit aufzutauchen, ohne dass man sowas kriegt. Aber es gibt Strategien, die kann man lernen. die einem helfen, und es gibt Typen, die können das besser aushalten, Typen, die können es nicht so gut aushalten, aber deswegen würde ich sagen, nicht direkt irgendwie, wie nennt man das, den Handschuh schmeißen, sondern eben ausprobieren, ob die Strategien helfen. Man kann sich überlegen, wie sieht denn die Person vielleicht aus, die das gerade irgendwie in ihrem Kellerzimmerchen irgendwie vor sich hin tippt. Man kann sich überlegen, wie man sich
And when Twitter was still working, there was this issue that colleagues had cat video accounts, and sorry, there was a technical issue. I think what's important is if you have people around you,
enge Familie oder Freunde sind.
maybe not people that are very close to you, like family and close friends who might be worrying about you, which is even more stressful, but a colleague maybe, someone from the same industry, from the same profession. It's good to have someone behind you, and there are initiatives that you can turn to. You can talk about safety standards. Before I made public that I would be reporting about the right extremist populist AfD party, I made sure that my accounts were more secure than they were. I checked what people could find about me online. So I was prepared before I went in. And if you are unprepared, then there are people that know how to deal with this. It is all dark. It's terrible that this is the reality in Germany in 2024. But let's not throw in the towel. That's not necessary. And there are good experts that you can turn to that can help if you are in this kind of situation. Thank you. Maybe another sentence. What does help me is a kind of childish resistance. If I consider why are people doing this, what is the meta level here, what's the strategy? And if I know what the strategy is, in particular, it's women with a migration history. They want to silence these people. So these are the people that they want to silence. And I'm just going to say, no, I won't let you do that. And then I can cope. Yes, just to add what Ann-Kathrin just said, you notice that we deal with it in different ways. And I think it's important what you just said. Getting help is not a sign of weakness, but of strength. So to be able to assess what you need to know yourself, to know where you can turn to, these different approaches don't mean that you are better or worse in dealing with it, but maybe you are just at a different stage. And most importantly, it's not about understanding why does this weaken me so much, or why does this hit me so much. It's about getting help at that point. So these people that attack you in this way, they try to give you the illusion that they have power over your life, but they do not. So you take back that power by dealing with it, or by talking about it, or by getting help. But mainly, you know that you are not the victim. You decide how to deal with it, not these people out there that attack you. Digital violence is often underestimated in Germany in public discourse. It's often quite invisible. It's a different fora. Do you notice that people are getting more sensitive for this about this topic, and is there a good support that people can get? Gilda, you work as a freelancer, which is a special situation. Maybe you can start. Well, I just remembered the time before last when I was in a press forum about migration, and there was someone saying, I got such a lot of negative response, and I said, welcome to my world. Well, but my shadow then comes up, and I thought, now they have more work because of me, but that's a stupid thing to think as well. the way I deal with it is that I don't have an editor's office behind me. I don't have a legal department to turn to. But I deal with this alone, and I am okay with it. But I know that free journalists, freelancers, are not always okay with it. There are people that you can turn to, but they should be much more well-known and they should be more established. For me, it happens to not make much difference because I want to deal with this alone. I don't even want others to have to deal with it. That's the way I think. Yeah, actually, I do want other people to deal with it. I do this for someone else. It's not my hobby. And I do it in my function as an employed reporter. So I do have a wish or even expectation that my employer should support us, not just me, but everyone who is affected. So in general, the awareness has risen, and it's my impression that in journalism, the general perception was, okay, these things happen. It's just a noise on the internet. It started with these comment functions below online articles. And I was so shocked. I was reporting about the Middle East at the time, which is another triggering topic. The kind of abuse up to rape fantasies that cropped up, and no one much cared in the media that I used to write for to just clean this out. It remained, and I thought that this is so unloyal. In the meantime, I think awareness has risen. It's not a problem that can be ignored. People have realized that, and I have done that. It's quite easy for me to do. You don't have to justify yourself when you do that. And this is something that is really helpful if someone who has the education for it is able to sort it out for you, to sort and to categorize it, and no one that just says, oh, you poor one, you are great, actually, but someone who can actually psychologically understand this. I wish there were other ways to protect yourself on your own, but I do have to watch my email inbox, and it's part of my job to observe social media. And if I then pick up my smartphone and see 39 new messages on Twitter, and I know that these are just defamations, abuse, then yes, it can demotivate you. And you always have to look that the media is on the side of their reporters and journalists, and they should show that as well. Which is why Correctiv, at a certain research that we did about a secret plan, I guess it is the Potsdam Plan, they were attacked by people close to the AfD, and then it was made public that the employer would stand by the reporter. So anyone writing, oh, you're so stupid and your research is so bad, knew that their bosses wouldn't believe them. That is an important point. Well, yeah, I believe it's essential that the media houses are standing behind their people, that other people in the same profession stand up, and people asking each other, how are you coping? And it's important to talk about this in public too. There is this attitude, well, no, I'm not going to, other people might get afraid. Many members of parliament experience bad things and don't want to talk about it because they think that no new people would go into politics then. To be honest, I think that that is a mistake, because you know what you're letting yourself in for, and everyone in society should know what is happening out there. And it is a fact that we have a force against democracy, which is strong in surveys and polls, and that is happy about the scandals because they know they won't be damaged by them. There's a certain turn in thinking where the party seems to realize that they kind of get through anyway. They were maybe a few percent higher in the polls, but still. So they are becoming more confident, say, oh, we'll manage anyway, and we can ignore our own faults. And internally, too, that was an example. I'm writing a text together with 6 male colleagues about the AfD. Who gets the hate mail? Just me. And who maybe receives an email of praise? The colleagues. So what I then did was I would forward the email to all the colleagues so they would know what is coming in, and so that they understood. And if you don't experience this, you cannot know. I'm not saying that this is bad by them, and no one there is anti-feminist, but if you don't read it yourself, it's very hard to understand it. So this is what I did for a while, and they understood it in a completely different way, and I believe that other people affected could act in the same way. It's not bad to create a certain amount of understanding of what is coming at you. It's not something you should talk about in a way, oh my God, what is happening to me? But, well, you find your strategies. So the more you should explain what is happening.
There are still people which think that in the year 2024, when you get such digital death threats or hate speech, and that you can just go to the police and then the police takes care of it. What are your experience about that? Did you ever walk down that path? Actually, I think you should randomly send this to men. I would be surprised what would happen then. I'm actually thinking about that. I never went to the police, no. The first thing that happened is that there are anti-regime, that the people who are criticizing the Iranian regime are attacking me preferably. And after the 7th of October, there was a concrete death threat. A person said, I'm not quite sure what, I'm like an agent of the Mossad. That's why I'm not a civilian and I could be shot. Therefore, I know where that person is and that they have a gun, apparently. So we discussed it, and I had a feeling that I didn't want to do it because I don't want to have the slightest hint of a connection to that person. That's just me, you know. Again, it's very important to report to the police. It's just my specific case. I don't want no connection, no paper trail, nothing digital, nothing to this person. No karmic connection to this person. And that's why I have no experience whatsoever with the police regarding hate speech. But I don't even know if I would trust the police. I wouldn't do that. Me, being me, I mean, I would have to do that myself personally. I don't have a legal team or a council of sorts, and I don't trust the German police. Just like that. Well, I personally never reported anything to the police, but I know that at Corrective that happens sometimes. If the things are legally relevant, I never noticed that anything came about doing that. Maybe I just don't know about it, but that's my impression. If you report to the police, you commit a formal act. It's a formal action. You enter this into some sort of internet form. I'm not sure if they even investigate. My impression is they don't. That's not that much. And I think it's important to do it, because then at least it is somewhere. It's an act of psychological violence to threaten somebody and intimidate somebody on the internet. You can't just do it just because it's the internet. So I do want this to have legal consequences. But I myself never did it. I have 2 hearts in my chest about that. I think statistics should show what's actually happening, but that would mean that I would have to report things every day, and There are a lot of accounts, and I already know that Bernd 175 is never going to be found. It doesn't matter what he writes and what his profile picture shows. And that's also work for me that I don't have to do research in. It's work for the police that doesn't lead anywhere, just paperwork, and then other criminals aren't found that could be found. So I recently talked to an officer of the Landeskriminalamt, LKA, and he said, yeah, please report everything, but I need to decide what's got priority. So I made the experience, at some point an older man wrote me after appearing in television. By the way, after appearing in television, it's always more. It's a multiplicator, you notice that. And he wrote me, he wants to beat me up, but he also wants to carry the consequences. And I thought, all right, it wasn't his real name, but there were some hints in the email where he was from. It was quite a long email. And I reported that to the police. And after 3 months, I asked them, did anything happen? And they said, you still need to send us the header of the email. And I was like, hey, that was part of the attachment. And then they were like, yeah, we didn't see that, sorry. And then they did something, apparently, not that anything reached me in any way. That was like a year later, there was a sheet of the prosecutor and an email, and also from him where he complained, and it wasn't all that bad. No threat or wish for violence. But the last sentence was, I hope in this email you find nothing that you can report to the police, which means he did get mail or some sort of financial punishment. So at least he wrote the email slightly differently afterwards. But that's not the best outcome. I would have liked to be informed what happened, what was the outcome. But recently I also made a good experience. The police approached me and said that in the course of a project, they found, they looked through some hate comments against women, and they found something, but since I'm not a public person, I would need to sign the report myself, and then if I would just sign it, then they could start. So there was the real name and the date of birth of the person. That never happened before. I found that quite interesting, and I liked it. And lately, in December, the leader of the AfD, Stefan Badner, called me a fascist or leading fascist or a Spiegel fascist, and I thought, like, yeah, now I'm fed up with this. I took so much shit from the people of the AfD, and they defame me so much. And then I talked to the legal team, and we sent him a plea for omission, and he would have had to sign it, and he's still litigating against that currently. But since he continued to Twitter after being ordered not to, by the way, the funniest reason ever, violating his cease and desist order, and he was punished first with 5,000 euro, which isn't all that little, and then he violated it again, and now he actually has to pay 20,000 euro. That's legally binding since last week. And at least we have a bit more taxes coming in, which I like. And he called in Twitter, he asked others to call me a fascist, and I reported that to the police as well. You have to give me one good reason why you were supposed to be a fascist. Well, years ago, in an interview in TV, I said some people in the AfD have some fascist characteristics, which I find quite mild. And that's why I'm supposed to, because the Spiegel is for sending arms to the Ukraine, that's also supposed to be fascist, and there are other funny details, so that's a really interesting thing. But I also had that. I was called a Nazi repeatedly by those actors. I think that's their strategy, just turning it around. Yeah, you can observe that quite well. That's the U.S. playbooks. They invented the word feminazi and used it, and now they're using that in Germany as well. Hatred against women and going against feminist journalists and defame women in general. That's a political strategy which hasn't been invented in Germany. The sad thing is digital violence, or actually it's also getting into it's reaching into real life. We need to differentiate. There are more and more cases all over the world where journalists and female politicians on local and on federal levels are silenced, need to look for different careers, stop their political careers, and that is threatening democracy itself because their work isn't possible anymore. Or if it's still possible, the price is quite high. And I have to say, it's not complaints on a high level, because it did get worse. Of course, it's still better than it is in other countries. And of course, it's easier for me than for someone who is a migrant or someone at a local newspaper. Let's not forget that. People which are free, working at smaller medias who don't have a legal team like we do, or the name of the Spiegel, they're in a different situation. They might meet the same people in the bakery who are defaming them in the internet with their hate. So I have to add that. I don't want to give the impression that it's worst around here. So what you can also see, which is also often misunderstood, those aren't attacks by individuals, not always. This gets professionalized more and more, and it's more strategic, and it's orchestrated. Hate campaigns that might even use bot networks, like in Pakistan, and they can spread hatred wide, and there would be deep fakes used where the face of politicians or journalists is put into porn, and that's quite realistic these days. What do you see in Germany in terms of radicalization, or that the perpetrators are working in a more orchestrated way? I'm under the impression that it's supported. You can't really know how the Russian bot armies work, but you can see that, especially at X, at Twitter, every shadow banning is a thing of the past. The first 400 comments underneath a tweet that's doing more or less well are just hate and complaints and insults and threats, and then the people are coming. Then the people are there that follow me and that like me, and that's what they want. You can see that Elon Musk wants just that. I am just there because it's my job to monitor the AfD, and it's a relevant field for me. I would give the advice to everyone who doesn't have to be there. It's not salvageable. You can't save it. It's too bad. I did like Twitter. With some emails, like Cornelia just described it, that things come several times, or that somebody uses distribution, or that you get a link to a YouTube video where is everything at the bottom, or that the media close to the AfD do some sort of text about that, then the comment isn't all that funny anymore. You can see it there, but I think so strategically as you described it, it's not yet. Please don't give them any ideas. Well, my impression is that it is getting more and more professional. Hatred, ever since Web 2.0, that's like maybe 15 years ago, the hatred is there. But I'm under the impression that this spontaneous thing that people, there seem to be a large amount of people that are really enjoying it, to say things which are hateful and insulting towards people which are public, and especially towards women. That's a fact. That you use this as a strategy, that there are certain people who use it as a political instrument, And what you said, there are certain key actors again and again, and we could see that. And the people wrote it in their email that they were asked by that and that person to write me, and that they're going to do this, and that they find it quite important, and 60 other people as well, that this is being used. I could also see this after our meeting in Potsdam, that certain actors of the AfD put fire into those flames. Beatrice Storck put our address onto Twitter and spread it. This is not a secret. It's in our impress. It's in our imprint, but if Ms. Storck does this publicly on Twitter about this research, then you can feel this as a threat, because that exposes us in a way that wouldn't otherwise be the case. So yeah, I do notice that this is being used as a tool, and I think I'm the one out of the four of us that is least present in social media and presents herself in the public sphere, and that's a conscious decision, a conscious choice, because I'm not holding back in my research. I write critically, as hard as possible, but I don't need to do this in the social media in addition to that, especially when I put my research online. And just to not give them any points of attack, actually. I can say something, but do you want to ask something? Sorry. I can't quantify it, if it got more or not, but I find what I notice is that Elon Musk did something, obviously, that influences this, that it gets more and more. And what you also notice, look at the Sylt story. All the politicians said, that's disgusting, and they judged this harshly in public. And there was a digital hounding of people. So how politicians write influences what happens on the internet. And now think about how migrants are talked about constantly, not just in one weekend. The way how politicians talk, it's normal that those things are everywhere. In the media, in the news, everything is full of it. Men with knives, women with hijabs. That's a few years ago. It got more and more extreme, and neuroscientists also proved that this influences how we experience things and feel and what we believe we can say. And if you have a society which accepts it as normal, that this is how people are talked about, how women are talked about, the whole Rammstein story, that was unbelievable, because women were not protected. Consequently, there was the ex-wife of, what's his name, Till Lindemann, and they said the women just wanted to sleep their way up, and Bild-Zeitung again repeated that, and that influences how people react and what people think is normal. There's a lot of science around that. So I'm not sure if it got more on a quantitative scale, but I think that people think that it's okay to write these kinds of things online or say them in private messages, and that did change.
Yes, thank you. And yes, I believe that neither racism nor misogyny are phenomena that only arose with the Web 2.0, and sadly they won't go away either. We have 10 minutes left, and we will take a few questions from the audience, if you have any.
Alles beantwortet.
Everyone's just, I don't know.
Wenn ihr sprachlos seid.
Okay, if you're left speechless or just completely exhausted by all this, well, you have 3 days of Republica in you. All right, well, let's maybe make some kind of appeal. What would you like from this audience or from civil society if you are out there as journalists? How could a single person get active? Can I? Well, I've often thought it is part of human nature. You tend to only write if you are annoyed about something, if you want to complain in some way. But maybe you should sometimes say what you really liked and what you really found a good piece of work and why you found something important. Because that is something that does help in a moment like this. We all receive feedback that certain pieces of research were well received. But, well, that goes into the inbox and the thank you kind of column. But it's good if this becomes public too, to just say, okay, we have people here that, to not just say, okay, we have people that really think what we did is silly. It would be good if there were more positive voices out there. Another thought that went through my mind when Gilda talked about this, the editor's office, that said, oh, because of you, we've had so many negative reactions, the way she was thinking, that really shocked me inside, because there is this kind of toxicity internalized. I had this with a cooperating media house where someone said, oh, come on, this is a bit overboarding, the amounts of letters that we now receive in response to your piece. Could you reply to these? So it doesn't help to have that responsibility shifted on you. Yes, and yes, I've had the same experience, what Gilda has talked about, and many of us are wondering what can we do against the shift to the right, and this shifting discourse should be stopped. The norm shifting to the right, that should be stopped. And the best way to do this, or the only way, is to start around you. Because media can do a lot, but most of all, if people have very broadly taken over these conspiracy theories into your thinking, we will not reach them anymore. So and they are the people that are filled with hate and the idea that they have to fight back. And if you notice that your former classmate is posting strange things, maybe just ask, not go into thousands of debates and maybe not expose yourself in public as you're fighting. But civil courage has to be lived. If someone is attacked on a bus and you're not feeling completely unsafe because you might be traveling alone at night, what helps? Well, filming might help. Do all these things that start small, and that applies to hate comments as well. As we've said, Twitter is lost, and still it's always good to see this kind of response, positive response. Yeah, let's take some questions. There was a question.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Katharina. Thank you for your work. I haven't written this to you as a comment or email to your inbox, but I am really grateful for your efforts, for your standing up for democracy. And I would have asked the very same thing, what we can do. So another question building on that, what would you like to do next? What kind of research would you like to do next? Or where do you think it is necessary to uncover things to help us in a partnership with you and civil society to defend this democracy? So again, lots of love. Thank you so much. And I really love this panel too.
Vielen, vielen Dank.
Thank you so much. It's very kind. I believe that this year I only do reporting on the AfD party, and that's okay. There's a lot happening in the party. It's interesting how they are fighting amongst each other because you find out certain things. So I'm sure that there'll be a few more texts on that. For me, it's kind of open. I have a few things that I would like to investigate. Maybe the AfD will play a role until the elections. but I would like to do something completely different too. I have published a large piece of research, and that is a great moment because you can then stop and think and see maybe what you would like to think of next. Well, the AfD is something I try not to deal with. I do like to work around the other parties because my beef is mainly with them. And then I wait what comes towards me. Something very different is this catastrophic health system. But I'm pushing that. I'm postponing that. There were more questions in the front row, I think, or near the front. Hi. Thank you so much for this panel, because I think it's such an important insight into this phenomenon and the disgusting methods that you have to live with. It's interesting for us to perceive, but this is your everyday reality. So thank you so much for that insight. My question is about, or directed at the young generation perhaps, or about the exchange. How often do you have the opportunity to exchange with younger journalists who, of course, perceive quite directly how opinions are shifting? And have you made the experience that these young colleagues are kind of intimidated from working this way, and can they prepare in some way this growing of the thick skin, maybe seek legal help or something? So are there any efforts to help younger people explicitly, younger colleagues in journalism? I will start. Yes, we do have visiting groups a lot, and I then enter into a dialogue, and this does come up as an issue. I think it is very important. So I have said before that this is becoming more, journalism is becoming more female too. And then the backlash from the other side, of course, comes. So this is an issue that young journalists should prepare for. And that's why it is so important that there are help offerings available. There are sites that give you an overview. There is a codex. And I do hope that this is going to be talked about in journalists' schools. I don't have much of an insight there. Reporters Without Borders are doing a lot. And these are people that you can turn to and ask for other people to ask as well. Yes, and I think there are other reasons not to go into journalism. It is a very stressful but also very important job, and important that young people are going to come and join that profession. This is not actually in the curriculum in journalist schools in a systematic way, but there are movements such as Journalists Against Hate Speech or Hate Aid, so specialized organizations. And it is really important that this should become part of the basic education for journalism, the way you research and the way this affects you. There are many stresses. There is a mental health crisis that people should care about and that we should talk about. And the next question, please.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Nora, and I wanted to ask, what actually gives you strength? How can you keep up? Katharina Nockrun said that she posts cake photos using the hashtag #CakeFacts. So what does give you strength? Chocolate. And the feeling that it does have an effect, what you do. Yes, I would agree with that. It is the conviction that these are important things that have to be uncovered and brought out into the limelight. And if you were not doing your job well, if you wouldn't be hurting people, then they wouldn't respond in that way. So it's always there's always two sides to the story. And I do have to look after my inner balance more, but that is a very strong motivation. And that is why I actually took up this job in the first place. For me, it is actually life as such. You've talked about human nature. I deal a lot with the human brain, which is a Stone Age brain, I think, and that remembers a lot of negatives, and that kind of forgets about the positives and drops them very easily, and you can retrain that. If you notice the really beautiful things, such as here, I will really program this into my brain. Small things like a beetle flying and landing on my hand. So look at the nice things, the beautiful things. I'm good with that. So my book of the good things is always bigger than the book of bad things, and that's what does give me strength.
Ich würde sagen,
I would say that this is the perfect closure, and a positive one too, about the problems and challenges of the hate and violence and the stresses. So thank you so much to you for your work. And thank you to you in the audience for your interest at Republica. And thanks to you, Sonja. Thank you.
Vielen Dank an unsere Runde. Und hier geht es in einer Viertelstunde weiter, deswegen bleibt hier, dann reden wir über Gefühle und Emotionen in der Politik und wie wir die irgendwie handeln können. Bis gleich. Da sind wir wieder.
All right, we're back. So in the last few years, some of us, might have noticed that in politics, using emotions not necessarily leads to success. It can be a dead end. And the more rational people try to do politics, the more emotionally charged the response is. And so now we finally have a solution for that in the next session. We have a neuroscientist and a professor of media psychology, Maren Urner, with us, who just published a new book. And she's going to give us the newest scientific findings on emotions in politics. And the name of the session is Radically Emotional, Why We Need Less Heart and More Brain. So we're going to have a Q&A afterwards, so if you have any questions, please write them down. And first of all, please give a big hand for Maren Urner. Thank you very much. Yeah, those are my slides. Thank you for coming to my talk today at the end of this last day. And yeah, we're gonna spend an hour together, quite absurd of an hour. But why absurd? I think it's pretty absurd to stand on the stage, and I think it's absurd that you've showed up. And of course, it's great that you're here, but we live in an absurd country. And what do I mean by that? Our urge, our biological urge to have security, led us to create a world that's as unsafe as can be. We created structures that meaning we're destroying our own ways of life. And as in psychology, we would call that insanity. And so what I want to do now with you and with your brains is a radically emotional journey in the next hour. And that's the title I gave this talk, Radically Emotional, just like my new book. You need to do a bit of advertising. And the subtitle is Why We Need Less Heart and More Brain. And maybe, you feel like that's, I can't agree with that. Like she says it's absurd that we're here, and now she says, we need less feeling, so what's up with that? So, and because I'm a good professor of media psychology, I want to start with a trigger warning. In these times, of digitization and online hate. Yeah, so I think a trigger warning is in order. There's not going to be anything brutal, no weird images or nudity, but I'm going to change your brains. I'm a neuroscientist as well, so I like dealing with brains, and I don't just want to take you on this radically emotional journey, but I want to change your brains for the long term. And if you don't want that, you can, of course, you're free to leave the room, and there's other talks happening simultaneously as well, so I won't take that personally. But if you stay here, you've allowed me to change your brains. All right, almost everyone still sitting. So I want to ask you a radically emotional question now. And if you feel like it, you can close your eyes. if you feel up for it. What would have to happen for me to change my life? So maybe you can think of a situation where you did that before because you were very brave, moved to a new city, changed your job, began or ended a partnership, had kids, a radical change in your own life. What happened there? And what do you think, led you to make that decision? Your heart or your brain? Your body or your mind? Reason or emotion? Spoiler alert, it was always a decision you made in your mind. Because our heart is a great muscle, but emotions, they happen up here, just like reason. So no matter what you're thinking, it mostly happened up there in your head. And when we carry this brain around with us and, made it this far, so ignoring all of the absurd situation we're in right now, the history of humanity is a history of success, right? Well, cynically speaking, you can ask, look around you, what's going on in the world? So yes, it's a history of success, but it's also absurd because, like I said, we're heading straight for the destruction of our own livelihoods. And so I brought some facts and figures to demonstrate this to you. These are the global emissions of carbon dioxide starting in 1900 till the last year, 2023. And so if I were a cynic, I'd say, hooray, we've, achieved a new record last year. And that's absurd because we've known for such a long time that the emission of greenhouse gases lead to the endangerment and the destruction of our own livelihoods. And we can also see the 6 planetary boundaries that we've already surpassed, 9 planetary boundaries in total. And this is from the first survey that looked at all 9 of these boundaries. And that as well is the absurd world that we're living in. And so what do these graphs do to you? I think they don't do that much, right? They're not emotionally charged at all. And maybe you're thinking, what should I do? I'm just a little human being. I'd rather go to Republica and listen to some talks. So what do we need to get out from that situation? At what point do we truly change our own lives? So it's not facts and figures, but emotions, real and present sense of danger. Like if the fire alarm went off in this building right now, there probably wouldn't be anyone remaining in the building, right? And the situation like this is the same. In English, you can say change by design or disaster. So, will we change because of pictures like that or because we're clever and we realize that we are no longer able to live in this absurd world of ours? And so please think back to my initial question. What would have to happen for you to change your life? And reflect back on that question. All right, here it is. What would have to happen for you to change your life? That's the wrong question, isn't it? Instead, it's not about what would have to happen. What would I need to feel? What would I need to feel to change my life? Because the data I just showed you, you probably already knew that, right? So from the news, from surveys, from talking to other people, maybe you even had a talk with climate scientists, and we're still sitting here, right? Wouldn't we have to do something else? And to actively get out of this absurd world of ours? Well, for that we have to accept that it's mostly about what we feel when it comes to change. And we're nothing else than, as a term of endearment, I call it emotional blobs. And that's something I came up with when I was very frustrated that someone, in front of an audience made the argument to be rational beings and not mix up emotions into that. And then at some point I became very emotional and a bit louder and pointed out that that's absurd. We can only make decisions as human beings, no matter if it's about a small or a big change, if it's about, what we'll have for lunch or what session we visit at Republica, because we have preferences, because we have emotions, because something in us tells us this is more important than anything else we could do. This is better than all the other dishes that we could have for lunch. And in that moment, we're emotional blobs. But the story we tell ourselves is the opposite of that. And that's what brought about this absurd world of ours, where we endanger our own need and wish for safety. Just think back on the planetary boundaries. And so I'm not standing on the stage today to just tell you, well, there's no way out and this is the way we are and that's why we're here. But mostly because I want to invite you to go on this brain journey with me and maybe develop some form of gratitude for this form of existence as an emotional blob. And so undergo this sort of this test of maturity, this graduation exam with me, just like we would at school. And, if you're willing to accompany me, I'm an emotional blob as well. How can I deal with that situation better? And what can I do to help us all leave this absurd world behind? Yeah, and so I developed a 3-point thesis and 3 steps, that's easy to remember, right? And the first of those 3 steps is related to the trigger warning I mentioned earlier. So I told you I was going to change your brains, right? So why is that correct? And why is that correct in every moment of your waking lives, that other people change your brains? Well, because a brain changes from moment to moment. So you basically have to give that trigger warning all of the time. It's implicit in all of human existence, because a brain changes all the time. And every information changes your brain that you take in. But most of the time we feel like that's not the case. And so that's why this trigger warning is so important, because now I have the most precious resource that you have, your attention. And you gave me the permission to change your brains. And so I want to start this test with you now, and that's radical attention. Let's see, there it is. Radical attention. And what that means is that, oftentimes we treat our attention with no big thought to it. We just let it sort of slide and glide all over, and something is ringing and klinging, and all of the devices that we use in our daily lives. And, that leads us to thinking that we're able to do 35 streams and whatever at once. And no one is good at multitasking, not even women. And so what we're doing is task switching. We jump back and forth between different stuff. And that means we miss a lot because we try to look at everything at once. Again, an absurd world that we're in. And what we see is we have this false perception of ourselves. And I hope that, you don't disagree with that. Because, we live in an absurd world. We have a false sense of ourselves, and we have a false perception. So stay with me, let your attention stay with me in the hopes that I can explain to you what exactly I mean. This false perception and the mirror, meant to represent it, means that oftentimes we have this image of reality that's not that close to the actual reality in front of us. And so now I could talk about like cognitive biases and stuff like that. And, we have false memories. We don't know how to properly evaluate situations, depending on what humans we're with and what situations we're in. But I don't want to talk about that now. My focus now is on emotion. And my focus is on that we are mostly pretty illiterate when it comes to emotions. A major survey in the US found that when people were asked how many emotions can you name that you feel regularly, and they mentioned happy, sad, and pissed off. And so I don't know how the results would be like, what the results would be like in Germany, but I think that's a pretty, sad result. And so this test, how do we get out of that? How do we, cure this illiteracy, this emotional illiteracy? How do we become emotionally literate? And I think what we have to do is think back on this thought experiment, the change that you maybe just thought about, or maybe multiple changes that you've made happen in your own lives. And think back on how you felt, why you changed, who exactly moved you to do that.
And why was it always an emotional process? And in the second step, we also have to recognize that emotions are the opposite of weakness, of being feminine, of being pathetic, of covering it up, not speaking about it. It's the basis of the human existence, of everything we do. We can only decide because we have emotions. Otherwise, we're incapable of taking a decision because we don't have preferences anymore. And if we manage to do that, to tell us the story of emotions and to recognize it within us and to realize that emotions are powerful, that they give you power, that it gives you strength to speak about them, then we can be emotional alphabets. Well, we can reach emotional alphabetism, and then we can get to the second step, that there are no negative emotion. There's no such thing. And this is, you're probably going to say, this is the last I'm going to follow you. This is the end. You're telling me that hate and anger and all of these negative emotions are good. Then I'm probably going to leave the room, and I'm saying this, and this is exactly how I mean it. There are no negative emotions. There is no value judgment with emotions. They just exist. They are there. And our first task is to recognize them and perceive them. And the second step is to deal with them. And that can actually be done in a positive or a negative way, or anything in between, really. But the emotion in itself and everything that's connected to it, there's no value judgment there, or they just exist. Anger, hate, love, anything that you enjoy, anything that you perceive positively, is how you deal with it in your brain, and we can influence that, the way we perceive them. And the reason why I give you this beach ball is it's because it's a common example in psychology. Because often when you think of, when you teach or when you tell yourself the story of negative emotions, then you suppress them, because anything that is negative, we try to ignore it, we try to suppress it. That's back to Absurdistan. So same with the beach ball. You have it on the surface of the water, you try to suppress it, and it's just going to come back up. And you're trying to avoid all of these things, like going through the rain, freezing in your car, all of these negative things. I want to be left out. I want to ignore it. But what happens with that? The same that happens with everything that you try to ignore. At some point, it's going to go boom. And this beach ball is not going to explode, but it will resurface at some point. And then you have 2 or 3 more because you have other 2 or 3 more negative emotions that you try to suppress. And then you don't have enough hands and feet or any other part of the body that you could try to push them down with. And then it starts getting really uncomfortable. That's why we need an emotionally more mature way of dealing with these kind of things. And with all emotions, really, one that lets us ask the question, what are these for, and not what am I against? This is the first ingredient that you need for this this step in reaching maturity. It's something that you can apply over and over. Don't ask or don't say I'm not against this, something like protest songs, but carefully, slowly ask yourself, what do I stand for? What do I like? What do I love? How do I want to live tomorrow or the day after and the day after that? What do I need for that? Who do I need for that? Which emotions could help me? And then suddenly this is what makes us human. We feel good. We can get together as a group of humans and create what we envision. This is basically our superpower. This is what differentiates us from any other animal that lives on Earth. We can imagine something that hasn't happened yet. And in order to do that, we need to ask the why, or the why do we do this? So if you followed me thus far, then you realize even if we are these emotional blobs and nothing else, and then we are allowed to say, we all just want the one thing, and not what you're thinking, but the answer really is being loved. This is the most immediate and primal desire, because being loved gives you security, and the brain up there is programmed. Well, programmed is the wrong way, but it's optimized towards searching for security. You're seeking security, and where do you get that? From people who love you, people who stick with you even when the danger reaches you, that will stick around when the going gets tough. And being loved is not enough. It's loving. It means you need to understand the other. You need to understand the other emotional blob. You need to want to understand them, even if they're acting irrationally from your point of view. And that is love, and that gives you security. It gives you trying to understand another human, and then together create a new purpose, a new reason why. And if you're trying to be truthful about this and live that way, then we can achieve this emotional maturity. And that's the first step in the graduation. So this you're almost at a third, and if we reach the next one, then we've already conquered more than half of it. So the next step is the next step in maturity. This goes beyond you as an individual and into the larger group. You get into connection with other humans. And what is this about? It's radical honesty. You cannot have this not on an emotion on a cellular level. You need to describe yourself in more terms than happy, sad, pissed off. You need to, as a next step, if you've done that, you can honestly communicate with other human beings. And if you don't have the wrong perception, then you can stop telling the wrong narratives that brought us to this point. That's why I have this book of fables here. I don't want to diss fables, but I mean, that's what they are, they're fables. And these wrong stories, or fables, let's call them, they led us to another world that is not secure, but that is what our brain is searching for. It needs security. So we need a change, but we don't want too much of it. So this is another image that is very rational, unemotional, but very clear. This is completely not normal. This is how far removed the global average temperature is from it where it was normally. And it gets even worse if you look at the projection for this. This is not normal. Normalcy is always a question of the time and the epoch. Anything that we consider normal now would be different than hundreds of years ago. The same for our language, our clothes, the mobility, anything that makes up our world and our way of life. It's always changing, not just in your head, but also your environment is changing all the time. So normalcy is always something that depends on the time you're living in. But we now come back to the question, change by design or disaster. Do we want to let disaster decide it because we just continue living as we did now? Or do we want to design it because we understood what really matters? And what this leads us to, this whole unnormalcy, anything like mobility, energy supply, I chose something very unemotional. Food. So clearly food is not normal. It's not unemotional. There are politicians in this country who say they couldn't live without a steak or a sausage. But so clearly this is an emotional question. But so maybe don't choose food. Let's take drinks, because that is clearly unemotional. Like everybody needs water, everybody needs a drink. So think about a breakfast table. Think about how normal or unnormal it is about the stories we tell each other. For example, orange juice. So some of you in the audience will say orange juice is an integral part of breakfast. And because of the unnormal way we act on this planet, we have been influenced in a way that in 2022, 10% of the orange trees in Florida were blown away by hurricanes. And we clearly know that the extreme weather events become more common the further the global climate changes. And similar for coffee, for example. The harvest for coffee beans is already suffering. In some places, you can hardly grow it anymore because of water issues. So you're going to say, who needs orange juice or coffee? As long as I get my beer, everything's fine. And here, same. Some of the growers are already saying, we're reaching another epoch where there won't be any hops. There are systemic shocks that they're talking about that will influence their harvests and the yield. And I could keep going on and on about different examples within our daily life that already, how much it has changed already and how unnormal it has become, and how much more it will change with our behavior. But obviously, I as a researcher want to search the question, and I dragged you along this path. The question I always pose myself is, how did we get here? Who's telling all of these stories that are clearly wrong? Who brought us on this disastrous path? And, well, there is this elephant. He's an elephant bull. You see an example of it here. And he's always there when humans get together. It's already in this room. So maybe you don't see it, but you may feel it. So this elephant, if we choose German language, it has 5 bold letters on it. It says power. So the power elephant is always in the room when people exchange ideas and communicate, and it stands for the kind of decisions that we take as individuals. And the power elephant in the past was the reason why we took the bad decision, why we took very short-sighted decisions, why we chased profits, why we reached Absurdistan, why we're on the path to destroy the basis of our existence. And the elephant plays an existential role in asking who has the power, who do we give power to, and who's allowed to take decisions. And historically speaking, I clearly do this with the neuro scientific lens. This is not meant as bashing or saying that in the past everything was bad, but in the past one gender or sex had the power, clearly, and here in this country still has, and that's men. That doesn't mean men are all bad. They're all wrong. It just means they're responsible for a lot of the stories that we tell each other. And I mean, clearly think about the word history. It already has his in it, and it tells you why. And I don't think the right approach would be to say, we had thousands of years of history, now we need her story. We really need our story. And our story tells us that we are the emotional blobs, that we need to get away from these fairy tales that destroy us. But how can we achieve this? And we need to talk about how to achieve success. What is normal? Orange juice, coffee, or beer? You need to be radically honest. We need to talk honest about what is success is. When have I achieved it? Do I need a degree for it? Do I need this much money in my bank account? If other people like me, obviously this is a digital conference, so it's important. If I have a large car, if I have a really large car, if I am allowed to take big decisions.
Wow, habt ihr das mitgekriegt? Also der Machtelefant. Hört ihr mich?
Sorry, the audio is gone.
Technisches Problem, ich muss kurz warten. Aber das ist ziemlich unheimlich, oder? Das kann sich keiner ausdenken. Ich warte jetzt ein...
All right, that's the back.
Also das finde ich jetzt echt gekonnt.
All right, well, great work.
Der Machtelefant. Ihr habt ihn...
All right, so the power elephant. You've gotten to know him. So what do we consider success? When we're powerful, when we can make handshakes, when we make decisions that influence lots of other people. Maybe we wear a Rolex watch on our wrist. And then, of course, then we have the question of war and peace, because that as well is always a question of power and a question of success, of recognition, or the opposite of that. And so how do we achieve, to get away from these false stories of success and, slowly but surely make a move out of this absurd world? Well, clearly by telling new stories, by leaving those old fables and fairy tales behind us and not using them anymore for creating our own lives and not using them as points for measuring success. And so early on, when I said we're just emotionally charged blobs, well, there was something missing about this first part of this test of maturity. When we look closely, we see that we're emotionally social blobs. And what do I mean by that? Well, I teased it earlier. We function in the most efficient way when there's other people there as well, when these small brains can stand on top of each other. And that's not breaking news. I didn't just find that out yesterday. Like, all survey results show us that. That's the basis of human life, and that's also the basis for this absurd situation we're in, because we know this, but we tell us the opposite. We tell us that the story of success, that we alone as individuals can make it, we need to make our way through using our elbows and whatnot. and be tough to get to the top and to have success. But that's so far removed from reality, all of these stories. The number one success story of humanity is cooperation. We gave up muscles to increase the size of our brain, and we needed to have a bigger brain in order to be able to cooperate, because that's so complicated. Oh, them and them and them and them, and you have so much cooperation going on, and that's why we have this huge prefrontal cortex right behind our forehead. And yeah, then we need less muscles because, let's face it, even our ancestors weren't able to, fight a tiger on their own or fly or, run over water or something like that. But we are able to cooperate, and thusly we're social emotional blobs. And if we're able to talk about that honestly, then we also can have a check mark on the second part of the test of maturity, and that's maturity of communication. And so now for the last part, which of course, as always, is the most difficult. And so, now it's about to get really personal and emotional, because it's really about radical attachment and radical closeness. And so you can probably figure out by now, first she's going to talk about what are the errors we make, the mistakes. And yes, we're going to start with that. So it's the false structures that we've built up all around us. Small and large structures that make up this absurd world of ours. And now I want to have a break. I want to change the structure of the talk. I'm going to tell you right away what we need to do. We need to overcome what divides us, because what divides us is what leads to this false situation. And so there's 3 divisions that happen, and I think that's a lot. And so we start with the first out of those 3 divisions, and that's the most personal one. It's in all of us. And for that, I brought a quote from a woman who was here 2 days ago. And she said, you can't just say what comes to your mind when you're the Secretary of State. And the most difficult part is when the heart says something different from the brain. And now you can say, wait, we were paying attention, and the speaker said, everything happens up in your head. And so I think that's a great example, because it's a political example, and it shows that this most personal, most direct level always comes into play, even in the political sphere, the social sphere, and, decides on what we hold dear and what we think is right. And so, but we're in this situation where the Secretary of State has to make excuses and has to give an apology for being an emotional human being.
Und wie falsch das ist.
And how wrong that is relates to this basic idea that we're rational and that we're free of emotion. And again, that's not possible. We're only able to make decisions because we have emotions, because when people have the inability in their brain to not feel emotions anymore, they cannot decide between blue or green when asked to write something, because they're unable to make decisions when we don't have emotions. And that's why it's so absurd to have this split between heart and mind, because everything happens in the mind. And so how can we deal with this better? How can we leave this division behind us? And again, the successful history of humanity can show us what we can do. where our ancestors tried something new, came together, and overcame divides. So, for example, here we have an image, and some of you might recognize this. It's from the March on Washington for work and liberation. And this was a movement of black people, first of all, but then turned into a civil rights movement with people from all creeds coming together. And because they understood that, you know, they're just emotional blobs, and they could ignore like the color of each other's skin or gender and age. And so the rational thing there is that we come together to achieve something. And so that's a new understanding of rationality. And this new understanding allows us to overcome this fictional divide between rationality and emotion. And now the second part, again, a politician. I was in the audience and I listened, and Mr. Kretschmann from Baden-Württemberg was asked from someone on the panel, do you eat meat or no? Are you a vegetarian or not? And he responded, you're asking me a most personal question, and that's offensive. You asking me such a personal question in a political debate. And you can imagine how that went on. And so you might feel you already know what I'm getting at here, right? The divide between private and political, or personal and political. And, you know, don't get me wrong, of course there's stuff that only relates to me as a person. Of course there's stuff that's private to me or maybe a few people in my life. But all decisions I take is political all the time, because it always relates to how we live together. And politics really is just like the decision-making process, overcoming various emotional states of various emotional blobs who are all just trying to be loved. And thus, everything political is private, and everything private is political. And so how do we overcome this divide? We have to understand that there's one ingredient, one key ingredient. Based on that, we try to take decisions. And, you know, that helps us as emotional blobs on our search for security, and that's trust. Trust is the basis for our decisions when it comes to voting, no matter what vote we're casting. And it's also the basis for what happens here these days. You know, everything that relates to media. And not just because of the term fake news. It's always about trust. And another component, it's political and social, and that will lead us to the next point, is trust and health. I need to trust when I go visit a doctor that they're doing a good job. And health is also a precondition for living a good life as an emotional blob. And so this is the bridge to the third and next and last, the ultimate dichotomy that we need to overcome to joyfully leave behind this absurd world of ours, because we were stuck there for so long. And of course, I brought a quote again, this time not from a politician, but from the president of the German Employers Association, Rainer Dulger. And I want to scream when I read that quote out loud. Protecting the climate, yes, of course, but not to the price that it ruins the economy. Yeah, so is this a joke? Is this a tragedy? when I read stuff like that, you know, my whole body is like tensing up and wants to scream. That's wrong. We only can have an economy because there's a basis for it, right? A basis that allows us to be economically active. And so this is the most dangerous dichotomy that we tell ourselves, that nature and environment can be separated from humans, that economy and ecology can be divided from each other, that there's a party that wants to do something, you know, green, and they deal with all that ecology stuff, and the rest of the parties deal with, you know, hard, cold economy, and that's absurd. We can only be economically active because there's a basis for that, because there's air, earth, and all other resources for that, like all of the technical equipment in this room, because we have that. And that's absurd to think that we are able to separate these two from each other, or want to separate these two from each other. And if you think that's like too green, wishy-washy, please, I want to ask you to close your eyes again and just hold your breath for a little while.
Obviously, start breathing again before you faint, but count the number of seconds, look at your watch maybe. How long can you do that until it starts feeling good, or when you start feeling bad? When do you need air again? I can tell you it will definitely be below 24 minutes and a few seconds unless you're in the process of setting a new world record, because that is the world record for holding your breath underwater, set by a Croat recently. And 24 minutes, then that's the absolute limit to when we need air. And the air is representative for our environment, for ecology. And that's why it's so disastrous to say that we should save the environment or something, that we rescue the planet. We need to protect us. We need to save ourselves if we want to have a good life on this planet. It's not the environment itself that we're saving. Okay, sorry. I thought the power elephant is back in the room. I heard a voice, and I'm pretty sure it's not in my head. But that's the end of my talk with goosebumps. Thank you for the applause. And we reached the last step of maturity, the social maturity. When we have achieved this, then we can say, what's the reward? What do we get out of this? So obviously you get a stamp of approval, just like in school. You are now radically emotionally tested. You clearly reached maturity together with me. And this is a big but now, unfortunately. Now the real work starts beginning, but also obviously joy, because I hope you felt the joy. It can be great. Once you've understood this and you apply this, you can feel the joy. And it's similar to how when you got your driver's license, for example, or when you learned swimming and took a test at the end. If you learned something and you got the seal of, or the certificate, or whatever, you got the license, then that's the point where you really understood how it worked. At least that's what it was like for me. I learned driving after the driver's license. I learned swimming after I did my first test. And it's the same like this seal of approval for our maturity. But if you let it be, and if you take this with you, maybe put it in your pocket or in your brain, maybe in a discussion with your neighbor, anything, if you take this home with you, and we can start what this last image is going to symbolize. It's a home run away from Absurdistan into the home that really feels good, that brings us joy, that we are living in the story that is true, that is truthful, that is not the fake one that we told us in the past, the one where we're loved and where we love. Thank you.
Maren Ohner.
Maren Ohner. Thank you. Thank you for this talk. And now, if I'm correct, we have about 10 minutes for a short Q&A. So if you have questions, are there questions in the audience? Does someone want to ask something? Be bold. Try. There are no questions. Yeah, there's one. Okay, a very short one. Are you actually optimistic that this can work? Yeah. Did you say that was a small question, a little one? Okay, so did I acoustically process that? I am unfortunately not. I'm neither optimist nor pessimist. I'm actively hopeful. What that means is it took me a long time to find words to express what I mean in order to get this little truth out of my head and into the world. I get up in the morning, every morning, and pose the question to myself, what can I do today in order to contribute, not because I'm just a great human or something, or because I have fun with it. I want to contribute to the process of leaving Azerdistan. And the only thing that helps me, and this may be cheesy, but I just held a talk about radical emotionally. Hope doesn't mean knowing that the end will be good. It means the conviction that what you're doing is has a point, that it has a purpose, that it's that it's valuable. Are there other questions in the audience? No matter where you are, we will pass the mic to you.
Da ist noch eine Frage. Einmal hier vorne, guck mal da.
Okay, here in the front.
Hallo und danke.
Hello, thank you for this great talk. I always find it difficult to know what to do, but not understand where it came from. And for example, the global trauma, as I want to call it, for us as Germans, it's the Second World War, for example, but there are others, globally speaking. For example, I'm interested in polyvagal therapy, but shouldn't we all be in therapy just to be able to do something about it? Well, I'm trying to keep it short. Therapy always sounds, I mean, it's in the word, it's therapeutic, and a lot of people say they don't need therapy, and clearly, or they're correct or not correct, depending. But what, at least in my opinion, not because I thought about it, but because I try to understand this scientifically, you need to radical honesty in the when connecting with another human being in order to be able to reach more honesty in semi-open and open communication when you go out into the public. And this is a lot I've learned from forms of organization in different places in the world where where I would say they have emotional maturity in their acting. They have spaces where you can let the feelings be, where this allows us to talk about it, to let it all out. It doesn't matter where it comes from. I'm not a proponent of the point that you should process everything and to figure all of this out. We don't have the time for that. And also, without going into the research again, it's often not even beneficial to do that. But what is important is to give you the space if you have that need, but also create that, and then even applaud you for doing that, for the courage that you have. It's not weak if you need therapy. You don't there's this whole discrimination happening. Basically, this distinction between psychological problems and physical problems. Every emotion that you have, every feeling has a biological basis, has a physiological basis. It happens in your head. And part of overcoming this divide between those two problems would be to stop making a distinction between psychological diseases and physiological diseases. And but in the end, we only have one body and mind, and they only have on one set of diseases. And we need to make the mind happy. And we need a lot of things for that, but we especially need those spaces that allow us. We need to stop using that dichotomy. We need to stop dividing these things up. Okay, if we look at the prerequisites and we dream about emotional well-being, about psychological well-being, we need a lot more therapy offers, enough spaces with therapists, for example. Mic's still open. There's one more question. Hi. I want to ask about the radical emotionality. For example, at a workplace, they're not usually safe spaces, and it's not easy to open up emotionally there. And okay, again, another one of those little questions. Of course, there isn't a quick fix. Of course, the easy way would be everybody does it differently tomorrow, and we all start doing it the way I envision. But obviously, that is unrealistic. So, just to put it mildly. But what we can see is, and this is definitely about what I've conveyed with the wrong stories that we tell each other, the little lies, that if companies and employers are open to a new way of work that is adjusted to the human biology, and if they offer a form of life, a form of work that is aligned with what the human needs, and then they will be more successful in the long run. But the problem or the challenge from the neuroscientific perspective is that the human brain has a tendency to think very short-sightedly. So, for example, there was a study that gave us data that if we are asked to think into the future, how far ahead do you think? And the result was basically tomorrow and lunch. And very few people think about a future 3, 10, 30 years from now. But why is that important? Because that's obviously how decisions are made in a company. And that's what you're also alluding to, that if you have a lot of fear and uncertainty in a situation at the workplace, because you're unsure how you feel and if anybody's interested in that and if you're safe, then I have an even more short-sighted perspective, because a brain that is afraid, is scared and it goes into emergency mode. And long story short, the answer is to uncover the lies we tell in the stories. What can I, as an individual, do? I can obviously try to find a workplace that is better, that is closer to the ideal, and then I can try to motivate other people to do that. For example, be politically active, to form an association, an NGO, if you go to a union. But that's the image that Marsha Washington painted. Only if people collectivize and unionize, things will change. They need to start walking small steps now to change the future.
Dieses nur sehr kurzfristige Planen kenne ich auch.
Okay, this is obviously that I know this very short-sighted planning from shopping, but I always try to buy for the weekend, but I can only buy my groceries for 2 days in advance. Okay, there's another question there.
Ja, danke schön.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, in this, if you move in in the circles where AI is being developed, I often have the impression that many of the people there have a need to understand and experience radical emotion and radical honesty. Do you have a strategy how to do that? Okay, don't pass the mic away. Are you asking how to change the interaction with humans or with the AI? Maybe the people developing the AI are the key. So these people are speaking a very unemotional language. So, okay, there are a lot of aspects to that question, but time's ticking. So one of the aspects that I'm very interested from a neuroscientific perspective, especially when talking to people that develop AI, how do we deal with all the biases that we already alluded to? I see the biggest chance here in that AI is always based on data, and it's always learning from the data, and it can actually teach us where our own limitations are, especially with respect to the processing of these. The AI is really just a mirror to not so dissimilar from the image of the mirror that I showed you earlier, not just about emotions. For example, say if you only hire men and the AI then also predicts that you will hire another man, then the AI isn't the problem, but rather it shows you your own biases and that you need to change the way you do things. Thank you, Man. Thank you for the talk. Okay. There will be a signing for if you bought a book and you want to have it signed, please move over there. Give a warm hand of applause for Maren Urner. And 17:30 is the book signing, and here we're gonna have another talk in 13 minutes. And so just stick around, stay seated. Thank you.
Nazis aufs Maul, Nazis aufs... Oh, Entschuldigung, ich singe manchmal vor mich hin. Hallo, so, da sind wir wieder. Schön, dass ihr alle dabei seid. Wir nähern uns...
Hi, everyone. So we're closing in on the final. But of course, it's staying relevant here on stage one. Now, let's get to two men who are really in charge of a very important website. What this is about is science, truth. Facts are becoming less and less important, especially in online discourse. And what we're seeing is that a lot of these fact-checking, they're always following behind. They're always behind the lies. And because they're always following, they're not being heard as much as the lies. But there's actually ways to sort of present science, facts, and truth in a positive way, to make them relevant and important again. And no one knows better about this than the two people at Thomas Laschig and Philipp Kreisel at Volksverpetzer, which is a German media outlet that is trying to create attention for facts and science.
Ja, hi.
Yeah, hi. We're glad to be here.
Dass die Republika uns eingeladen hat.
That Republika invited us. We're Thomas and Philipp from Volksverpetzer, and we'll tell you a bit about what we're doing in our anti-fake news blog, as we like to call it, and how we're trying to promote the truth, to advertise the truth. Because there's really a lot of amazing, reputable knowledge and fact-checking formats. There's so many great initiatives and organizations, even here at Republika. We've seen them, we've heard them. We were really excited about seeing something. But still, the impact in discourse is still missing. If someone becomes viral, it's usually built a German right-wing media. And they're really debating, and they're really sort of dominating the debate. And we need to understand why. So, to start with the topic, let's start with a topic that has really followed us at Volksverpetzer for a long time, the COVID pandemic. Many of you read many fact checks by us about Querdenker, which is a German movement that is anti-vaccine and anti-facts. And I want to take a step back. Why were facts so important during the COVID pandemic? Why did so many people ask for them? And to answer this question, I want to go to Russia. What many people don't know is that Russia's COVID impact was actually really bad. There was a lot of people, there was a great excess death rate, a lot more than official data actually showed. And we're seeing this analysis has also been shown in Economist. More than 1 million people died in Russia during the COVID pandemic. Why did they? Was Putin against vaccines? Querdenker, they said that Putin is really on their side. He doesn't like vaccines. He's against all of the different COVID measures. But is that even true? No, actually. In Russia, there were very similar measures to what happened in Germany. There were even punishments for people who didn't vaccinate themselves. You could even say that Russia was a corona dictatorship. But how come we don't know anything about this? Because in Russia, State media really advertised a lot for getting vaccinated. But in Europe, these kind of state media, the same state media, actually advertised against policy and also advertised against vaccinations. So what we're seeing here is really a kind of info war. They use the information as a weapon against the West. They have spread information that were supposed to damage us, while at the same time spreading other information in their own country. So why was it so bad in Russia despite all of these measures? Well, actually, the fact basis isn't really there. Most of us didn't follow COVID measures because we were afraid of being punished, but instead because we thought we have the right facts. We know that doing these things is good. But Putin has actually eroded this kind of factual basis in Russia because he wanted to weaken his democracy. And by doing so, he weakened his democracy, and then they didn't have this kind of factual basis. Looking at studies, it's quite clear. There's many studies that are showing that these measures and the vaccines have saved a lot of people and a lot of sort of lives as well. You can see a lot of studies, and this is just a couple of them. I also have more. All of them show that masks are actually effective. So studies are there, evidence is here, science is here, and they're often surprisingly clear. This is what's crazy. If you discuss in media, you're discussing sort of, do masks work or don't they work? Let's invite a scientist to present the facts, and someone else who sort of doesn't believe they work, then it looks like it's a 50-50. It looks like maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But we were not the only ones who have spread these facts. A lot of journalists, a lot of scientists that know a lot more. But because of this false balancing, because of social media, they really were sort of drowned out. We at Volksverpetzer didn't only rely on all of the facts and on presenting the facts in a very boring but also very fact-based way. Instead, we tried to make a lot of this information easy to access, digestible. So as an example, this is like, there's no killing bees. The main investigator is still alive. And we presented this to sort of fake news about Drosten, who really isolated the COVID virus and did a lot for German COVID response, to be honest, and was really punished by a lot of lies. And here we also did the same. We said, hey, so this is a fact, and how Bild again lies to you. And I think we cannot, we should not underestimate the role of titles and pictures. They're often the first or only thing you can actually see, and especially the media that isn't very fact-based. They really use these easy headlines that are being presented in a very easily digestible way, and in a world where we are really being presented with information, it's really important to make sure that facts are actually showing up. So here we have this kind of graph that shows the sort of matrix between being or like looking serious and serious content. On the top left, where it's looking serious and we also have serious content, it's the typical German public broadcaster. When we're looking serious behavior, serious looking, but not unserious content, then we have Bild and Welt and these kinds of things. And there is really a gap between when we're talking about having good content, having serious content, but not serious looks.
I mean, Volksverpetzer, that's not a serious name. We are just doing our stuff with the fascists. We don't want to fall for those share pigs, and our goal is to have a broad audience and to show them and to be a part of the informational society. Even the best work isn't good enough if no one is reached, because of social media algorithm about trends and everything. But we shouldn't just moan about it, because this doesn't solve anything. So we bite into the sour apple and we're doing what works. Because in question, I mean, we could save humans' lives. That's why disinformation is so easy for some people. To make it a little more precise, we look at a case of the pandemics, the case of intensive beds. We all know that intensive care beds have been used a lot during the pandemic. We had a lot of problems to organize everything because there were too few spots for people and too many people infected with corona. Operations had to be put on different dates. People had to use different or other hospitals, and that was, everyone knew that. But during the pandemic, there was a register where you could look up how many intensive care beds are taken right now and how many are still free. And this register during the pandemic gave the definition of what counts as a bed. For example, there were children's beds that were put out of this, and some things were counted differently because you could only use beds or count beds as a bed if you have the personnel for it. So usually it was like regular changes. You could say, okay, that's fine. But the DV-Fake looked at these changes and used it to pretend, yeah, the scarcity that is not existing. And one of the major spreader of this was Welt, a German newspaper outlet. They wrote many articles on this fake, and they pretended a few times that these beds, that there is no scarcity in beds right now. To all other journalistic outlets, this would be like a total failure, a complete total failure, because it was wrong. But Welt, it was worth it for the Welt. Welt had a lot of new subscriptions because of this. They had a record number of subscriptions, so they made a lot more money than before. We fought against it, so we wrote this article. You can see, yeah, it's pretty taking. There's a creative headline and a creative image for this, and it worked pretty well because this article was clicked a lot of times and also shared. But it's still the case that if you Google the people responsible for this, our fact check is the first result on Google, which is pretty good. So let's look at, in contrast, the most successful fact check from a different outlet. It was made by Bayerischer Rundfunk, the Bavarian radio and TV station. they wrote about Divigate. Matthias Schrappel, well, they were basically pretended to make errors, and there should be errors in that thesis paper. I don't have to say a lot about the contrast to our image, but firstly, it's a question. It's pretty clear what's happening or what has happened, and it's also the case that the most important thing about this fact check is like, but there were errors in the thesis paper, and this should have been the headline, because this is the actual point of all this. So you just recall the thesis, and well, yeah, just. This is the difference between serious media and the campaign media of Axel Springer. Serious media, they hide the facts, and while campaign media spreads the fake into the world loudly, this is a problem. All serious media, they use the fact check as a spoiler, for example, here. Yeah, is work still worth it if social support is rising? And yes, spoiler, yeah, there's more in the article to this. Studies show that this kind of hiding of facts doesn't lead to this, like facts being more present. So in this case, the fake is in the focus. It's like when I say, don't think about pink elephants. And what do you think about now? Yeah, pink elephants, of course. So that's why speak the facts loudly and clearly, because if we don't do that, no one does it. And that's why it's also, pretty clear that if we have, let us dictate those topics that they are spread in this way, it's not good. So this is the reason why we have to speak out the truth. And also in this case, it was true that it was clear that we didn't have intensive care beds. Everyone said that. There was no idea whatsoever that this couldn't be true, but the fake, well, kind of stayed there. It's actually the case that this is a tweet or quote by Pia Lamberti, the fake distributors from Russia, they know that we handle their fakes in this way, and sometimes fact checkers get these fakes so they get more reach. And well, aren't we doing something wrong here? I mean, I want to point out what Philip did, what he made differently. We could have just started with, well, Welt pretended that the Divi statistics are wrong. Let's just find out. No, at first he told you the fact, and then he showed you the fake, and then recalled the fake. Yeah, it's like a fact sandwich. So the first thing and the last thing you get is the facts, and not only recalling the fake. I'm also doing this as well.
So people who are asking for asylum who've been in Germany for 8 years work, like 86% of them work and pay social security, of course. Among Germans, it's actually only 80%. More people, and there's like, they have the double rate of founding something than Germans. And these are great stories that you could talk about, that you could mention when talking about migration. But even though these positive facts exist, media actually usually talks about refugees in a negative way. Across the board, immigration is often seen as a problem, as a danger, especially sort of talking about negative effects on security. This is other statistics. that show that refugees are shown in a negative light, and they are often included in sort of talked about when talking about crime. And even Tagesschau isn't much better than Bild here. And actual asylum seekers are less criminal than the average. If an AfD, which is a German far-right party, follower hears this, will their brain will explode. Now, why don't I hear about this? Even though there's a lot of serious media that, for the most part, really do a good job, the debate is so one-sided. There's something we're doing wrong, therefore. We've tried to do it differently. We're telling facts, using narratives. We're telling the other story, the other side. We don't oppose the same stories again and again. Of course, there's a lot of threats, a lot of hate, a lot of lies, a lot of protest, and also lawsuits that people want to use to make us mum. And whoever remembers the largest lawsuit against us was by someone called Wodak. He sent us a 2,000-page lawsuit. Take a look at this guy. He still had some hope. He wasn't shaved. He's the first big Querdenker. He was like the big starter of the movement. Already in March 2020, he really played down the COVID news and spread fake news. He really sort of paved the way for a lot of fake news that came after him. His lawyer sued us for 250,000 people. And it took years and years because they tried to prolong the process, of course. But today, live and exclusive, we can tell you, we won. I was so happy. I was so looking forward to this. His lawyer has been away for a while. He's actually on trial currently. And Wodak now finally actually sort of dropped the lawsuit. He needs to pay all the fees, including our lawyers' fees, and we're really happy about that. We're really happy about that. We're getting maybe 4,000 euros, less than we actually spent, but whatever. But what we thought would be, maybe some of you have donated money to us because we've already paid for it. They don't wait 3 years for their bills. So what we thought is, what can we do with the money? One problem that Querdenker like Wolfgang Wodak have mentioned themselves are that lockdowns had negative effects. Yes, of course, we need to talk about them. There were fewer vaccinations against important illnesses like measles. And that's why we will donate Wodak's money that he has kindly provided to us. Donate to make sure that we can vaccinate kids against these illnesses. And also UNICEF has actually created a new vaccination program against malaria. We're also donating to that. And we're hoping Mr. Wodak doesn't mind. He left the money to us, so he can't really mind. The new malaria vaccine is very effective. was tested successfully, has a really high effectivity of 75% against severe forms of malaria in small children, and is being administered by UNICEF. $6 can already sort of administer one vaccine dose of malaria. And this isn't all of it. So we also had a great community. At no point did we need to worry about them winning the lawsuit, because we had such a big community that were able to donate money to us. Many others don't have this community, and therefore we want to protect others from these kind of slap lawsuits. So we're donating half of the money that we're getting back to the European Center for Press and Media, for Press and Media Freedom, because they actually approached us after they heard about our lawsuit. They proactively approached us and sent us €1,000 so that we could defend ourselves successfully. So thank you again. They really try to sort of be active at the European level against SLAPP lawsuits. SLAPP lawsuits are those that are really intimidation lawsuits. So we thought, okay, that's not enough. So we'll round up the 4,000 something euros, and also doubling the money. So both of them are getting 5,000 euros. Both of them are getting all the money because we think both of them really need the money, really could use it, really deserve it. And we're really happy that this kind of vaccine skeptic that his lawsuit can be used to good use now to protect vaccines and other people against lawsuits. And it's still not everything. We also want you to be able to participate. So on all our platforms, on volksverpetzer.de, Twitter, Instagram, etc., we also have started a new donation campaign that is called the Wolfgang Wodak campaign, like donation campaign. And you can add up to 10,000 euros to the money that we are donating. And whatever the final amount is, we're doing 50-50% between the two recipients. One fake news there is. So on Better Place, only non-profit organizations are able to get donations. Now we have actually lost our non-profit status, so it is not on Better Place, but we have created our own website. Go to whatever platform, app, website, whatever, and there you'll find the link to donate. So we're hoping that this is how you can tell good stories. This is how we can make something positive from all of these negative things, from the hate, from the fake news, to bring positive things to light, tell positive stories. And all of that just because of you. This is how we can fight against disinformation. And this is how Volksverpetzer fights against disinformation and really advertises for the truth. Thank you. Thank you.
Mein Mikro an, weiß ich gar nicht. Ist mein Mikro an? Ah, jetzt mein Mikro an.
Okay. Thank you again. And Thomas will also be at the book table of Dussmann at 6:15 to sign some books, and you can also ask them questions there. Now let's move on to the last regular session today at Republika 24. And now this is a final something that is really worth it, then because everyone hates AfD, it's very annoying, but there's nothing we can do. It doesn't help to just say, hey, this is nonsense what they're saying. They can still manage to go to important positions. It's becoming more probable that the sort of wall between the AfD and other parties is actually being destroyed, and that AfD might be in these important positions, might be getting governmental responsibility. What can we do when AfD can make decisions? For that, we have someone who can explain this worst-case scenario to us, who can tell us what we can do. Many know him from Frag den Staat, a portal where people can ask questions to the government, and the government needs to answer. He's a political scientist and a journalist. So what to do if the AfD gets into power? We're really happy to have him, Arne Semsrott. Okay, so applause stopped before I arrived. I need to be quicker. Nice to have you. Between you and today's party, there's the AfD power grab. It's not something great. I think we should talk about a government where the AfD is part of it. In the last couple of months, especially after the revelations of Correctiv, we talked a lot about what AfD would do if they would grab power, if they were in power. And I think that's important, but I think what we're talking about today are more sort of worst-case scenario, but not necessarily looking at what we might be facing right now. If we're looking at what AfD is planning currently and how far along the party is at many different federal länder, but also at the federal level, then we can see that it is really possible that the AfD might be part of a coalition. At the communal level, we see that a lot of parties are actually voting with the AfD, that there's laws being introduced that have support of the AfD, and there's these kind of just thought reports by this CDU guy in Sachsen-Anhalt who are really saying, well, we should really get together and work together with AfD.
And let's have a closer look at what a scenario like that could look like and what we can do when it's too late, because, spoiler, even if it's too late, it's not too late. So what do we do when someone like this woman is in the government? So let's first have a look at what a possible AfD government would look like. Let's imagine an election evening where a lot of coalitions are possible. The CDU doesn't want it with the left party. Many small parties are there, but you can't build a coalition with them. There's big chaos in the end of the evening. The CDU head of party says, well, our responsibility is to not let this country descend into chaos, so we'll to do a coalition with the AfD as a junior partner. We will not do many laws with them together. We will push through our own program, and we will keep the AfD small. What could the AfD do in that situation? They could pick a few interesting ministries. They will try to get the interior minister. This is what NSDAP did back in the day. They can get a lot of other interesting ministries, and using these ministries without even publishing new laws can push the boundaries of the existing laws and make our lives more difficult. What could they do, for example? For example, they could try to get a central pregnancy record with the health minister, so collecting data about all people who are pregnant and a central register to register that and make that create a scenario of a threat for such people. That wouldn't be a much harder discrimination than already exists, but it would be crass. So then they could cut the funding of pregnancy crisis centers, such as centers that do abortion counseling. And according to the current legislation, if you want to have an abortion, you have to have a counseling before, but if you can't find counseling, then no abortion. So that is what the AfD could do. What else could they do? They could, for example, cut preventative funds, which we've seen with last generation activists who were taken into preventative custody even though they did not commit a crime, and they were still taken into custody. So you could assume that the AfD government could preventatively put people into custody because, of course, they could commit crimes against the AfD party meeting. And in this fashion, the AfD wouldn't even need to create new laws. They could just work with what we already have and make our lives more difficult. Now, where do I push? Here? There? All right. And the means, and I think the worst narrative that makes our lives difficult in this regard is the means and the narrative. Oh yeah, that it isn't as bad as expected, and especially this weekend with the district administration elections in Thuringia, where the AfD was really, really strong, 20–30% even in the runoff elections. And many people said, well, it isn't that bad because the scenarios we had, they're immediately going to win all of Thuringia was so big that people said, okay, well, it's not as bad as expected. It's all right. And the same could happen with an AfD government. Before all of the bad things that could happen, there would be small steps, a small escalation where we would say, okay, well, that was bad, but it wasn't as bad as it could be. Well, now we've got deportations to Syria. Well, now we've got deportations to Afghanistan, to Iran, but it's not as many as we thought, so it's not that bad. And we needn't take the streets. And that, I think, in with the tale, you all know, the frog in the hot water. If I put a frog into water, I don't think there's any biologists here. I'll probably say a lot of bullshit now, but yeah, if you put a frog into water, into hot water immediately, it would jump out. But if you put the frog into cold water and just slowly turn up the heat, then the frog will stay in the water and die. And I can imagine that it would be similar with an AfD government, that through normalization, through all the small steps to abolishing democracy, there would be a normalization effect and they could actually pull through their inhumane project. And there's historic predecessors. That is Sebastian Höfner, a historian who had a diary in 1933. He was at the district court in Hamburg, and he watched the Nazis take over power. And he kept a detailed record of what the bourgeois citizens thought about this and why there was no resistance after 13th January 1933, where the NSDAP pushed into power. And it's very impressive in the book to see how this normalization went about and how people saw, well, okay, that's all bad, but it's not too bad. And in the district court where he worked, a few judges went over to the Nazi parties, but gradually, one after the other. And, well, no one wanted any disturbances, and it just went out without much ado. And we need to think about, and I think we need to prepare for the moment and prevent that this will happen again. And the first question in this context is, does that happen automatically?
Passiert es denn automatisch, dass wenn die AfD an die Macht kommt?
When AfD comes into power, will they automatically be able to do what they want to do? Because there's a step between planning something and actually implementing it. We know it from many other parties. They get into government, they have a lot of plans, and none of those really work out. And of course, that could also be the case with AfD. And then the question is, who is in charge of all of that? And that is authorities. Authorities have a lot of possibilities. In the case of an AfD government, they could just refuse orders. And the most important keyword in this context is the right to demonstration. It wasn't in the public focus for a long time, but this right to demonstration is actually an obligation to demonstration, because all public authorities in Germany have the duty to refuse unlawful orders. And in the context of an AfD government, that would mean if authorities are commanded to do something that is against the law, they are actually not allowed to do that. Now, authorities aren't especially known as very resistive, but they all sworn an oath. And we have to ask ourselves now, what does this mean? We've had the 75 years of the Basic Law anniversary recently, and now we have to ask ourselves, is that just nice prose, nice celebrations, and the president speaking about the merits of the Basic Law, or do we actually look at the people who swore an oath to that Basic Law and could actually resist? And on the layer below, there's an even more practical. Oh, sorry, that should be a GIF, but yeah, it's even slower like that. So yeah, at some point he will press the stamp. And that's the so-called Bummelstreik. During research for my book, I heard a cool anecdote from the Interior Ministry. The most successful Bummelstreik in the Interior Ministry, Otto Schily, wanted a maid. So in the evening, he met up with certain renowned gentlemen, and he wanted a maid to serve these men. And that's not a thing in German administration. And the authority in charge just didn't want to fulfill his bid. So, yeah, he commanded that inquiry to be forwarded to Department Z, which is the hardcore administration, basically, and they received the bid, and then they replied, well, maids, we don't have that. That's not in our salary structure, so it went back to the ministry. And they said, okay, we'll do it like this and that, and then it went back to Department Z, and then they said, okay, well, but if we get a maid, this will concern food right, and there's this and that matter that's not really clearly clear, and so the thing actually never happened. So this means of Bummelstreik is really effective, but you need allies within the authority. And there's another solution, just call in sick. If you're working in an authority, you can do that just not to partake in this shit. And so get out, get a sick note. Go see something nice. And that can broaden your horizon, and that would be good for authorities, and to look into other societal areas. Then there's unions for authorities, even though authorities can't strike, but they can get a sick note. Other parts of society have more experience, but less experience than other countries with strikes. We need to learn how to strike well again, and we can learn that from other countries. From Finland, for example, they have a lot of strikes, and we so far have a very restrictive strike right. For example, political strikes are forbidden and general strikes are forbidden. But if we imagine a situation where the AfD were to come into power with a program that would abolish democracy, I don't think it would be decisive whether a strike would be legal or illegal, but we would see which possibilities we have to put that into action. And I think unions have a particular challenge here to challenge the existing laws. What cases could we see where political strikes for democracy could be handed through the instances? How could we find how could we build alliances and bring groups together? I think Wir fahren zusammen is a good initiative from Fridays for Future and Verdi, where the rights of people who work in public transport, as well as people who strike for the climate, come together. And I think this would be a good thing to use that as an example. The media, of course, also a huge topic. I don't need to talk a lot about how to disturb a talk show. I've done that on other channels, but let me say this much. After the biggest democratic protests we had in January this year, in the big talk shows of this country, who was invited? Not the organizers of these strikes, but the people who make this inhumane politics.
There's something really wrong with the talk show, with the whole system, you could say. Something very fundamental. And I think that it's really sort of a hit to the face of those people that are actually active on democracy. In these democracy demonstrations in January, we heard a lot of talks, a lot of speeches about everyone needs to get in line, everyone should sort of fight for democracy, and I think we should also see that in the talk shows. And I don't need to know anything about what AfD thinks about people going to protest against it. I think it is really important to fight for free information. And I saw how many of the old investigative reports that öffentlich-rechtliche, that the public broadcasters in Germany have really published, but they needed to be depublicized. And this sort of this kind of depublication of public broadcasting, they need to depublicize some of their stuff. That is a really bad policy because it leads to a lot of bad and against humans information being spread far and wide. Well, the good information is actually sort of really separate. Now, I don't have a subscription for every private media outlet. I can't afford it, but I would need that in order to read all of the investigative journals, investigative reports about far-right media. Now, let's be honest. I wouldn't take out a subscription of Zeit Online, but I would be happy to pay Zeit Online to get a subscription to make sure that all investigative reports of Zeit Online about this kind of far-right democracy, against these far-right things, would actually be public. We can call this democracy flat. I think this can be something that has a future, to pay for sort of making stuff publicly available. Now, this isn't the definitive list of 5 things that we can do. I don't think there is such a thing as a definitive list, but I think we all see that there is a need to do something. And I believe that we all feel that, and I believe that there can be power in that. And one really central idea that is really useful to sort of cope with how to fight against AfD and how to strengthen democracy is this idea of rooms, of making space. How does the AfD actually work? They are really, really successful at taking over space, at sort of taking this space and then also taking it over from democratic parts. We see this in rural areas where the AfD actually is very, very active, is taking space there. So it is important to go put up posters everywhere, even in rural areas as well. But of course, online, this is a similar thing. We have to think about how online we can create these kind of spaces that are democratic and open. And I think conferences like this are good. I think secure and open rooms are good. Rooms of trust, rooms that include trust, rooms where it is possible to discuss more controversial topics. So it's important that we can also talk about Gaza, for instance. Even though it's controversial, of course it's controversial, we need to create this kind of trust. We need to also discuss this on the big stages here. And I think we also need to create physical spaces in our area that includes stickers wherever you live, that includes going to stay in these cultural centers or creating them. But this is the same in the digital space. And I think sometimes we're missing that. Writing in Wikipedia is really a type of working for democracy. This is how we're creating space, creating digital spaces that are really important for democracy. I know it's annoying. There's so many old white men as admins, and it's annoying to have to fight with them, but you have to do it. And I also realize making information accessible and how making information accessible on Wikipedia can actually sort of make a discussion more fact-based and better. And then it's also to do more democracy. And I think, yeah, some people say, yeah, this is, of course, self-evident. But I don't think it's self-evident, because in many talks, whenever I'm talking about, people always talk about, well, let's defend democracy, let's defend status quo. But I actually think we don't only need to defend democracy, but we need to fight for more democracy, not necessarily look at AfD and think of how can we make sure that they can't sort of become more prominent, but instead we need to come up with our own visions, spread these visions. So not only fight against press, against AfD, limiting press freedom and freedom of opinion, but also expanding press freedom, expanding freedom of opinion. And this is what we're doing with Frag den Staat, which is to sort of like make sure that we get fast information. And sometimes this kind of bureaucracy, they ask us, why are you suing us? Why aren't you suing AfD? But I think it is really, really important to make sure that this information becomes public, and this kind of democratic really discussion becomes a good foundation for making sure that AfD does not become a more important party. Then, of course, data privacy, data protection is a measure against the AfD. If we look at what kind of data they already have access to, then you can get really fearful. Via the local governments, they are able to actually control the bureaucracy. And we want local parliaments to actually control bureaucracy. But through these, they can actually get information and files on these kind of democratic initiatives. And now we already have some democratic initiatives already have this problem of their files going to AfD. So if the state, if we manage to get the state to get less data, to get less data, then AfD couldn't even get this data. So if you're active in a democracy initiative, go do a Melderegistersperre, which is basically that you can make sure that no one is able to get your files, is able to get your data from this register. Then the last point, the fourth point I'm getting to is donations. We had this, we weren't able to spend any more money last year as a government after the basic court has made the decision. So a lot of us were really asking what to do. Some people who worked for the German parliament, some people who are actually part of the part of these kind of democracy networks, we didn't know if they would have money in 2 weeks. So, of course, AfD doesn't want them to be funded. Now, what does this mean for us? For us, this means to donate more money to democracy initiatives. This also means that if you're working in a company, then you should also encourage your company to donate more. Now, personally, I'm donating €1 for every book to Polylux, which is donating initiatives in Eastern Germany. And then the last thing is maybe prepping for the future. I think what we're actually trying to do is to prepare for the worst case. And prepping has a really, really bad reputation, and I understand there's good reasons for that, because we usually understand prepping as an individualistic thing. People take toilet paper, water, they try to become better shooters, better shots. And they really are preparing for the sort of for a physical fight of this kind of thing. This is a self-made thing from me. I'm talking about prepping for future. I created this myself. These are my Photoshop skills. They're not very good. Now, this means we are actually sort of stocking up on solidarity, on love, on all of these issues to prepare for an election night where AfD actually wins? Who do I call? Who do I to think right now about? Who would I get in touch with? Who would I ask, hey, are you fine? And who would I want to fight together with? Who would I want to be together with? If AfD comes to power, so that very quickly they're gone again. Thank you very much. Arne Semsrott. Yeah, a great applause for him. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, June 3rd, put it into your calendar. We'll recollect here in quarter of an hour. We will be asking you many questions. Did you actually listen to all the sessions? Because we will also sing. See you later. Thank you very much.
I care. I care. I care. I care. I care about hope stories, the invitation to XR Port Berlin, fair work conditions for our suppliers, about the question whether the next year will see the 18th edition of the Golden Bloggers. And I care to make sure that expert knowledge is understood by interested lay people too. I care about building a communal garden. I care about safe, affordable and climate-neutral energy supplies for us all. I care about an instruction manual for better cooperation. And I care about communicating knowledge about birds, such as the nightingale that is singing right here. I care about a school video project of the Deutsche Welle foreign broadcaster in Ghana. I care about wild bees, and that's why I'm planting domestic wild plants on my balcony. We care about the death of printed newspapers. I care about my next book about love. I care about the server infrastructure of a not to be mentioned protection-worthy group in a not to be mentioned foreign country. I care about the social cohesion as a mayor in my community, and I strive for democracy and its basic values in times in which right-wing violence and extreme thinking are taking much more space. I care about investigating deadly police violence, new creative investigative journalism. Our correspondent in Kiev who cares about people in Ukraine. I care about Berlin as a future cycling city, high turnout in elections, visibility of people and their stories, music students, and about the fact that they have something to say. My new freelancing existence and my sick friend with lots of love. I care about spreading the stories of people that sadly don't have a voice anymore because they were murdered by the Nazis. I care about a work culture in which people come together. I care about the 11 small children that I care for in my nursery. I care about protecting animals. I care about the arts. I care about an inclusive society. I care about the path of my 87-year-old mother after a stroke back into life. I care about the connection between personal health and planetary health. I care about, sometimes about so much that I lose sight. I care about many young people, the climate. I care about my father quite a lot these days, who sadly forgets more and more. I care about fun, seriousness, movement and democracy in young theatre, about embedding post-Eastern perspectives in the decolonialized European context, and about child and family. I care about the online banking for my mother, the future, AI that everyone understands, my garden and my potatoes. I care about my parents, the financing of a resilient and democratic civil society, about my own shit. I care about myself. I haven't done that for a long time. I care about pregnant women and their babies. Caring is great. Right. Woohoo! It's a bit sad, isn't it? It's kind of foggy also. Yeah, it's actually good that we have a bit of smoke in here so you don't get to see the tears. On the other hand, though, the smoke drives out the tears somehow, or brings up the tears. So they can let out your emotions. That's why you have the smoke here. Oh, say it. I have replacement contact lenses in case you have problems with your contact lenses too. I have supplies. Okay, people, we've made it. 3 days of Republica are behind you and us and everyone here. And, well, it's been 3 absolutely fantastic days after our return to the station, right? Yes, we are back. How did you like it, Anna? Very much. I'm just thinking. The talk by Professor Dr. Natasha Kelly is something I liked a lot. The conversation with Düsen Tekel, you were quite emotional there, weren't you? Yes, I did shed a tear. And there was so much. I think we would be here tomorrow if I would like to list it all. For me, the nicest thing was to be here with you. You have to say it. Now, you were fully involved last year with your plaster leg, and that was my personality back then. Now it's my contact lenses. Let's see what it will be next year if we come back next year. Again, it was huge fun for me to be here for you on Stage One, and this is a special place, special talks, but very exciting to be here all this time. So at this point, I would ask you for a great applause for Anna. Thank you so much. Thank you. Who could I imagine on my side other than who could lead me to the jungle of Republica other than the fantastic Niels? Thank you. Okay, the hours on the stage for us are counted, and well, now we have the traditional closing ceremony with the founder of Republica here on Stage One, and this is going to be introduced, I think, if I remember correctly, by no one else than our well-loved Markus Beckedahl, who is going to lead us through the figures of the last 3 days. Get ready for the final, and here is Markus Beckedahl.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'm so happy that our design team this year noticed that with keynotes you can show the next few slides up ahead. Because in the past few years I've had to play PowerPoint karaoke and didn't know what the next slide will be, but we keep on learning and growing. So, facts and figures. Let's talk about the stages first. So this is one stage, and we have others as well, which are smaller. We have 1,200 seats here and 20 seats on a smaller stage back there. We have 31 stage situations. Some were added since the opening because we didn't count them at the opening. So yeah, I have to correct my number from Monday. Program points, 818 in 3 days on 31 stages, including offstage and TinCon. And additionally, 255 program points on our partner stands. So in total, more than 1,000 program points. So this has been the most diverse Republica so far when it comes to programming. Visits in 3 days, who can guess? 30,000. And that means we were sold out. So, sometimes it doesn't feel like it, right? Because there's certain, guidelines that we have to adhere to in case something goes wrong. You need to be able to exit the building quickly. And our PR department said something confusing that this, they said this was the first one to be sold out, but really it was the second one because the second Republica in 2008 was also sold out. But a lot of the team weren't around back then, so yeah, we hadn't had this for quite a few years. All right, participants. Participant statistics. Rather female, 57.59%. Rather male, 41.08%. Non-binary, 1.3%. So yeah, we're a digital conference and it's possible. Other people haven't understood that so far. So one fun fact, on Monday, within 15 minutes, 300 300 people checked in, and sometimes it took a bit longer than that. We have a new system, and not everyone understood that you have to like personalize it, and if you didn't do that, like, you know, read the fucking manual. But yeah, it took more time, and we're sorry, so we hope next time it will be faster, just like it was in the past. Yeah, we've had lots and lots of volunteers. And for the first time, we've had an inclusive team. Arthur helped us. Thank you so much. And it worked out great. And we're going to keep on doing that. Cities where the participants come from. Small changes in comparison to last year. Berlin on place 1. Hamburg, Cologne. Bonn dropped down a place. That's where I'm from, so I noticed that. And then Vienna, you probably heard a lot of dialect, so yeah, welcome. Funniest hairstyles, these two. The most tasteless human beings on earth, these 4. And then we had a writer's corner, where especially visitors of TinCon could leave their mark. So Johnny said that this was the funniest one that was written, Feminism or Brawl. And you could also print stuff at TinCon. And now the speakers. Again, slight changes in comparison to Monday. 200 people somehow disappeared or died. So 1,615 speakers helped to make this Republica possible. Thank you to all of them. From 60 different countries. And you might not believe it, the oldest speaker was 92 years old. Her name is Gisela Wild, who more than 40 years ago fought in front of a German court to gain the right to information, to self-determination of information. The youngest speaker was 16 years old, and I'm not going to name any names because we've had multiple people. Yeah, Tilda Noller. It's on the slide. Read the fucking manual. I know. But we've had multiple 16-year-old speakers, and we've only noticed that after we finished creating the slides. So, the speakers. So, full numbers. Not statistics. 749 rather female, 511 rather male. And truly, it's almost the same statistics as the visitor statistics. And so it makes us very happy that, these numbers correlate. Non-binary, 36, which is a tad more statistically speaking than the visitors. But, it's not an exact science. And 319 declined to comment. But more women than men, definitely. Mobility data. How did people arrive at Republica? So we have statistics. Most people walked. But, probably from the train station or something. Otherwise, I really can't explain that.
Sonst kann ich mir die Statistik auch nicht erklären.
Yeah, so otherwise it wouldn't make sense. So, a few took the car. Chairs.
Manche kennen das Konzept Stühle.
some might know this brand new concept of chairs. We had to get lots and lots of chairs. And, we try to do sustainable stuff. And so we always have these chairs stored somewhere. 4,910 chairs. And yeah, all of them were in use. We've had volunteers who've forever helped us to realize Republica. And especially in our team, we have lots and lots of people who had their entry to Republica as a volunteer. So thank you very much. We have 460 volunteers in total. Thank you so much. And these are their names. Yeah, so definitely more Wolfgangs than Yvonnes. Official representatives of the press, more than 700, 125 partners. And our partners, enable us to keep the entry fees low, so thank you to all of them. I hope it was worth it. This year, for the first time, we've had RP audio. So you might notice, and a part of you definitely use that because we have statistics. And I hope you've had a great experience. We were able to have more stages that way, where people, were able to have a discussion without disturbing anyone else. And the peak was 1,229 simultaneous listeners on Monday. And the average was 1,000 simultaneous listeners at any single point in time. So yeah, that makes us really proud. We feel it worked, and yeah, we're gonna keep on building that. Again, a peak devices on Wi-Fi, 4,500. But we have an even larger number, photos that our photographers took. 36,249. Published on Flickr. Yes, it's still around. So, it's a tradition, so maybe we'll think about it in the future. 2,355 photos published on Flickr. In the at some point, Flickr, was down or something, and we weren't sure if that was us, but yeah, yesterday we weren't able to upload anything. Maybe we're the last user of Flickr, might be. So we've uploaded videos until 4 p.m. today, 215 videos already uploaded. Yeah, and sadly there's a daily upload limit on YouTube, so more weren't possible. But so there's a few still to come, not today, but in the next few days. And then additional audio recordings. So of course, we want to have the videos as audio available as well. And so, but in addition to the videos, we have additionally 103 audio recordings. Social media. Yeah, lost on platforms. Where were we? Where did we meet? So here's an overview by Luca Hammer, who made this chart yesterday evening. So Fediverse on ranking #1. Afterwards, Twitter and Blue Sky, and Threads apparently doesn't report on any numbers. Maybe Instagram and LinkedIn probably, in comparison to the average, pretty high, we guess. But yeah, definitely, the glory days are gone. Having your own topic page and on the video page of a public broadcasting company and their video library, one in the ARD Mediathek. And I was bit confused when on Saturday I wanted to watch a documentary or something, and then suddenly I stumbled upon Republica there. Kids who were born during the production time. 2. Yes, we all get older. Kids who will be born because of Republica. At least one. Yuan and Sarah met at Republica, and they've just had a child. So congratulations to them.
Sessions, die trotz Regen.
Sessions that took place despite of rain. Sadly, a few. And this German podcast, they made the best of it. And, we weren't able to postpone because they've had guests join over video, and so, we couldn't change the weather, sadly. Socks that predicted our closing, a few. And now the most important slide. We keep trying, to listen to your criticism, to your feedback. And so we want to hear it. You can find us on social media everywhere, but you can also be very modern, take out your phone and scan this QR code and just fill out, the form before you forget about it. While you're, you might still be in a good mood right now, so why not do it now? But yeah, we would like your feedback. And let's come to a close, whatever that means. Andreas, Johnny, Tanya, please come up on stage, join me, my co-founders. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Hi. Can you hear us?
It's so nice to see you again. No one believes that 3 days have gone since we last stood here, but that is the case. And as always, well, you always will meet again at least once in life, and we will meet again in Hamburg at the next cooperation with the Reeperbahn Festival in September, from the 19th to the 21st. We just repeated because it was so cool last time. If you didn't experience the coolness of it, do come back to that. And greetings to the Reeperbahn Festival team. And you should all be there. But I cannot put it in any other way. The most important thing is the wonderful team of Republica, and this is the best moment of the whole event for me, for all of us, I think, to say thank you to these people without whom we would be nothing, and that is the team of the Republica. I will start at the beginning, and I promise no dry eyes will remain. First of all, thank you to all mums and dads in the world. Thank you for your care work, for everything that you do, so that the next generation can come to Republica. A great applause to everyone that have been here with children and their offspring. We want to have more of you. We want to make more possible. And now, from the management, please just walk across the stage in as cool as a way as you can do. Phil. Phil, thank you so much. Team production, I'm now going to call you with function and team. Production, head of production. Technology, Jenny Rode. Accreditation, stage management, Nina Scafidi. Volunteer management, Paul Schmidt. You have to join us up here. This is not the way it works. I'm not just going to make the announcements. I want a high five too. Thank you so much. Mega cool. Have we had a high five yet? No. Okay, where's Rike? Okay, where was I? Leni van Hartmann for volunteer support. Head of party, Rike Tesch, Master for technology. Technical production, they're all here. Production, just to name all the names. Sorry, we couldn't hear them all in the interpretation booth. We have lots of space, so move forward, please. We are doing Republica not just because we want to meet, but also because we have a wonderful program that we want to enjoy. You've heard the numbers from Markus, and I have to say to all speakers, thank you, thank you, thank you for having been here. The program team was looking after you with a new structure, and I would like to name Alex Wolf, who wasn't with us this year, but thank you to you. We couldn't say goodbye to him at a great event, Alex. We restructured the team, and we have 2 program lead coordinators, however I should pronounce that, Linda Ducasi and Nele Ovonis. Those that made the things possible and implemented what we and Markus and the rest of the team possible. And you have to keep on clapping, please. Curator offstage program. Don't hide in the back. Curator project management, travel management. Thank you for having been with us. To put the event into practice, we need our partners. Markus has pointed them out. So there was the team to cooperate with partner, head of the team.
Andreas.
We can't stop clapping. To talk about the whole thing, we need a communication team that is powerful and in a sustainable way powerful. We have Rebecca, thank you. Also for the many years of cooperation, thank you. And I would say that you all have to move forward a little. This is an LED wall and not a bar. Head of communication and press Paul. The IT team, head of IT. For the first time, we did everything digitally this year. Thank you. The website, mega cool, thank you. New in the team, great job as IT project manager. And Andreas Stolstein is not here, but thanks to him too, many thanks. For a team as big as this, it's no surprise that we need people to look after finances, taxes, and so on. We have Nicole Henschläger and Sandra Roland, who for more than 10 years have been looking after us in that regard. Thank you so much. And as luck would have it, a core part of the program team I was able to high-five, including the mayor of Berlin, with the mayor of Berlin when I was making the rounds, and he said a great design is a necessary part of a good event, and the design team get onto the stage. Thank you. I'm now going to hand over the baton to Tanya and Johnny, because this was the core Republica team, which has now joined us on stage, and from all of our hearts, I don't want to miss any of you. I'm completely breathless from all these hugs. Can I just say we've forgot one number. We always claim that we are a society conference. We don't always manage to, but I think we've approached the objective. We had students from Berlin and Italy joining us, and they really mixed up the whole event, didn't they? 3,500, right? Did you say that? 3,500? Amazing. I thought it was more. At the graffiti walls. Okay, the TinCon team, we'll go through them quickly. Oh, I love you all. Project management. Projection management. Program management. Program and project. The program. And the program again. IT and web. Head of communication. Head of finance, production, our intern, and representing the 21 team, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That's just crazy, isn't it? And now we have two very special people that across these 3 days were with us on the stage and who could not have been cooler. Anna and Niels. Before we continue, this will be the 82nd slide, I've just been told. Where's my beer? Here it is. And that is, it's time to say goodbye for this year in Berlin, and we'll meet again, won't we? What do you think? Andreas, Marcus, what do you think? Andreas, I haven't given you a hug yet. Well, no kidding. I don't care. Well, I had my university graduation with mediocre marks, but look what amazing people I'm now working with. And how many people across Germany are on stage here. Isn't that unbelievable? You had your university qualification? I didn't actually know that. Andreas and I had a meeting with English-speaking people, and we told them to hang on until the end, and one of them was from London, and we went Why the closing? What's happening there? Well, we're singing then. We'll be singing a bit. And I was wondering, how should I explain? It cannot be explained, but this is the great thing in life. You don't have to explain everything or to be able to explain everything. Most people in the room know what this is going to be about. Who does not? No one, right? Okay, you will have someone explain it to you. And we will meet again next year or in Hamburg, even earlier than that. Thank you for having been here. I have goosebumps. Thank you to all of you.
Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. Ooh, poor boy, because I'm easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Ooh, the wind blows, doesn't really matter to me.
Danke fürs Kommen. Bleibt noch. Hier geht's gleich weiter mit Konzerten, Partys.